Uh, I'd like to outline a few things that I think we can say with a certain degree of confidence about the essential nature of language, about what language is in its most fundamental aspects, and why the answer to this matters, not only for inquiry into every aspect of language and its use, as ought to be obvious, but hasn't been through the years, but also more fundamentally, more deeply into the question of what kind of creature we are. What I'll say is personal. I should make this clear at the beginning. My own perspective. There's no consensus on this, and my own views, in fact, are a minority view in the whole range of related fields. There are quite a few. There is consensus on one matter. From the second half of the 20th century, there's been a huge explosion of inquiry into language by any measure you take. There's far more penetrating work into a vastly greater array of typologically varied languages than was ever conceived in the past. Many new topics have been opened. The questions that students are working on today could not have been formulated, in fact, even imagined half a century ago or even more recently. And new problems and puzzles are constantly coming into view more rapidly than old ones are being at least partially resolved. Those are all very positive signs, I think, of an exciting array of interlinked disciplines. I have my own reservations about some of them, which I'll return to a little bit as we proceed. Well, I think it's fair to trace this sharp and unmistakable change in the study of language in large part to new options that became available by the middle of the 20th century. Options for considering more seriously than had been possible in the past the most fundamental question about language, namely, what is it? By then, by the mid-20th century, advances in the formal sciences had enabled a clear formulation of what we should recognize to be the basic property of language. I'll refer to it from here on as just the basic property. That is, that each language provides an unbounded array of hierarchically structured expressions that receive interpretations, dual interpretations of what are called two interfaces, the sensory-motor interface for externalization and what's called the conceptual intentional interface for mental processes, for thought, planning, and so on. If we can formulate that, it allows a substantive formulation of classic dictum about language, goes back at least to Aristotle, that language is sound with a meaning. Although our work of recent years shows that sound is much too narrow, and in more subtle ways, I think the classic formulation is misleading. I'll return to that. Paying attention to the basic property, it follows at once that every language incorporates a computational procedure which satisfies the basic property. And therefore, by definition, a theory of language is a generative grammar. That's a matter of definition. There should be no debate about it. And each language is what is technically called an I language. I stands for internal. It's internal to an individual and intentional with an S. That means we're interested in the actual nature, the actual character of the computational procedure, and not just some set of objects it enumerates, what it strongly generates in technical terms. There's another notion, those of you familiar with the field will know there's another notion, weak generation, which some people, not me, call e-language, But whatever that is, I don't think it's anything. It's a derivative notion, if it's even definable for natural language, which I doubt very much. These are topics that were discussed extensively in the 1950s, but a lot seems to have been forgotten. Well, accordingly, the various approaches to language should recognize that each language is a property of an individual person, internal, mostly to the mind, the brain. That's nowadays called the biolinguistic framework. It should be uncontroversial. It should also be recognized as a prerequisite to other inquiries, which proceed to numerous other questions that we can raise about acquisition, use, origin of languages, about language in society, and about the internal mechanisms that implement the system. And here there's a dual question that implement both the system of knowledge and its various uses. These are different, though, of course, related tasks. Well, evidently, the investigation of these further topics relies necessarily on guidelines that are provided by an answer to the question of what language is. Now, that shouldn't be controversial either. So, for example, no biologist would propose an account of the development of the eye or the evolution of the eye without first telling us something fairly definite about what an eye is. It's a truism, and the same truism should hold of inquiries into language. Unfortunately, it often doesn't, but it should. In earlier years, the basic property resisted formulation, clear formulation. So I'll just run through some of the classics to illustrate. Take Ferdinand de Saussure, one of the founders of modern linguistics. For him, language had several notions, but language in the relevant sense is a storehouse of word images in the brains of a collectivity of individuals, sociological notion. It's founded on what he called a sort of contract. For Leonard Bloomfield, leading figure in American linguistics, language is an array of habits to respond to situations with conventional speech sounds and to respond to these sounds with actions. Elsewhere, he gave a different definition. Language is the totality of utterances made in a speech community. It's something like a formulation in another classic, William Dwight Whitney, late 19th century linguist, conceived of language, as I'm quoting again, the sum of words and phrases by which any man expresses his thought, hence what he called audible thinking. That's actually a slightly different conception in ways that I'll return to. Well, if you have conceptions of this kind, it's quite natural to follow what Martin Jost, a well-known linguist of the 1950s, called the Boasian tradition of Franz Boas, which holds that languages can differ arbitrarily and each new one must be studied without preconception. Actually, rather similar ideas were held at the time about biological organisms, but no longer. If you take this point of view, then it's reasonable, natural to consider linguistic theory to be simply a set of techniques of segmentation and classification applied to some body of data, corpus of data. The most sophisticated development of this conception was Zellick-Harris's Methods in Structural Linguistics about 65 years ago. The shift of perspective to generative grammar within a biolinguistic framework opened the way to much more far-reaching inquiry into language itself and also into language-related topics. That's the basis of the explosion of the last 50, 60 years. It also greatly enriched the variety of evidence that bears on the study of each individual language. It includes what you learn about acquisition, neuroscience, dissociations from other cognitive capacities, much else, and also what you can learn from the study of other languages, not in the traditional view, but now in the this framework it does, because of a very simple and quite well-confirmed assumption, namely that the capacity for language, the human capacity, relies on shared biological properties, and there's pretty good reason to believe that these haven't changed in any detectable way for at least 50 or 60,000 years since humans started leaving Africa. That's the topic of what's called UG, Universal Grammar. It's a contemporary adaptation of a traditional concept. There are also broader reasons to be concerned with the question, what is language? There's a very clear indication of these, and it's given in a very recent book by one of the leading scientists who studies human evolution, Ian Tattersall. I'll read his words in a recent review of the currently available scientific evidence. He observes that it was once believed that the evolutionary record would yield early harbingers of our later selves. The reality, however, is otherwise. It's becoming increasingly clear that the acquisition of the uniquely modern human sensibility was instead an abrupt and recent event, which he dates in the narrow window of roughly 50 to 100,000 years ago. Evolutionary point of view, that's a flick of an eye. And the expression of this new sensibility, he goes on, was almost certainly crucially abetted by the invention of what is perhaps the single most remarkable thing about our modern selves, namely language. Accordingly, an answer to the question, what is language, matters greatly to anyone who's concerned with understanding our modern selves. And it does appear, as he says, that our modern selves, from a cognitive point of view, did emerge pretty suddenly in that brief window and hasn't changed since. The founders of modern biology, of course, lacked the evidence of current science, did nevertheless adopt a fairly similar view. So Darwin wrote that man differs from animals solely in his almost infinitely larger power of associating the most diversified sounds and ideas, which means in modern terms having a generative grammar. The phrase almost infinite is a traditional phrase. It's to be interpreted today as actually infinite. There's no meaning to the notion almost infinite. Much earlier, at the origins of modern science, Galileo was entranced by what he called that marvelous invention that provides the means to construct from 25 or 30 sounds that infinity of expressions that enable us to reveal everything that we think and all the movements of our soul. That's audible thought in Whitney's phrase, although Galileo went beyond by recognizing the unbounded character of language, its infinite character. The same recognition, along with a much deeper concern for the creative character of the normal use of language, that was soon to become a core element of Cartesian science. We now call it philosophy. It's the same thing in those days. There's no reason today to doubt that the fundamental insight of Descartes, in fact, the basis for his famous mind-body theory, fundamental insight that use of language has a creative character. As he pointed out, it's typically innovative without limits. Use of language is appropriate to situations, not caused by them and not random, which is a fundamental distinction and one that goes beyond anything that's understood in contemporary natural science, which is restricted to determinacy and randomness. But language, as Descartes pointed out, seems to escape those limits, the normal use of language, and use of language can engender in other people thoughts that they recognize when they hear it, that they could have expressed themselves. And that's the creative element of normal language use. We should also bear in mind that a well-known aphorism of von Humboldt, that language involves infinite use of finite means, refers to use. More fully, he described the unending and truly boundless domain of language as the essence of all that can be thought. Basically identifies language and thought. That puts him in the tradition of Galileo and others who associated language with thought, while it does formulate one traditional conception of language as the single most remarkable thing about our modern selves, in Tattersal's recent phrase. Well, there has been great progress over the years in understanding the finite means that make possible infinite use. But the latter, in particular its creative character, remains a mystery, maybe permanent for humans, but in any way today no reasonable idea about how to grasp it. Despite considerable progress in understanding conventions that guide appropriate use, different but related topic. Go back a century ago, another well-known linguist, Otto Jespersen, raised the question of how the elements of language come into existence in the mind of the speaker, on the basis, of course, of finite experience, though it's an infinite object. And somehow it yields what he called a notion of structure that is definite enough to guide the speaker in framing sentences of his own, crucially what he called free expressions that are typically new to the speaker and the hearer, and indeed over an unbounded range, essentially Descartes' insight. And then the task of the linguist is, first of all, to discover these mechanisms, determine how they arise in the mind, go beyond to unearth what Jespersen called the great principles underlying the grammars of all languages. It's universal grammar in contemporary terms. And by unearthing these great general principles, to gain a deeper insight into the innermost nature of human language and of human thought, which again, in traditional style, he identified. It's another version of the traditional conception that language is the most remarkable thing about Homo sapiens. In fact, it's fundamentally unique characteristic. These are ideas that sound much less strange today than they did during the structuralist behavioral science era that came to dominate linguistics, psychology, related fields, marginalizing all of these insights and the tradition from which they derived, but they're now reviving, leaving us with fundamental mysteries, but at least some understanding of how to approach them. Well, to reformulate Jespersen's program, the basic task is to investigate the true nature of the interfaces and the generative processes that relate them, and to determine how they arise in the mind, how they're used, the primary focus of concern, of course, being free expressions, not frozen ones. As soon as the earliest attempts were made to approach this topic, to construct explicit generative grammars, about 60 years ago, right away many very puzzling phenomena were discovered, which had never been noticed in the thousands of years of intensive study of language, because the basic property had not been clearly formulated and addressed. And in fact, syntax was simply regarded as use of words determined by convention and analogy. All of this is somewhat reminiscent of the earliest moments of modern science. So for millennia, scientists had been satisfied with simple explanations for familiar phenomena. So rocks fall and steam rises because they're seeking their natural place. That was the explanation for millennia. Objects interact because of what were called sympathies and antipathies, which draw them together or push them apart. We perceive a triangle or any form, because its shape literally flits through the air and implants itself in our brain, so on. Those were the answers, and regarded as satisfactory answers. Galileo and others allowed themselves, really for the first time, to be puzzled by these facts. And at that point, modern science begins. It was quickly discovered that our beliefs are mostly senseless and our intuitions are mostly wrong. That's what happens when you allow yourself to be puzzled about what seems simple. And in fact, willingness to be puzzled is a very valuable trait to cultivate. It goes early education up to advanced inquiry. Well, one puzzle about language that came to light about 60 years ago and remains alive, and I think highly significant in its import, it has to do with a very simple but quite curious fact. So take the sentence, instinctively, eagles that fly swim. Okay, there's an adverb. Instinctively, it's associated with a verb, but interestingly, it's associated with swim, not fly. Okay, and obvious. And the same is true if you ask a question like, can eagles that fly swim? It's a question, but you're asking about swimming, not flying. The thought that it fails to express, there is a thought that it fails to express because of this, that's pretty difficult to formulate. You might try without quite complex circumlocution. It's a fine thought, but hard to express. It impedes communication. One of many such examples. I'll return to more. Well, what's puzzling is the association of the clause initial elements, instinctively or can, with a verb that's remote, and an association that's based on structural properties, hence hard to compute, not proximal, and based solely on linear properties. It's a far simpler computational operation. So somehow language automatically picks a complex structural notion of distance, not a simple linear notion of distance. That should be puzzling. In fact, it was never regarded as puzzling, but it should have been. It's kind of like objects going to their natural place. It turns out that language makes use of a property of minimal structural distance, never using this much simpler operation of minimal linear distance. And the puzzle is why this should be so, not just for English, but for every language, not just for these constructions, but for every relevant construction. And of course, in all of these cases, the data for the child acquiring language is either ludicrously small or mostly non-existent. Well, there is a simple and plausible explanation for the fact that a child reflexively knows the right answer in the cases I mentioned, never makes any mistakes, even though there's essentially no evidence, sometimes none at all. The simplest explanation would be that linear order is simply not available to the language learner who's confronted with such examples. The learner is guided by a principle of universal grammar that restricts search to minimal structural distance. Actually, I know of no other explanation that answers it, and there's good reason for it, but there's no other explanation. Well, this principle of minimal distance is quite extensively employed in language design. It's presumably a special case of a much more general principle that enters into the design and acquisition of language, a principle which we might call just minimal computation. Systems designed in such a way, it is a computational procedure, but it's designed in such a way as to be the simplest one possible, minimal. Now, that principle in turn is probably, presumably, an instance of a far more general property of the organic world, and in fact even beyond. And the evidence shows that invariably languages make use of minimal structure rather than minimal linear distance in every relevant case. Actually, in this case, which is interesting and unusual, there's also supporting evidence from neuroscience. There's a research group in Milan, including, as the linguist is Andrea Moro, who many of you know. The group studied brain activity of subjects who were presented with two kinds of stimuli. One category was, they were both invented languages. One category was invented languages that satisfied the principles of universal grammar. The other category was invented languages that violated some of those principles. So, for example, in the latter case, it could be a rule for negating a sentence that put the negative element after the third word, let's say, instead of the much more complex rule for human language. Well, what they found is that in the case of conformity of the invented language to universal grammar, they found normal activation in the standard brain areas, the language areas, though when they used linear order, which is much simpler computationally, that was not the case. The example was treated, some people could solve it, but it was treated as a non-linguistic puzzle with diffuse activation in the brain. There's also work by Neil Smith and Yanthi Maria Simpli, who work with a cognitively impaired but linguistically fluent subject, and that reached the same conclusion. Well, that strongly supports the idea, which we find overwhelmingly in actual linguistic work, that linear distance just isn't used, even though it's the simplest computational procedure. Now, there actually is a small industry in computational cognitive science which tries to show that these properties of language can be learned by statistical analysis of massive data. Every attempt that's clear enough to be investigated has been shown to fail irremediably. But there's something much more significant. The efforts are beside the point in the first place. So suppose they succeeded, which is a virtual impossibility, but suppose they did, they would leave untouched the only serious question. Why does language invariably use the computational property, the complex computational property of minimal structural distance, and never use the simpler computational property of minimal linear distance? Just count, easiest thing. Well, this is incidentally a good example of the unwillingness to be puzzled that I mentioned earlier. This is contemporary cognitive science, refuses to be puzzled about simple things, and that's going to prevent the development of science, just as it did before Galileo. That's the first step. If you can't be puzzled by phenomena like this, doesn't matter what you find, it's not going to be relevant. There's a broader thesis, and that is that linear order is never available for computation in the core parts of language that involve syntax and semantics, how sentences are understood. It would follow then linear order, of course, exists, but it would follow that it's a peripheral part of language. And that's easy to understand. It's a reflex of properties of the sensory motor system. Sensory motor system just requires it. We can't speak in parallel. We can't produce structures. All we can do is produce strings of elements, say strings of words. That would, of course, also include the order. There is order found within lexical items. Of course, you do find linear order within lexical items, but lexical items are the most familiar form of externalization, of relating, of mapping to the sensory motor system, so it presumably reflects that. In linguistics, it's called Saussurean arbitrariness, the arbitrary association of sounds with some arrangement of sounds with concepts differing from language to language. The sensory motor system is not specifically adapted to language in quite fundamental respects, maybe any respects. The parts of the sensory motor system that are essential for externalization of language and also for perception, they appear to have been in place hundreds of thousands of years before language pretty suddenly emerged. And in fact, if you take a look at languages, the domain in which they are extremely complex and highly variable is externalization. the relation of the internally generated, semantically interpreted structures to the way they're pronounced. When you learn a second language, that's what you study. You don't study the other part, in part because nobody would know how to teach it. It's a scientific question to discover it. And if you tried to teach it, it would just confuse people because they know it already. It's part of their nature. Well, if this is, the matter isn't totally settled, such matters never are, but I think there's considerable support for the broader thesis. And if that's true, then the basic property is not exactly as I formulated it before, and as it is formulated in almost all the literature, including recent papers of mine. Rather, the basic property has to be restated fundamentally. Basic property is generation of an unbounded array of hierarchically structured expressions which are associated with the semantic-pragmatic interface, conceptual-intentional interface, basically the system of thought. Interesting questions about the nature of that association, I'll put that aside. But the externalization, what reaches your ears, is just something peripheral to language, ancillary, tacked on. If that's true, and it seems to be, there's pretty good reason to revive a traditional conception of language as an instrument of thought, and indeed to revise Aristotle's dictum accordingly. Language is not sound with meaning, but meaning with sound attached to it. More generally, some form of externalization seems to be modality independent. Typically it's sound, but not necessarily. If you think about it, the externalization of language is very rarely used. By far the most use of language, almost close to 100% of it, is internal. It's kind of internal dialogue. It's what we call talking to ourselves. You can't avoid doing it. Every minute of the day you're somehow talking to yourself, in fact, while you're asleep, unfortunately. And that's almost all the use of language. In comparison, and statistically speaking, the externalized use is kind of trivial. Now, there hasn't been a lot of research into this, unfortunately. There should be, and it could be. But what the limited research on the topic seems to illustrate, it conforms to what introspection suggests, at least my introspection. You might try it. When you pay attention to what's going on in your mind, when you think you're talking to yourself, it seems to me, and a few other researchers have looked into it, that what reaches consciousness is not expressions, just small fragments, fleeting fragments. And they instantly appear internally, and then full-formed expressions do appear, but far more rapidly than it's possible for articulators to be involved, or even instructions to articulators. And often they're not produced, even internally. A common experience is to say something, even to yourself, and realize that that's not what you meant, and then try to reformulate it, which means there's something that you meant, and you're not capturing it in what you're trying to articulate. And what appears in consciousness is just some fleeting array of things that's probably superficial to the mind. I think that's an important fact. Well, putting aside that topic, which could be investigated, I think it isn't investigated because of a dogma that identifies consciousness with thought. And that's probably completely wrong, though it's a hoary tradition, and by now virtually dogma. Well, putting this aside, it's an interesting topic. Investigation of the design of language gives pretty good reason to take quite seriously a traditional conception that language is an instrument of thought. Externalization is an ancillary, peripheral process. It's a reflex of independent properties of the sensory motor system, which is quite independent of language. Further investigation supports this conclusion. I'll mention a few things. If it's established, it follows that particular uses of language, say for communication, anything depending on externalization, is even a more peripheral aspect of language. Now, that's contrary to virtual dogma in all the relevant fields. It has no serious support, and I don't think can be sustained. It would also follow that the extensive speculation about the now fashionable topic of origin of language is on the wrong track to begin with. It almost always is the study of origin of communication, which is quite a different topic. And incidentally, a misleading topic, because if you study origin of communication, there is continuity with other organisms, or it looks like there's continuity. So every organism, down to bacteria, has some kind of communication. So that can lead people, I think mislead them, into thinking that human language is just an outgrowth of a long process of natural selection. If, on the contrary, language emerged suddenly, the way Tattersall argues, I think accurately, it's not going to be anything like that. And that correlates with what apparently is a pretty strong conclusion, that communication is a very peripheral part of externalization, and externalization itself is a peripheral part of language, an ancillary part, kind of tacked on. I think there's evolutionary reasons for thinking that too. We'll come back to it briefly. Well, let's return to the basic property. Now I'm reformulating it. The computational system of internalized language yields an unbounded array of hierarchically structured expressions connected to the conceptual, intentional, semantic, pragmatic interface. There are ancillary processes which may or may not externalize it in some sensory modality, similar observations about perception of externalized language. Well, naturally, we follow standard scientific method. We seek the simplest theory of the basic property. That is the theory with fewest arbitrary stipulations. Note, incidentally, that every arbitrary stipulation is a barrier to some eventual account of origin of language. And we ask how far this standard principle of scientific method can carry us. There is, if you think about computational systems, there is an elementary operation, which is the simplest computational operation that's found in some manner in every relevant computational procedure. What it does is take two objects, call them X and Y, which have already been constructed, and it makes out of them, the two of them, a new object, call it Z. Call that operation merge. The principle of minimal computation, which governs biological systems, language in particular, dictates that neither X nor Y should be modified when they're merged to form Z. And that it also dictates that they should appear unordered, because ordering is a further complication. And that's a conclusion that's justified and plausible on independent grounds, as I've just discussed. Well, if you think about it, that means that merge of X, Y simply forms the set consisting of X and Y. Now, that, of course, doesn't mean that the brain contains sets. Some current misinterpretations are disturbed by that. It means that whatever is going on in the brain, and we don't know, has properties that can be characterized in these terms, just as we don't expect to find, say, a Kekulé diagram for an organic molecule in a test tube that describes some of the properties of whatever you find there in an abstract way. Well, suppose X and Y are merged, and neither is part of the other. They're two separate objects. So say you're combining a read and the book, or whatever underlies them, to form the syntactic object that corresponds to read the book. That's called external merge. Suppose that one of them is part of the other. Say Y is part of X. So in combining, say, which book and John read which book's part of the second one, you merge them, it's going to form which book John read which book. Now that's what's going on in the mind, it's going to surface externally as which book did John read, by further operations that I'll return to. That's an example of a ubiquitous phenomenon of natural language, displacement. The phrases are heard in one place, but they're interpreted both where they're heard and in some other place. So in this case, the sentence that comes out, which book did John read, is interpreted something like, which X, such that X is a book, John read the book X. It's a quantificational expression. It has to be understood in both places. Well, in this case, too, the result of merge is again the set X, Y, but there are two copies of Y. One is the original one, which remains in X. The other is the copy, which is merged to it. That operation is called internal merge. There's a kind of a temptation to think of merge as being asymmetric. You're merging X to Y, not Y to X. But that temptation should be resisted. It's a completely symmetric operation, just as you would expect for minimal computation. The temptation arises from the way we tend to think of generation, kind of anthropomorphically. We think of it as a process, kind of the way people think of, say, a proof in mathematics. You think of it as something you do step by step. Of course, it's not the way it works. The formal system, say an axiom system for arithmetic, doesn't have any asymmetries of this kind. It just generates a geometrical object called a proof. It doesn't tell us anything about how to construct a proof. And when you're actually doing it, of course, you don't start from the axioms and go down to reach the theorems. Those notions have to be sharply distinguished. And the same is true of generating an expression with merge, other operations if they exist. These two kinds of merge, external and internal, are the only two possible cases if merge is defined in the simplest possible way, namely applying to any two syntactic objects that have already been constructed with no further conditions. It would require stipulation to bar either one of these. That's a very important fact. For many years, it was assumed, by me too, incidentally, that displacement is a kind of a strange imperfection of language, strange fact that has to be explained away by more complex devices, more complex assumptions about universal grammar. That turns out to be incorrect. Displacement is what you'd expect on the simplest assumptions. Actually, it would be an imperfection of language if it were lacking. Sometimes it's suggested that external merge is somehow simpler and should have priority in design or evolution. Again, absolutely no basis for that belief. They're just both there or neither is there, period. In fact, you could argue that internal merge, displacement, is simpler if you think about it. It involves vastly less search of the workspace for computation. Another important fact is that internal merge in its simplest form, that is, satisfying the overarching principle of minimal computation, it yields the structure which is appropriate for semantic interpretation. Just illustrated that in the case of which book did John read, where you have which book John read which book, which is exactly the way it's interpreted, as a quantified structure with a variable. Well, that's the wrong structure of the sensory motor system. Universally in language, only the structurally most prominent copy is pronounced, as in this case, lower ones deleted. Actually, there is a revealing class of exceptions which, in fact, support the general thesis, but I'll put that aside. Why do you delete copies? Well, that follows from another application of the principle of minimal computation. Deletion of copies means less computation for both the organization of the motor system and, in fact, for the articulators. So you're cutting back computation, and that's eliminating copies. Notice that that's independent of semantic interpretation, which keeps the copies. This is all part of the peripheral connection to the sensory motor system. Well, there's a result. the result is that the sentences that are articulated have gaps, something's missing. And the hearer has to figure out where the gap is. That's not easy. Those of you who've worked on, who have some background in psycholinguistics, will know that that's the most difficult problem of perception and parsing, figuring out where the gaps are. If you didn't have deletion, it would be pretty easy. You'd hear them, but you do because of minimal computation. So in this broad class of cases, also, language design favors minimal computation. It disregards the complications in language use, which are just not relevant to the design and nature of language. Well, there are more complex cases, but time's kind of short, so I'll say they're very interesting, more complex cases. I'll drop them. But just as in the simpler cases, like instinctively eagles that fly swim, it's absolutely inconceivable that some form of data processing, analysis of large amounts of data, could possibly yield these outcomes. The relevant data are simply not available to the language learner. So the results must come from some genetically determined property. In our terms, that's universal grammar. And from inquiry of that kind, you can derive quite far-reaching and firm conclusions about the nature of language capacity, of universal grammar, common to humans, common human property, and quite striking in its character. So I think what we conclude, you do read in the literature pretty commonly, those of you who know it, that there are no genuine linguistic universals. Sometimes it's said there's no universal grammar. That's some kind of misinterpretation. The reference is presumably not to universal grammar, the genetic basis for language, which can't fail to exist other than magic, but rather it's a reference to something different, to generalizations which are largely valid. And many of these are quite interesting. In the linguistic literature, there's a category of generalizations presented by Joseph Greenberg years ago, famous universals, and they're quite interesting. But generalizations are very likely to have exceptions. Now, they can be quite valuable as a stimulus to inquiry. You expect generalizations to have exceptions because they're kind of on the surface of much deeper properties. And so, for example, the standard in the sciences. So, 19th century, there were discoveries of perturbations in the orbit of Uranus, planet Uranus. Now, that didn't lead to the abandonment of Newton's principles and Kepler's laws, or to the broader conclusion that there are no physical laws. It's, in fact, what's commonly done in the cognitive sciences and linguistics. Rather, it led to the postulation and later discovery of another planet, Neptune, which explained the violations of the generalization. And in fact, exceptions to largely valid descriptive generalizations play a similar role quite generally in the sciences. It's happened repeatedly in the study of language. Well, putting a lot of this together, we conclude then, I think, that if language is optimally designed, it will provide structures that are appropriate for semantic interpretation, but that yield difficulties for perception, for communication. And there are many other illustrations of that. So take, for example, the operation of forming passive sentences. Say, the boys read the book. If you want a foreground to emphasize the phrase, the book, you passivize it and say, the books were read by the boys. The literature claims that that's provides that as evidence to show that language is well designed for communication. But if you think about it, it shows the exact opposite. The principle of minimal computation bars innumerable cases of that kind, which would be quite useful for communication. So suppose you say, take the sentence, the boys read the book in the library. and you want to foreground the library. So if language was designed for communication, you would say the library was read the book in by the boys. But that's unintelligible, that's gibberish. The reason is the principle of minimal communication, if you really work it through, does not allow you to express the thought that you have in mind without complex circumlocution. There are many examples, quite interesting examples of conflict between computational and communicative efficiency. And I think in every known case, anyone I'm familiar with, computational efficiency prevails. Ease of communication is just sacrificed. It's not a factor. There are many familiar cases like structural ambiguities, so-called garden path sentences, many others. One case of particular interest is what's called in the technical literature islands. So it's illustrated, for example, for those linguists among you, for ECP constructions, those that you find, and take a sentence like, they asked if the mechanics fixed the cars. You can ask a couple of questions about that. You can ask how many cars or how many mechanics. So that gives how many cars did they ask if the mechanics fixed, or how many mechanics did they ask if fixed the cars? Obviously differ radically in status. The second one is a fine thought, but you have to produce it by some circumlocution. Again, that impedes communication. If you think through the examples, it again turns out to be a case of minimal computation. Actually, here too, there appear to be counterexamples. So if you speak, say, Italian or Spanish, you'll notice that you don't get the contrast there. Recognition of those exceptions led to further discoveries about what are called null subject languages, first by Luigi Rizzi, then others. But the end result was to just reinforce the principle, just like Neptune and perturbations in the orbits of Uranus. Well, there are plenty of similar examples. Unfortunately, they really haven't been looked at until quite recently, but by now there's quite a store of them. And insofar as they're understood, the structures result from the free functioning of the simplest rules that yields difficulties for perception, difficulties for communication. But again, where there are conflicts between communicative and computational efficiency, in every known case, communicative efficiency is simply sacrificed. That lends further support to the revision of the common sense Aristotelian dictum and support for another traditional conception of language as an instrument of thought with externalization and ancillary process, a fortiori communication, other uses of externalized language, what's actually observed. Actually, that conclusion conforms quite well to something that's known in the advanced sciences. It was stated succinctly by a Nobel laureate, Jean-Baptiste Perrin. He pointed out that the essential art of science is a reduction of complex visibles to simple invisibles. And that's what we seem to find when you look closely at the basic property. All of this also fits quite well with the very limited evidence we have about the emergence of language, apparently quite recently, very suddenly in the evolutionary time scale, as Tattersall discussed. Kind of a fair guess for the moment is that some slight rewiring of the brain, we don't know enough about the brain sciences to detect it, but some slight rewiring of the brain yielded merge and of course in its simplest form. There would be no reason for it to appear in a complex form. So it would be kind of like what you'd get is something kind of like a snowflake. This is the way the laws of nature work. You get something that's perfectly designed in that sense. That would provide the basis for unbounded creative thought. Also what's called, there's a kind of a great leap forward, it's called, found in the archaeological record, roughly in that brief time period, say 75,000 years ago. and in fact the remarkable differences that separate modern humans, both from their predecessors and from the rest of the animal kingdom. Well, I think that's what the evidence seems to indicate to us. These remarks, of course, are just scratch the surface, a lot more to say, but I hope they at least serve to illustrate that the answer to the question, what is language, matters a lot, and also to illustrate how close attention to very fundamental questions can yield, which look technical, but close attention to them can yield conclusions with a great many ramifications for the study of what kind of creatures humans are. Thanks.
And we'll have a period of questions. So if you want to ask questions in English or...
Are there mics out there?
Yes, there will be mics. People will... please take the ones... can see. There's a question there? Yes.
Hi, Mr. Chomsky. I'm a student at McGill, and I have a few questions to ask you. My first question is, how do you see the field of linguistics changing in the next 50 years?
Pardon?
And
how?
How? How do you see the field of linguistics?
The field of linguistics changing
in the next 50 years?
In the next 50 years?
Yes, and...
Fortunately, I won't be around to answer.
And my second question is, what changes would you like to see in particular?
What changes would I like to see? Well, what I would like to see, and I kind of hope it goes in that direction, I think the trajectory is kind of in that direction, but who knows, would be to demonstrate that language really is like a snowflake. I mean, actually, there are two different kinds of views you could have about the nature of language if you think about evolution or in general construction and formation of natural objects. One comes from a very correct picture of how evolution works over a long time scale. A great Nobel laureate in biology, François Jacob, once described evolution as what he called bricolage. It's tinkering. Natural selection kind of plays with whatever's available and does the best it can with what's around, and it keeps going. It can't go backwards, so it can't decide, well, it would have been better to do something else. And the things that you end up with are often pretty complex and pretty badly adapted to what we think of as their function. Almost every human being knows this. That's why you have back problems. The spine is just very badly designed. Any decent engineer could construct something much better. And actually, people who've been through operations, if they work, do end up with something better that's engineered, didn't derive by natural selection. And that's quite natural if you think of long, slow changes through natural selection with small increments. It's sometimes called hill climbing. Evolution tries to go up the hill, but may get to a point where it would have been better off if you'd climbed a different hill, but you're stuck. You can't do that. So that's the normal situation for tinkering, bricolage, for complex systems that develop through natural selection over a long period. There is another model, snowflakes, and things, other natural objects like them. They just emerge in a perfect way, fitting the laws of nature, period. So they're perfect relative to fundamental laws of nature. And in fact, a lot of it is just laws of mathematics. Well, which one is language? Or which picture is a more reasonable guess for language? Almost universally, the first one is assumed. There's by now this is true traditionally, but also there's a big literature on what's called evolution of language, universally accepts that. I think it's just wrong. And I think if you think about what probably happened, sudden emergence within a very narrow time scale, again, that's a flick of an eye in time, and no change since. That we can be pretty confident about. What suggests is that it's really like a snowflake, and we ought to be able to show that. So what I'd hope for in the next 50 years is to say 50 years from now, somebody will be giving a talk here saying, we've shown that language is perfectly designed by principles of physics and fundamental principles of biology, probably meeting simple mathematical conditions like minimal computation. And of course, that would mean there's a vast complexity of language. Everybody knows that from trying to learn a second language, but that would be just something peripheral, tacked on in the effort to externalize it, which an externalization, remember, means it's a cognitively difficult task. It means matching two different systems that have nothing to do with each other. Whatever it is that suddenly emerged in the mind and gives you what's sometimes called a language of thought, a way of expressing your thoughts to yourself, maybe, and some other system, the sensory motor system, which had been around for hundreds of thousands of years, has nothing to do with language. Matching these can be done in many different ways. It's easily subject to change, varies all the time, hard to learn. When you learn a second language or when an infant learns a first language, it's mostly that they have to learn, maybe entirely that. The core part they don't have to learn because it's just part of our nature. It's genetically determined, finished, perfect snowflake determined by laws of nature. Now, that's what I'd like to see in 50 years, but it's up to people like you to find out if it's true.
A related question, isn't it time to decolonize language studies from linguistics and from your puzzlements?
Decolonize language?
Language studies in general from those puzzlements.
Decolonize language studies from linguistics.
Language studies? You mean studying German or something like that?
No, language studies in general, including ethnopoetics to dialectology to diachrony to all of this.
Diachrony? Well, on the contrary, I think, it depends if you want to just collect the data, then you don't care. Like you could study botany without worrying about biology. You could collect flowers. If you want to be a flower collector, the best guide is not a biology book, but a wild flower guide. And collecting flowers is fun. I like to do it too. So you walk in the woods, you want to identify the flowers and the birds or something. You don't want a biology text. That's not going to help you. It's just going to confuse you. So it just depends on what your interests are. If you want to understand diachronic change, you'll want to know what the fixed bounds are on the possibilities for language. And the same if you want to study acquisition of language, language use, language teaching, anything else. On the other hand, for practical purposes, many practical human purposes, it might not matter much. Take, say, a teaching. So take somebody's trying to teach swimming. A swimming coach does not give the person instructions on fundamental physiology. There are complicated things going on in swimming, like how do you raise your arm? That's not simple. It's pretty complicated. But you don't teach somebody that when you're teaching them how to swim, because that they know, because they're human beings, and that's just part of their nature, so you don't teach it to them. And what you teach them is the things they couldn't know, like how you move your head to one side, or to keep from swallowing too much water, or something like that. And it's the same with language teaching. Most of what's involved in acquiring a language, nobody's ever taught. An infant isn't taught, second language learners aren't taught, and it would be impossible to teach it, partly for the reason that we don't really know what it is, except partially. And if you did know, as I said, it would just confuse people, like trying to teach a kid learning how to swim, how to move his arm, or how to teach a basketball player how to go like that, You don't teach them that. So I think the answer to your question is just what your interests are.
There's another question. Just
Hi, Mr. Chomsky, I'm very honored to be here tonight. And I first had the book of yours in my hand some 40 years ago. It was the Strutture della Sintassi that our friend here must know in Italian. Can you? Okay, I'm very touched by the snowflake model, which I think it's a very simple model. Nevertheless, a model like that can make for a big pine forest. Somehow, I don't know if the angle is the same, but the pine forest grows a bit the same way snowflakes do. And my question here is relating to the first question. Somebody asked you about your ideas about linguistics in 50 years. I'm more concerned about human languages in 50 years. I just attended a conference in Ottawa a few weeks ago where there was about the 60 Canadian languages. They were saying that maybe just 3 would survive. I have a more optimistic view of it, and I'm work a bit for that as a volunteer. But I'm just wondering, how do you feel about all this linguistic data and the fact of maybe sometimes it is archived, but how about the evolution of all these languages that are now brought together with the new situation, new media we have of communication?
Well, disappearance of languages for linguists is just a tragedy. You're losing irreplaceably a massive amount of potential data that you could learn something from. It's like destruction of species for an entomologist or something. It's a tragedy. But I think it's also a human tragedy, because disappearance of language is not just the loss of a language. I mean, a language is a repository of cultural wealth, of historical wealth, of oral tradition, of ways of thinking, of customs, and so on. And all of that is just a loss for humans altogether. We're losing part of our heritage as human beings. And of course, for the people involved, it's a greater loss. And it's undoubtedly going on very fast. In fact, we usually think of Aboriginal languages as being lost quickly, which they are. But some of the fastest and most radical language loss is going on in Europe, which we don't think of much. So if you go back, say, 100 years or 200 years, or even 50 years in, say, Italy, people were speaking a variety of different languages, which are mutually unintelligible. They're called dialects, but that doesn't mean anything. They're just totally different languages, and they're disappearing very rapidly. There are plenty of people in Italy today, say, who can't talk to their grandmothers because they talk a different language, which was called the dialect of Italian. In French, it happened too a little bit earlier, German as well. Actually, I had a student, graduate student, the linguists here will know, who was he did his dissertation on German, New German. Well, he wanted to go teach in Germany. So he did. He got a job teaching in Cologne. His job was to teach German to German students, because what they spoke, their language, was some other thing. It was what's called a dialect of German, but it was mutually unintelligible with German. That was 40 years ago, I guess. You go to Cologne today, you don't hear a word of it. Yeah, it's just standard German. And that's happening all over Europe. You don't see it too much in the United States, some, because it's a very homogeneous society. But yeah, that's a serious loss. Incidentally, it's not irreparable loss. There are some cases where languages are being recovered. One of the most striking examples actually is Basque, which under Franco it was repressed. And, somebody's grandmother spoke it up in the hills maybe. But now it's the national language. You go to Wales, Cardiff, let's say, and walk in the streets. Kids are coming out of school talking Welsh. It's just revived, reconstituted. Catalonia is something sort of similar. And there are even cases, one really dramatic case, I think it's a model that others are now pursuing. It was actually in my department. Ken Hale was a really remarkable linguist. He, together with a woman from the Wampanoag tribe, which was a tribe that was one of the main languages that was spoken in New England back when the colonists arrived. arose. It's been gone for 100 years, not a single speaker. But this woman, Jenny Littledoe, and Ken Hale and a couple of his students succeeded in reconstructing it from missionary texts and comparative evidence. And now it actually has its first native speaker in 100 years, Jesse's 5-year-old daughter. And it's revitalized the tribe. Other people are learning it. It's becoming a language again. It can be done. It's not easy, but the process of language leveling and disappearance is kind of like species disappearance. It's happening very fast. And it's, I think it's serious, quite a serious problem.
A few questions? Yes, another question.
Hello, Professor Chomsky. I'm a PhD in linguistics at the University of Ottawa. So I have a question about free merge. So if we suppose that merge is free, that is not constrained by selectional requirements, how do we predict that, or how do we stop things like T and little p, for example, from merging and then reaching the semantic interface where supposedly it shouldn't reach, right? Those kind of derivations should be ruled out before they reach the interfaces.
Well, I don't really agree that derivations ought to be ruled out before they reach the interface, especially when it's selectional. I mean, there are some cases, interesting cases, where it is ruled out just by crashing. So if features conflict, okay? So if you have, a singular a singular subject and a plural, we think of it as verb, but actually inflection. All right, that's going to be a conflict. So the man are here. Actually, I don't think even that should be ruled out. Those things are intelligible. You have to kind of work to think what they might mean. But violation of selectional restrictions is a pretty normal aspect of language use. In literature, in poetry, it's all over the place. A violation of it gives you metaphors, for example, which are normal in language use. And these expressions have whatever meaning they do. Sometimes it takes an effort of thought, of mind, to try to assign an interpretation to them. But that's part of the process of reading complex literature. So if you take a look at literary studies of poetry, for example, like William Empson's famous 7 Types of Ambiguity, like 50 years ago, a lot of it is concerned with how poetry simplifies things to the point where you just can't understand it unless you impose a substantial amount of interpretation. And that's the point of it. It's to make you think and interpret and imagine and so on. And selectional violations have that property too. So why rule them out? They have whatever meaning they have.
So the last question, please.
Thank you. I have a question regarding the article you co-authored in 2002 regarding the FLN-FLB distinction. I was wondering whether you could say a word about recursion and whether you still endorse or not the recursion-only hypothesis for FLN.
Well, actually, that article didn't actually say that. A lot of people haven't read anything beyond the abstract, and a lot of the literature on that article just keeps to the abstract, okay? And the abstract does say that. But if you go into the article, it doesn't say that. It says what we're proposing is to be unique about human language is pretty much what I said today. Some computational process which is recursive, meaning it yields an infinite array of structured expressions, and the mappings to the interfaces, okay? That means to the semantic and the phonetic interface. Today I'd say it differently, so I wouldn't quite say that, because I think the mapping, at that time we thought it was symmetrical, but now it seems to me evidence is mounting that it's asymmetrical, that the design of language is oriented toward the thought system, and the sound side or the sign side or whatever modality it is peripheral for the it's the peripheral act of externalization. But apart from that, I think it's right. Also, that article says something else, which nobody seems to have noticed. There are other things that seem to be unique to language. I didn't mention them today. If you look at a language, a combinatorial system has atomic units, smallest units, which then are put together. The smallest units for language are sort of word-like things, not actually words, but small meaning-bearing elements, concepts, if you like. The concepts of human thought are radically different from those of any animal system that we know. And how they evolved is a complete mystery. But they're obviously there. I mean, no time to go into it, but they're quite different. So, for example, a common belief is, another dogma, is what's sometimes called the referentialist doctrine, that the words of language refer to objects that are extramental, non-mental. So say the word desk, refers to some object that a physicist could identify, or cow refers to some object that could be identified, individuated, without reference to the mind. And that is the way animal signal systems work. But human language just doesn't work like that, not in the least. As soon as you start thinking about it, you see that all of that collapses. And where that came from, I think, remains a total mystery. So to go back to the first question, if there's any insight into that in the next 50 years, it'll be a real contribution. But that's another thing. That's mentioned in the article, not pursued. But the basic changes that personally I would make are, one, to divorce mapping to the sensory-motor interface from the central position it had there, and to maintain the asymmetry I was talking about, and also to emphasize maybe more the fact that the base elementary concepts of language simply have no evolutionary origin that we know of. They came from somewhere, obviously, but nobody knows anything about them. And it isn't investigated because there's a lot of dogmas. Dogmas, for example, like the referentialist dogma. And until people are able to get to the point of being puzzled about those dogmas, we're not going to have any progress. We have millennia of the natural sciences to illustrate that, where there's virtually no progress because scientists just accepted what looked obvious as being obvious. And it almost never is. As soon as you look at it carefully, it's not obvious at all. It's very puzzling. And then you begin to raise questions about the simplest things, like why, if I'm holding a cup with steam in it, and I let go, why does the cup fall and the steam rise? And it's pretty puzzling when you think about it. And as soon as, say, Galileo was willing to be puzzled, you get modern science. That just hasn't happened in the human sciences, barely. And until that happens, we're not going to really have progress.
Professor Chomsky, we think.
Well, I'll start with a couple of general comments. Very briefly, as Hisa said, the field is roughly 60 years old. There have been enormous changes over this period, but a few things have remained fairly pretty constant. One is the recognition that at the core of language, there must be some generative procedure, recursive compositional procedure. The second is that the field ought to be, I think, framed within a biological context. So we're interested in what's come to be called I-language, internal, individual language viewed intentionally. We care about the actual system of rules, not just some class of objects it might enumerate. Those two stands, I think, have remained constant, but many changes in implementation and development. Well, it follows from this that the main thrust of theoretical work, apart from the minimal condition of trying to achieve some kind of descriptive adequacy for the variety of languages, the main thrust of theoretical work would be to simplify UG. And partly, in the first place, because that's just normal scientific practice, so you do it in every field, try to eliminate stipulations, achieve deeper explanations by reducing complexity and so on. That's just the nature of science, so that's one reason. And because of the biological context, there's another reason here, and that is in the background is a concern to try to show how this biological system could have originated, what's misleadingly called evolution of language. Of course, it's misleading, languages don't evolve, but the language capacity, UG, does evolve, or must have evolved, it's around. So one thing, the more stipulations and complexity, and the richer the assumptions about the nature of UG, the harder it's going to be, obviously, to try to account for how the system might have originated. So that's a separate reason, apart from normal scientific practice, to seek the simplest possible system. Well, we can, especially in the last 20 or 30 years, envision enough progress was made, I think, over the 60 years, so that maybe 20 years ago it was possible to envision with relative clarity what the optimal system would look like, the ideal to which we might strive. The optimal system would conform to what's been called the strong minimalist hypothesis. It's not precise, but some aspects of it can be made reasonably clear. One element of it would be that the combinatorial operation, the generative operation, should be as simple as possible. Now, there is a simplest possible combinatorial operation. It's found in every generative system, any recursive system. It's the operation that's come to be called merge, basically set formation in its simplest form. Notice that, as you know, merge has two special cases, external and internal, and there are no copy operations and no operation of remerge, contrary to what's often claimed. Just plain merge, the simplest possible combinatorial operation, in effect, set formation. So that should be, the optimal system will have that alone as the combinatorial operation. I think a further step is necessary if there's time we go into it, but at least that. And beyond that, if it's optimal, it just should refer to what have sometimes been called third factor properties, general laws of nature. In the case of a computational system, that would mean laws of computational complexity. These are, again, not totally clear by any means, but some things are pretty obvious, like less is better than more, or less search is better than more search, things like that. And from a very few simple assumptions about minimizing complexity, you can draw a fair number of conclusions. Well, the best system then would be one that meets just these conditions. Merge is the operation. Beyond that, minimal computation. In the talk I gave the other day, if some of you were there, I tried to show how this ideal system, and of course, the system is interesting if you can get significant results out of it. So what I tried to show the other day is that by just rough sketch, but you all know the details, so I won't go into it, by just assuming nothing but this, merge and minimal computation, you can derive some pretty surprising conclusions. One of them is that the output of the generative system yields the proper forms for semantic interpretation in quite complex structures. I gave simple ones, but it generalizes to quite complex ones. That means that what's generated is essentially a language of thought. Maybe, I suspect probably, the only language of thought. It kind of creates a system of thought. One conclusion. The second conclusion is that externalization in one or another sensory modality, usually speech, but could be sign or something else, externalization is just an ancillary process. It's not part of the core of language. Its properties do not enter into from these assumptions, do not enter into syntax and semantics, or the core systems of language. Rather, they're reflexes of the sensory motor system. And the nature of the externalization depends on which sensory motor system you're using. So the kinds of organization and arrangement that you have in sound are different from the ones that you have in sign, and would be different from ones used in some other modality, which is also possible. Touch, for example. That's the second conclusion. The third, and of course this is quite a hard task to relate the internal system, which is just based on, which satisfies, presumption is, the strong minimalist thesis, to relate this to the sensory motor system is a very hard cognitive task. Can be satisfied. The sensory motor system is not specifically adapted to language. It was apparently around hundreds of thousands of years before language suddenly emerged. And there are many ways to map one to the other. And it's a hard process. And in fact, that's what we find is that the complexity of language, what you have to learn when you learn a language, is almost entirely externalization. And it varies a lot because there are many ways to do it. Of course, there are principles. It's not just arbitrary. There are principles of phonology and morphology, which are non-trivial, but they have many possible implementations. And it's also susceptible to easy variation. So it changes all the time. And that's basically what we're all familiar with. Third conclusion is that most of the doctrines about the nature of language in the related fields, in linguistics, philosophy of language, cognitive science, most of them are just flat wrong. There's a doctrine which is held virtually at the level of dogma, that the way it's put is the function of language is communication. It's a kind of a curious notion because biological systems don't have functions. They do all sorts of things, like the spine, for example. What's the function of the spine? Hold the body up, preserve the nerves, produce white blood cells, all kinds of things. There's no particular function. But the dogma is that language, uniquely among biological systems, has a function, and the function is communication. But if these first two conclusions are correct, that has to be false, because communication is based on externalization. And if externalization is an ancillary property of language, then communication is even more so. This really is dogma. If you look at the related fields, it's simply taken for granted that it just has to be true, but apparently it's false if these arguments are correct. So that's another significant conclusion. It's extremely hard to get anyone in the fields to even contemplate it because it's so contrary to standard assumptions of recent years, not if you go back far enough. It also follows from this that virtually all the work that's done on what's called evolution of language is on the wrong track. It's almost entirely speculations about evolution of communication. And whatever one thinks of those speculations, they're not going to tell you anything about language. So that, if this is correct, that literature can be essentially dismissed. And the final conclusion that comes from this is that you do get explanations for some non-trivial properties of language. The one I talked about is the long-standing puzzle of structure dependence of rules, which is actually a very surprising property of language. If you look at it, it means that from the point of view of production and perception, parsing, language is systematically ignoring the simplest computational operations and is using much more complex ones. And that should puzzle people. It hasn't puzzled them enough, but was recognized to be a puzzle 50 years ago. Lots of efforts to deal with it, but it in fact would follow automatically if the strong minimalist thesis is correct. That's basically what I talked about the other day. Well, you can decide to what extent you think that's convincing, but to me it looks convincing, and I'll assume it here. If so, the major problem of linguistics, the driving issue in theoretical linguistics, ought to be to ask to what extent other aspects of language can be brought within the same set of assumptions. So what else can conform to the ideal? And ideally, we should try to show that everything can. I take it, at least from my point of view, that seems to me the nature of the field. The field should be an effort to try to determine to what extent every aspect of language is either ancillary, like externalization, or else falls under the strong minimalist thesis, including, crucially, syntax and semantics, what's called semantics. Actually, I should say that what's called semantics is actually syntax. It's symbol manipulation, a symbol manipulation of the kind that may have some significance about the outside world, just as phonology has some significance about sound. But nobody confuses phonology with sound, and we shouldn't confuse, say, model theoretic semantics with semantics. It would become semantics only if it's related to mind external objects, and it makes no effort to do that. So in fact, all of this is syntax in the technical sense, some of it oriented towards meaning and truth and inference, some of it oriented towards noises, but it's all syntax as long as it's in the head, as long as it's just computation. But crucially, the parts that are called syntax and semantics, they ideally ought to fall within the strong minimalist thesis. I think that's the goal we'd like to achieve. And what I'd like to do now is just pursue the question a little bit beyond and see if we can incorporate other aspects of language in the same framework. I'm going to use here examples of Hisa's and comments of his, which I don't know if other people have seen them, but does it be circulated? No, okay, this is just private between the two of us, and I'll modify some of these as I go along. I'd like to assume a fairly recent paper, the paper Problems of Projection, which I understand that a number of you are familiar with, so I'll kind of take that for granted. If you look back, this introduces some changes in the way the basic questions have been looked at by me and others. If you go back to, say, 50 years ago, there were a number of properties of language which were immediately taken to be subject to inquiry, have to be understood. One of them is composition, phrases, bigger phrases, and so on. Second is order. Things appear in a linear order. Third is projection. Phrases are of a certain type. So the early rules would be, VP, arrow, VNP, and so on. VP is the projection. Fourth was displacement. We understand phrases and positions other than where we hear them. These were the basic notions. The way it was divided up, division of labor in the early work, was that composition, projection, and order were part of phrase structure grammar. Displacement was part of transformational grammar. And over the years, most theoretical work has been an effort to try to simplify these two components of the system. So phrase structure grammar by the 1960s was simplified to X-bar theory, which eliminated a lot of rich stipulations. Unnoticed was the fact that X-bar theory actually introduced a new stipulation. It introduced the requirement of endocentricity. So X-bar theory forces endocentricity. I think that was a mistake. I think, in fact, there are very clear examples of non-endocentricity. In fact, every case of internal merge is the output is non-endocentric. There have been efforts to get around that, but I think they're a mistake. And probably the same is true just of subject-predicate. You go back to the syntactic structures and so on. The first rule was SRONP-VP, the traditional rule that sentences consist of subjects and predicates, and that's, of course, exocentric. And I think that's probably correct. The endocentric hypothesis forced a great deal of complexity and arbitrary decisions. But that was a consequence of the simplification of phrase structure grammar to X-bar theory. Well, over the years, it went on, finally leading to a bare phrase structure, but it still maintained the endocentric stipulation. With regard to transformational grammar, that went through various stages, ultimately reached Lasnik and Saito's theory of move alpha. That was what was going on for roughly 40, 50 years. The way it looks now, to me at least, is different. Order, I think, is out. As I said, that's just part of externalization, so that's not one of the properties that we have to deal with. Composition and displacement fall within merge. So they fall within the simplest combinatorial operation. And stress again, contrary to a lot of technical work that's coming out right now, there is no notion of copy. There's no notion of remerge, just merge, period. That leaves a projection. And projection is different from the others. The other three notions, composition, order, and displacement, are transparent. You virtually see them. They're right in the data, Projection, on the other hand, is a theory internal notion. You don't see it in the data. And I think it doesn't belong in the whole system. I think it's rather it's the result of a principle of minimal computation, a principle that tries to identify the nature of a syntactic object by minimal search. It's probably a third factor principle. Just there is an empirical assumption here. The empirical assumption is that at the level of conceptual intentional interface, the thought interface, it's necessary to know what kind of a unit a particular syntactic object is. So we'll interpret verb phrases differently from noun phrases, differently from clauses, and so on. So there has to be some procedure of identification. And optimally, it should be minimal search, finding the most prominent element. And that assumption is sufficient, again, to yield a couple of crucial consequences. One of them, it turns out, it follows at once from this that internal merge, what was called move, has two possibilities only. One is that it's successive cyclic, which is a good consequence because it is successive cyclic. A second is that the successive cyclic operations stop when the generation reaches what Luigi Rizzi called a criterial position, a certain type of position. And then it stops there, it can't go on. That's what Rizzi called the halting problem. You keep going successive cyclically, you're forced to go successive cyclically, you can't stop, and you have to get to a criterial position, then you must stop. These are observed features of internal merge, and they follow at once if you assume that the only properties are the ones I just mentioned. That's what's discussed in this paper, so I won't review it. The cases of internal merge that are significant for this are basically two types. One, indirect questions, embedded WH phrases. We have to look into the nature of those. And the second is subjects in subject-predicate constructions. And subjects have a number of curious properties which have always been mysterious. I'd like to talk about them. One is the property EPP, the extended projection principle. So why do things move into subject position altogether? If we accept, as looks plausible, the predicate internal subject hypothesis, which looks reasonable, why do you ever satisfy EPP? Or why must you satisfy EPP? That's one open problem involving subjects. And another one is the empty category principle, ECP. Why in certain structures is extraction from subject blocked, though in the same structures extraction from object is perfectly free? I suspect that these two properties are the same property. They correlate in striking ways. So if we take two major types of language, English-type languages which have overt expletives, and Italian-type languages which have null subjects, two major categories of language. It's striking that in the English-type languages, they have to satisfy both EPP and ECP. The Italian-type languages don't satisfy either of them. And this is true over quite a broad range. And it strongly suggests that these should be reduced to the same property. Maybe that's why they've looked so mysterious. They've been studied in quite different ways. Anyway, I'll try to pursue that suggestion. I should say, incidentally, that there's something a little misleading in just the history of the field. By accident, the first language that was studied in any depth was English. And other languages that were studied were kind of investigated on the model of English. And that's probably a serious error. English looks like an outlier. It's a very unusual type of language in these regards. If you look at the languages of the world, the languages that have overt expletives are pretty rare. And where they do have overt expletives, there's something weird about them. Always, every case I know. So in English, the overt expletive is an adverb. Why? I mean, it's a vaguely locational notion, but you really have to use rich metaphors to make it locational. Like, there are reasons for expecting it to snow tomorrow. There's no location. You take a look at, say, German. It's just an invented phrase. Es gibt has nothing to do with anything. Icelandic, it's a determiner. In French, it's il y a. Again, nothing to do with anything. Furthermore, these invented expletives actually have contradictory properties. So if you take something like il y a in French, it has to agree with an associate, but the expletive is singular and the associate can be plural. And the verb connected with the expletive is singular, it should be plural. So you actually get contradictions from the expletives. In Hebrew, the expletive is just some made-up word, has nothing to do with anything. Yesh, no structure, no nothing. Same in Arabic. And every case I know, and there aren't a lot of cases, the expletive is a strange unit. So to take this as the model for language is probably a bad mistake. In the Italian-type languages, the null subject languages, it's always been assumed that there's a null expletive. But as far as I can see, the only reason for assuming that is that in English there's an overt expletive. And that's obviously not a good reason. Probably there is no null expletive. It's just that EPP isn't satisfied in these languages, period. And strikingly, ECP isn't satisfied either. That interesting work by Luigi Rizzi on that years ago. And that seems to be quite general. So I think that suggests that we should look for a common origin to ECP and EPP. We should regard the English type languages as having some kind of extra, superficial extra property with, for some reason, they stick something into the expletive position and we'll want to ask why. Well, that's what I'd like to try to look at. I'm also going to assume strict cyclicity in the version that I'll assume here is phase theory. It's a particular version of the property of strict cyclicity that's been found all over the place, and that has a kind of obvious computational motivation. It's a much more economical computation if you can construct a unit and then forget about it, not bother changing it again. Obviously, that reduces computational burden very significantly, and I think that's probably the core driving motive behind the design of language as involving strict cyclicity. Phase theory gives one version of this, and I'll assume the phase internal phase impenetrability condition, PIC, as it was originally formed. So it formulated. So what's transferred, and I'll be concerned here really only with transfer to the CI interface. The other, as I say, is secondary. What's transferred is the interior of the phase. The edge of the phase, meaning the head and whatever may be merged to it, that's not transferred. That's accessible for later computation. Incidentally, in this approach, there is no notion of specifier. That was another mistake, I think, that came from X-bar theory. X-bar theory, because of its endocentric stipulation, had a notion of first merge, second merge, third merge, always merge to a head, and that introduced notions like specifier, second specifier, third specifier, but all of those are just stipulated. There's no motive for any of them, and I assume, I mean, I'll use the notion, but just for expository purposes. It has no meaning, just to refer to that position. So in that, just with that proviso, the specifier and the head are at the edge. All specifiers in the head are at the edge. There may be more than one. And they're accessible to later computation, but what's transferred is frozen. You don't have to look back at it anymore. I'll take that as the nature of phase theory. In my own recent work, I did suggest some problems with that. I thought were problems, but I think it was a mistake. So if you take a word like, say, leave in English, the verb L-A-V-E, leave, if you just look at the interior part, leave, NP, it's undetermined whether it's an unaccusative or a transitive, and it'll get a different interpretation, whether it means, suppose you have leave the class, it could come out the class left, okay, unaccusative, or it could come out the teacher left the class, transitive. And if you just look at leave the class, you can't tell. So I assumed incorrectly that in order to determine the interpretation of this phrase that's getting transferred, you had to look and see if there was a subject, okay? If there is a subject, it's going to be transitive. If there isn't a subject, it'll be unaccusative. Now, the subject is inside the phase, but it's outside what's being transferred. So I assumed that in order to transfer, you had to take a look at what's outside of what's being transferred. But that's just a mistake. There's a subject if and only if the head is V star. There's a property of the head which is going to be one-to-one correlated with whether there's a subject. Furthermore, because of inheritance of features, the properties of the head will in fact be inherited by the V that's inside. Okay, so if you look at the V that's inside, you know right away whether this is transitive or unaccusative. So therefore, it's not necessary in cases like these, there are a lot of cases like these, it's not necessary to inspect anything outside of the interior in order to transfer the interior. So that complication, as far as I know, can be eliminated. It was just a mistake of mine. So I will assume that just that PIC works straight, no complications. Well, let's proceed further with Hisa's examples, and I guess it would help if I use, I don't know how good your imaginations are, but let me use the blackboard. I think it'll probably be easier. Assume I can get this to work. So take his first example, the boy. What do I want? And then here we have, I don't know, saw the dog. And call this, which do I want? Call this one alpha and call this one beta. And then as many right brackets as you need, okay? How does this work? How do we generate it? Well, the first assumption, this is now based on the work of Lasnik and Saito, actually derived from suggestions of Masa Koizumi going back to Paul Postal years ago about raising to object. The first assumption, which is an interesting one, is that this goes over here. Okay, and you know the arguments for that. It's a pretty, the case where this is significant is ECM, exceptional case marking. So if you have the sentence, John expected Bill to come, is Bill in the higher clause or the lower clause? Semantically, it's in the lower clause. But it turns out that for a lot of properties, it acts as if it's in the upper clause. That was Postal's original observation. Lasnik and Saito have a version of it in contemporary terms. And I think that's correct. I think they have, personally, I resisted it for a long time, tried to find ways around it, but I think it's correct. So that means the dog is really over here. I'll drop the article. And here, this is, of course, it just means the same thing. It's copy, but I won't write the copy. You're familiar with that. Well, how does that work? First of all, what gets transferred? Well, we want beta to be transferred. The phase, this whole thing is a phase, but this is the edge, so that's not going to get transferred. But beta ought to get transferred. And by the basic assumption, it'll be transferred only if everything's labeled. If something is not labeled, it can't be transferred because it'll crash. There won't be any way to interpret it. So the crucial question is beta labeled? There's, of course, this. The way I assume it works is that V star has features like signs, accusative case, and so on. And in some languages, visibly, there's agreement with the object. I assume there is in all languages, but it's not always visible. So the features of this go down to this thing. Dog has features. This is an XP-YP structure, the kind that's not allowed by X-bar theory, but that clearly exists. And the assumption in the paper that I'm assuming here is that if the two XP and YP have the same most prominent feature, okay, then that serves as the label. The search procedure, minimal search, will just find the same thing in both XP and YP. So it'll label it by essentially the phi features. Okay, so beta is labeled by phi features. So that's okay, it can get transferred. Now there's an interesting question that arises about the raising to object. Laszlo and Saito give some evidence that indicates that it's optional. There's other evidence that indicates that it's obligatory. So if you take a sentence like, take ECM, John expected him to leave, condition B applies obligatorily. And according to the whole framework of the discussion, it shouldn't if it's optional, because the conditions for an AFR are supposed to be basically clause-bound. Okay. But it looks obligatory, and I'll assume that it's obligatory. That raises a question of what about the cases that they gave where it doesn't seem to be obligatory? So that's a homework assignment, show that there's something wrong with those cases. But let's take it to be obligatory, which I think it probably is. Then that raises the question why it's obligatory. Okay. One possible answer to why it's obligatory, which I suspect is correct, is that saw is not actually a verb, but that it's a root. I'm now going to be assuming the approach to lexical items that's developed and discussed by Alec Morantz, but discussed in enormous detail, 3 thick volumes by Hagit Borer, quite interesting work. It basically assumes that every language is essentially proto-Semitic, has roots and inflections that determine what the category of the root is. It may not be accidental that Hebrew is Hagit's native language, but the tendency to make your own language the universal one. But I think this is pretty good evidence for this. You can look at it and decide. So suppose what we have here is really a root, and the reason we're interpreting it as a verb is because this thing is a verb. Okay, so that means that the roots get their categorical character by the inflectional element that identifies them. Okay, that incidentally cuts out a redundancy, namely the redundancy between small v and big V. If this was small n, then this would be an n, so we eliminate that redundancy. If that's correct, then it's plausible that roots are simply not candidates for labeling. They don't have any properties. They don't have enough properties. So roots are not candidates for labeling. Let's assume that. And I think there's good reason for that, even if you just look at head-to-head constructions. I'll discuss it a little bit in that paper. So if roots aren't candidates for labeling, then raising is forced. Otherwise, this thing can never be labeled, right? So that forces raising, which seems to be the case, and it'll give this as being labeled by the shared features of XP and YP. Notice that the same argument will carry over to raising to subject, okay? And that's what I think we should be looking for, some similarity between the various operations that take place. So take EPP, okay? EPP is going to end up with a DP, let's call it, and a T. It's an XP-YP phrase. X-bar theoretic approaches have not permitted it to be viewed as XP-YP. Arbitrarily, it was regarded as a TP with the DP, the specifier of TP, but that's perfectly arbitrary. You could have just regarded TP as the specifier of D. The theory tells you nothing. The opposite was picked because it's correct, but not because there was any evidence for it. Okay, so we want to throw that out. It's not an endocentric construction. And the question, EPP, the EPP problem is why this has to be here. Okay? Why, say, in English, unaccused? Notice that the issue arises specifically for unaccusatives or passives, something where there's no nothing nothing internally driving the subject to raise. So why in English don't you have sentences like why aren't there normally sentences like "there arrived a man"? Notice that there are such sentences, but they have a very peculiar properties. You can't say "who did there arrive," let's say, or anything. You can't relativize it. And the reason, I think, is that a man is actually adjoined. It's underlyingly there, but it raises. And in fact, you see that in sentences where you put more structure in, like there arrived last night 3 men from Germany. You can't say there arrived 3 men from Germany last night. It has to be off at the edge, and it doesn't raise, and so on. So actually, there are no sentences like the Italian unaccusatives, it appears. And when you don't have that, the question is why there has to be inserted. Why doesn't it come out like Italian, where you can just have arrived a man? That's perfectly normal. Nothing wrong with it. As I mentioned before, in Italian linguistics, it's generally assumed, universally assumed, that there's an empty pro there. But I think that's just because it's modeled on English. The natural assumption is there's nothing there. Doesn't satisfy EPP. There's plainly a parametric difference between English and Italian. English is a type, Italian is a type. It's not these particular languages. What's the parametric difference? It's usually been related to richness of inflection. It does seem to correlate very closely with richness of inflection. Well, let's pursue that intuition and take a look at T. In the English type languages, T probably has no features at all. It's the features that it has depends on the context that it's in. So if T is in a CT construction, it's going to have the feature tense and have 5 features. If there is no C, if it's an infinitive, it'll have essentially no features. Okay, so T itself is basically featureless. It's just a position which has to be there for a variety of reasons. But it's let's call it weak. That makes it like R. It would be the kind of element that can't function as a label. Okay, it's too weak in English. And notice that requires, exactly as in this case, it requires that raising be obligatory, or else that something be there, so that you can get the XP, YP type labeling. Well, the 2 things that can happen are either the subject raises or you get an expletive. The expletive is some arbitrary element, which I presume is just there so you can get the shared features and label the subject-predicate construction. What about Italian? Well, in Italian, the T is rich, so it does have the property that it can serve as a label, so you don't have to raise and you don't need an expletive. Okay? Now that would distinguish the Italian and the English type, and it would be similar to this with one difference. The difference is that in both the English and the Italian type, you do have to have raising to object, because R is always weak. It's not parametrized. T is parametrized, R isn't. Okay? R just universally is not a possible label. T in itself is not a possible label, but if it's enriched by inflection intrinsically, then it can be. I think that gives part of the story as to why English type and Italian type languages differ with regard to the inflection, but not with regard to the raising to object. Okay, that's the beginning of that. Okay, let's proceed on with this. Suppose we extend this, and we have, I'm still following, he says, yeah, we extend this by adding some C here, let's say that to start with. I'll change it to others. And here we have another element, let's call it gamma, which will include T, and then alpha, that one up there, okay? Well, we know what has to happen. This position has to be filled, either by an expletive or by raising of the subject. Let's take that case. The raising of the subject is formally the same as the raising to the object, okay? But it's different in that it's parametrized. For English, it has to happen just like object. For Italian, it can, but doesn't because the T is already rich enough. That means that for the English type, EPP is obligatory, and gamma here gets transferred because it's all labeled. The connection between these two is the shared most prominent element, essentially the 5 features, and that's the label. So gamma is fine. We can interpret that. Before going on with this, let me move over here and take a slightly closer look at the property of head movement that's involved. Okay, notice that both of these involve head movement cases. The root is raised in the lower case, and the V goes to T in the some languages, French, not English, in the other case. So let's look at that. What's all that about? Well, head movement has been problematic for a long time. There's conflicting evidence as to whether head movement is syntactic or phonological. Okay, it looks syntactic because it's successive cyclic. So, for example, here the root will go to V star, and ultimately it'll go to T, and then it can even go on to C. Okay, and each time the assumption is it's joined to the next highest head, but that's successive cyclic movement, and that can't take place in the externalization, right? It has to be syntactic. So there have been many attempts to try to interpret head movement as an externalization property, but this is the basic reason why they run into trouble. It has this essentially syntactic property. On the other hand, there's strong evidence that it's phonological, that it doesn't feed the CI interface. The strongest evidence is it has no semantic content. A movement and A bar movement always have very significant semantic content. That's duality of semantics, basically, which looks like a deep linguistic property. But head movement never does. So you go back to, say, Jean-Yves Pollock's original arguments about this, distinguishing French from English. French and English verbs are interpreted exactly the same way, though the French ones are raising to T and the English ones are not. And furthermore, internal to French, if the verb raises to T or stays behind, say because an auxiliary raised to T, they still have the same interpretation. So the head move, and quite generally, head movement is not doing anything semantically, which must mean that it shouldn't be feeding the CI interface. And that's been the problem about head movement for a long time. There's other related problems, but this looks like a straight contradiction. Well, how could we resolve it? Remember that I don't even know if I'll need this, all operations are taking place at the phase level, right? Except for external merge, because you have to construct the phase in the first place. But apart from external merge, all operations are at the phase level. That includes internal merge, and it includes transfer. However, notice that there are various orders in which these operations could apply at the phase level. So, for example, one possible order is that transfer could apply before raising applies. I think that's probably what's happening with head movement. The transfer is proceeding before the raising of the head, so you have no somatic effect of the raising. The raising then takes place, which puts the head at the edge position, so it can be picked up by the next phase. That gives you the syntactic property. Okay, if that's the way, that's one of the options that's automatically available if all operations take place at the phase level. So and that would resolve the contradiction, right? So I suspect that that's what's going on. So let's assume that's head movement. If correct, it solves that set of problems. Okay, let's go on beyond. Suppose that instead of the dog, we had which dog? I'll just write it this way. Okay. The boy saw which dog. It's going to come out as a question or maybe a relative, depending on how it ends up. Same as before, this is going to have to raise to here, but now it's going to have to raise to here, okay, because it's going successive cyclically. So let's put something else in here. We have the, oh, I'm sorry, wrong. Well, here we have boy. This is the V star phase, and the which is going to appear here, and keeping to, he says, notations, which you don't have, but it makes it easier for me. That's lambda, okay? Maybe you can circulate your notes, it'll help. So we have to look at this thing. This is a V star P, right? It has the WH phrase moving to the edge on its way to where it'll end up. Boy is just the external argument. It's stayed in place, and the rest is the same. What happens here? Well, now, alpha. This thing is still alpha. Keep that the way it was. Actually, we changed it. But alpha here has no label, notice, because it's an XP-YP structure. This is the YP. But these share no feature. Okay. This is the inflectional element that's connected with the object position. And it doesn't tell you anything about the subject. Okay, like you could have object plurality and subject singular and so on. So that means that alpha can't be labeled. Okay, so something has to happen, and we know what has to happen. This has to raise in the next phase. That's EPP. Okay, once that raises in the next phase, then, because the whole nature of visibility of units that's discussed in the paper, I won't go through it, this thing will simply, alpha will simply be labeled V star, because its copy essentially makes it invisible for the reasons that are discussed in the paper. It's kind of a discontinuous element, okay? You look at the paper for details. So therefore, EPP will permit alpha to be labeled, and alpha at least will be transferred. On the other hand, what about lambda? Well, that's another XP-YP structure, and that's not going to be labeled. So on the next phase, where we're trying to label this thing, we'll get stuck. Well, we know the answer to that one. The WH phrase has to raise. Okay, that will then enable lambda to be labeled at the next phase, and everything can get transferred. Okay? That's the second, that's why this is a case where a WH phrase is raised to the edge of the V star P, but then it's compelled to go on to the next phase, which will, say, be a CP. Okay? Could be a V star P, but we'll pretend it's a CP, the same thing if you, either way. All right, that takes care of that. Now, suppose we do raise it all the way. Then we get something like which dog, and here we have a C, and then the rest of it, that's after the raising from the V star P. What about that? Well, whether that's labeled or not depends on what the C is. If the C has a Q feature, it's inherently interrogative. That's an inherent property of a clause. If it's inherently interrogative, then the feature will match the interrogative feature of that. There's more to say here, but let's just go into it more if you like. But match the, I should stop. No, okay. Well, just a second. I'll try to finish. Then if this is a Q, these two will match, and that's the criterial position. So it stops. So we have to ask why it stops. We still have the halting problem to deal with. If it's a declarative, then we got the same problem. We have to have successive cyclic movement. Okay, that's that category of things. Now let's take a look at violating freezing. Suppose that this is a Q. Sorry that this is getting a little messy, but maybe you can watch it. Suppose this is a Q and we try to raise this farther. So we now get a sentence like, which dog do you wonder, an inherent Q down below, which dog you wonder, will the boy see, something like that. Well, the problem with that's a problem because the internal sentence is a yes or no question. It's now a yes or no question, right? Just has a Q, nothing else. So you're trying to embed a yes or no question inside a WH question, and that's just incoherent. So it crashes at the interface level by incoherence. That would solve the halting problem for this case. I'll refer you to Hisa's work for what happens in Japanese, which is interestingly different. Okay, maybe he'll like to bring it up. But for the English type languages, the halting problem for this case is solved by the fact that you just get incoherence. You're getting a question, a yes-no question inside a WH question. Can't happen. Next case. Suppose you get a sentence. Take the sentence. Which dog, I'll go over these fast because it's getting late. Do you wonder if, say, the boy likes? Here, the which phrase came here, normal way to the V star, and then it came to this position, edge of the CP, and then it went on. And it's okay, but the question we have to ask is, why didn't it stay right here? Okay, it looks like an indirect question. Well, if you take a look at it, you have to ask what if is. Notice that if, the same would be true if instead of if we had, say, why or whether or something like this. And in fact, if is probably in that category. Okay, it's a Q, basically. It's the same category as the WH words. But that means that if we have a WH phrase here, we're going to have an XP-YP structure, which is unlabelable. They have no features in common, right? The thing that is moved successive cyclically has no features in common with the WH phrase that's inside. So therefore it can't stay, and therefore it's going to have to move on. And you get the correct sentence, which dog do you wonder if the boy likes, or which dog do you wonder why the boy likes, or any of those. They all work. Well, that raises the last question. Suppose we tried to raise the subject. Why don't we get which boy do you wonder if likes the dog looks exactly parallel, right? Instead of raising, we ought to come out the same way. If we ought to be able to raise the boy, which boy to here, then raise it to the front, and get which boy do you wonder if likes the dog? Well, that's obviously out. That's ECP, right? So why should ECP be blocked? Notice it's blocked for English. It's not blocked for Italian. Okay, that's crucial. Well, we have the answer to that already. If we raise the boy, we're going to be left here with a T, which is too weak to be labeled. Okay, because this is English, remember. It has the weak T. It has to have this here in order to get a label. So this is stuck. That's the halting problem for subject, which gives the ECP, okay? Reduces to the same property that gave the EPP distinction for the English and the Italian type languages. So without going on any further, the EPP and ECP do fall together from this point of view, and the two different types of languages differ as we want. They differ for null subject, but not null object. There are null object languages, but that's different. These two categories are as we like. The object raising is obligatory. The subject raising is obligatory for the English type, not for the Italian type. That's the EPP property. The halting problem holds for the English type, but not the Italian type. That's the ECP property. So again, all of this seems to follow just from the ideal case, the perfect case. Nothing assumed other than minimal merge and minimal computation. Well, that is the, I'll just close there. That's, I think, the ideal towards which theoretical linguists ought to strive, to ask how much can be accommodated with no assumptions. And for reasons I mentioned the other day, this would fit quite well with the very little we know about origin of language. So it's plausible from other directions that this ought to be the right kind of answer. And the task is show that it's true. Because on the surface it doesn't look true, too many problems. But that's the nature of science. Nothing looks like it works on the surface. The idea is to try to show that it does. Okay?
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll have 3 microphones that we can have run around the room. We have approximately 20 minutes for questions. So, questions, comments, discussions, anything from anybody.
Specific to the last illustration of the successive cyclic cases of embedded interrogative, you said that if or whether or something like that interrogative, T is also weak.
Is
T, that
for English type.
For English type, so that the strong T is only for the declarative C.
For the Italian type.
For English cases.
Well, for English, my assumption is that the parametric difference, there is a parametric difference between English type and Italian type. That's the null subject distinction. And I'm suggesting that the parameter resides in the nature of T. For the Italian type, T is richer. That's, in fact, the usual assumption. It's got rich inflection. For the English type, it's weaker. And it therefore is too weak to serve as a label, which means that it has to be enriched, metaphorically speaking, by being paired with something which shares the same 5 features. But then if you raise that thing, it's invisible again, so it won't label the lower thing.
So in English, across the board, is T.
Pardon?
In English, across the board, T is weak.
Across the board, it's weak.
That's the assumption.
And that's going to force EPP and force ECP. It unifies the two things. And for Italian, it's rich, so it doesn't have either of them.
I have a related question about EPP. So that what you mean is that even the Italian is it the language variation or the kind of construction variation? Because that in Italian case it's strong, but how about the infinitival T of Italian case?
How about what?
How about the T
ECP?
EPP?
EPP.
Yeah.
Doesn't hold for Italian. Now, it's assumed to hold.
I mean, infinitival.
What?
Infinitives in Italian. Infinitives.
Infinitivals in Italian.
In infinitivals. You don't have it.
In Italian.
In Italian.
Do infinitivals obey the EPP?
You can have an infinitival without a subject. It's usually assumed to have a subject, but the subject is null. How do we know it's there? My guess is that this assumption about Italian is based on a false analogy to English, just because of a historical accident. English was studied first, so the other languages that were studied kind of picked the English model. But that's a very bad model, because English is extremely unusual. And in fact, most languages just don't have an expletive. You can have a subject, but you don't have to. So the standard Italian sentences just have like verb, subject, or verb, object, subject, something like that. They assume that there's something left in the subject position. So when you have, say, what's called a raising of subject to the right in the Italian linguistics literature, they're assuming that it starts in the subject position, raises to the right, and leaves a trace. But there's no reason for that, other than that's the way English would work. And that's obviously not a reason. So it's probably the case that the Italian-type languages just don't have EPP and don't have any null expletives.
Okay.
Yeah.
Two questions. First, so if in English, if T is weak across the board, what happens in the case of ECM infinitival and raising infinitival, where T, has
no
already not
basically no features.
No features, right?
Yeah.
And so if that's the case, even raising the subject into the infinitival,
Just ordinary, like A movement.
yeah. But even if you raise the subject, you can still get labeled, right? Since because T has no features at all there.
It's probably labeled V-star. I suspect that it's probably the answer. The T is so weak it just gets absorbed into the T-star.
So do you think
It's
there
a
is...
good question, but I think that's probably the answer.
Yeah, and do you think there is a successive cyclic A movement?
Pardon?
Do you think there is successive cyclic A movement?
Well, there is. That's tricky.
Right.
The literature is kind of conflicted on that. The question is whether you get reconstruction in A movement. And it's a pretty complicated story. There's some evidence for it, but it's pretty weak evidence. I mean, the evidence for reconstruction in A movement is things like they seem to her to like Mary, where you seem to get a condition C effect. And on the other hand, if you take, they seemed to Mary to like herself, you can't get it. So condition A is blocked, and condition C works, which would follow if there's something in the embedded subject position. So that's the kind of evidence that suggests you get reconstruction. On the other hand, there's plenty of evidence that says you don't. Lasnik has some papers on this. Savigny Trito has some questions. They depend on pretty complicated arguments about negation and quantification and how they get interpreted and so on. But I think it's kind of like an open question whether the successive cyclic movement.
Other questions?
Can I have one more? Yeah. And what do you think about the label for topicalization CP?
Well, topicalization is presumably only a root phenomenon.
Yeah, right. Sure.
So you don't really have to label it.
So
I mean, there have to be.
I thought you were claiming that in order to get interpreted, you need label, right?
What?
I think you claimed in problems of projection that you need to have a label in order to get interpreted, right?
Yeah, but there are a lot of questions about root sentences. Every approach has to say something special about what's at the root. Like Hadge-Ross tried performative analysis, and others have tried other things. But whatever's special about the root, we can just say the label's just root. Now, there are embedded topicalizations, but if you take a look at them, they have the prosodic structure of separate sentences. So they probably are actually embedded root sentences. The crucial case is WH, because that's clearly embedded. Topic and focus look like root phenomena. The topicalization is an interesting case because, in the case, it has to do with this thing which I kind of waved my hands about how you get the Q on the WH phrase. Notice that a WH phrase is basically ambiguous. It could turn out to be a relative. It could turn out to be a WH phrase. If it's Italian, it could just, Japanese, it could just be an indefinite pronoun, So it doesn't seem to be marked for one or the other, which suggests that it actually has an unvalued feature, and that feature is determined by what it's related to. If it's related to a Q, that unvalued feature will become Q, and then you get the shared features. If it's a relative, be associated with declarative, will get minus Q, or whatever you call it, right? And if it's just an indefinite, it'll stay an indefinite. What about but now that raises a question about topicalization. Topicalization, virtually any phrase can be topicalized. It can't be marked by a feature saying I'm a topic, because it can even be a generated phrase. Like you can say, what you like surprised me, where what you like gets topicalized, but it's generated. So there can't be a feature on the phrases that get topicalized that say I'm a topic, which must mean that the operation's free, and that it becomes a topic because of the way it ends up. Maybe because of Rizzi's left periphery, or maybe just because of something general about the position of roots. But that's why the WH phrases are a little misleading, because they have a property that makes it look as if, in the earlier systems where movement was restricted to agreement, to feature agreement, topicalization never fit, because there's no property to a topic or focus. It could be anything. Yeah.
I have a very easy question. I wonder how does agree with in Italian?
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
In Italian, I mean subject and T. How does
subject and T agree in Italian?
What?
How do subject and T agree in Italian?
Just just the same as unaccusative. So suppose you have in Italian an unaccusative, like arrived a man. Okay, a man is nominative, singular. Arrived is going to be singular, and has the same 5 features as a man. That's just a long-distance agreement. Okay.
Agreement is another operation.
Long-distance agreement works. I mean, I think that is agreement. The unvalued 5 features of the T relate to the valued features of the associate. The unvalued features of the T get valued, and the structural case feature of the associate gets valued. So if it's a T, it'll get valued nominative. It's a V star, it'll get valued accusative. But that's just long-distance agreement, which you get in English-type languages too, but they're defective in the manner that I said. So you do get things like, there arrived a man, or there was killed a man, but defectively, like they don't undergo WH movement and so on. But that's long-distance agreement. That's the normal case. It doesn't have to move to. I mean, what was called spec head agreement at one point has a residue in this system, namely sharing features, but there's no spec head agreement. The agreement's taking place before it gets raised by long distance agreement. Okay, so if you have a sentence like John saw, the man, whatever that was, the boy saw the dog, in the base position for the boy as internal subject, VP internal subject, it agrees with the tense. That's independent of its raising. It agrees with the tense even if it stays there. Okay, why does it raise? Because of labeling problems.
I'm just curious about the notion of chain uniformity in the case of ECP. Because you suggest that the chains must be uniform, right? A chains must be uniform and A bar chains must be uniform.
Can you repeat it?
I'm sorry.
I'm interested in the notion of chain uniformity.
Chain uniformity, he's talking about.
Chain uniformity.
Chain uniformity.
Yeah, A chains must be uniform and A bar chains must be uniform.
Yeah, I understand. I don't think we need the notion, as far as I know. There is a notion like chain, if you want. When you raise something, you get two copies. And that's basically a discontinuous, at the phase level, you can see that that's a discontinuous element. Beyond the phase level, you can't see anything. But at the phase level, you can tell that two occurrences are copies, not we have to distinguish in any theory between copies and repetitions. Okay, so there's going to be a difference between the sentence, take the sentence, he saw him, or the boy saw the boy. Now that's a possible sentence if the two occurrences of the boy are independent of one another. It can mean that boy saw that boy. And that is, intuitively, that means you draw them from the lexicon separately. On the other hand, if you say the boy was killed, there are also two occurrences of the boy, but they're the same. They're not repetitions. They were drawn from the lexicon once. And you can tell that at the phase level. The reason is that it's at the phase level that all operations apply. So at the phase level, you know whether internal merge applied. And therefore, you can tell whether two identical elements are copies or repetitions. If internal merge applied.
You were saying in the last case, the which boy case, in the last subject extraction case, the phase head can distinguish the two copies, one in spec T and one in spec C.
In the last case that you looked at, the which boy case?
Yeah. The head C can distinguish, can tell that.
Let's see what the last case was. Which boy do you wonder if likes the dog?
Yes, that case. And one copy sits in spec C, spec of if, and the other copy sits in spec T.
So you have two copies, spec if, spec T.
Spec if and spec T.
Two copies.
Yeah, but that's within a single phase. Well, it's actually, I skipped the V star P phrase. There's a V star P in between. I just skipped that one. But if the WH phrase is first going to go to the spec V star, right? That's inside a phase. You can tell that they're copies. Then the next one is in another phase. You can tell that they're copies. And then we have transitivity of identity. Each successive cyclic movement requires that at every phase, you determine whether two identical things are copies. If they're copies, then at the next phase, you're going to get copies, and then you have transitivity of identity. It should be formalized, but that's the intuition. I think it works straight. Yeah.
Okay, go over here first.
I would like to ask the question about the syntactic object named lambda on the whiteboard.
Yeah.
It's a multiple spec structure. And
so that's the WH phrase on a V star P.
Yeah. And if the labels are determined by minimum search, the label of alpha should be the head of the the phrase in the outer spec of little b star, right?
So you're asking about alpha, the V star P, the subject of V star P.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the
Oh.
base position of the subject.
Yeah, but and what I mean to say is, it's what I'm talking about is lambda, which includes the WH.
Lambda has a WH phrase attached to it. So the question is why you don't get any labeling?
Well, yeah.
Well, you don't get any label. Yeah, I understand.
It seems to me that the label of lambda should be the head of WH.
No, because it's an XP-YP structure.
Yeah,
but when you have an XP-YP structure, the algorithm doesn't know which head to pick.
But the label of WH phrase is closer to.
It depends how complicated the WH phrase is.
But you say.
So I mean, the other one also has a prominent feature.
But you say.
In fact, the most prominent feature of the other one is V star.
Okay. But I think you say subject and the little b stuff. When you talk about external argument and its sister, you say minimal search is ambiguous. So the minimal search locates D and little b star. So
I understand.
In the same way, if we consider in the same way, the lambda's label should be Q or the.
Yeah, I understand.
D.
We have to understand search of XP, YP to always be ambiguous. And notice that how deep it'll be depends on the structure of the phrase. So if it's pictures of which book did you see, it's going to be deep, but it'll still be a WH phrase. So the concept of, you're quite right, the concept of ambiguous search will have to have the property that for XP, YP, it's always ambiguous, unless there's a shared feature which is equally prominent. Otherwise, it could go either way, depending on the structure of the phrase. Yeah, and we clearly don't want that. Yeah.
Okay, we only have time for one more question at this point. So, the last question here.
You are assuming the labeling is determined in the case of head movement after transfer, right? Then do you think you are going to extend that position to the adjunction structure generally? I mean the timing of labeling.
The raising is after transfer.
I mean, suppose we have an adjunction structure of any type.
Let me see if I...
Head movement or XPYP case.
I'm sorry, say it again. Suppose
we have an adjunction structure.
Adjunction?
Yeah.
I didn't go into adjunction structures here. That's an interesting question. I said at the beginning that I think merge is not quite rich enough. The reason it's not quite rich enough is because of adjunction structures.
Okay, so suppose we have created or merged and end up with the adjunction structure.
If we have one?
Suppose we moved and we have applied the internal merge to something. Then we have an adjunction structure.
A head movement, you mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, the head movement itself, I think, is adjunction.
Yeah. Then how about the XP case?
The what?
Of adjunction.
XP case is not adjunction. It's just set merge. That's one of the differences between, that's one of the reasons why why a head movement in the past has been sometimes thought of as phonological. Notice it doesn't meet the extension condition.
Yeah.
Head movement does not meet the extension condition. It's adjoined internally to the unit. And that was one of the arguments for saying it's really phonological.
Okay.
Okay, but I think that property of head movement has to be maintained. So when you join V star to T, it remains a T. It doesn't become a V star. And if it's moving up to C, it's the T that's moving up, not the V star. So the thing that's adjoined is always asymmetrically related to what it adjoins to, and that's pair merge, I think. Kind of like relative clauses or indefinite numbers of adjectives. They're all pair merged. They're not set merged. That's why you can have an indefinite number of them. If you go to the early days of phrase structure grammar, one of the big problems, Howard Lasnik had papers on this and others, is how you can get an indefinitely long coordination. John is tall, happy, angry at his brother, tired of the world, and so on and so forth. It's just unstructured coordination. And it can go on indefinitely and has no hierarchic structure. And that's impossible with phrase structure grammar, right? You can't generate things like that. And I think the answer is that that's not set merge. All of those cases have an asymmetry built into them. The adjective, in traditional grammar, what you say is the adjective is predicated of the verb, of the noun. The adverb's predicated of the verb. But once you've predicated it, it remains what it was. Okay, same with relative clauses. You can stack up relative clauses indefinitely. They have no internal hierarchy. But when you add a relative clause to a noun, it's still a noun. So I think that requires another operation, the next more complicated operation after set merge, which is pair merge, which gives an asymmetry. And that seems to be the way head movement works. It gives you an asymmetry. Okay, so the V that's adjoined to T leaves the unit as a T, kind of the way an adjective adjoined to a noun leaves the unit as a noun. And that doesn't satisfy the extension condition. So it's not, that was, as I said, one of the arguments for saying it's not syntax. And I think it is a kind of a mixture of syntax and externalization, which probably relates to the timing of the transfer and raising operations. Could just reduce to that. But I don't think you can get around the fact that it is always an adjunction operation. I mean, there are attempts to get around it, like Ora Matushansky has an article in which he argues that head movement really goes to spec, and then you have some kind of merger operation. But that's just the merger operation is just a way of saying it ends up being adjunction. Has no other function. You know?
We're very glad to have you back. You were here in 2008, and now Google's grown considerably, and you have a considerable audience. And as was mentioned earlier, the questions I'm about to pose to you are from Googlers. So you guys went online and you posted questions and you voted on them. All right, so the first one, your early view of the potential abuse of the internet as a political medium seemed to convey a wait-and-see attitude. How has your view evolved, and where do you think the balance of power is headed?
Well, the internet is obviously a tremendous research tool. We use it all the time. I assume by internet you mean more generally the whole kind of IT system that's developed. And it's certainly useful for activists and organizers. Almost all activist efforts and enterprises involve intercommunication through the internet. On the other hand, we don't have to talk about the fact that it's a tremendous tool for power systems to control and dominate in all sorts of ways. I, by now, hardly have to mention the NSA revelations, Edward Snowden's revelations. Commercial institutions like Google, for example, use it to undermine privacy and independence in all kinds of ways. So the balance of power is where it always was and expanding. Any technology that's around is going to be used by systems of concentrated power to dominate and control. And you can't open a newspaper now without new things appearing. So take this morning. If you happen to look at this morning's newspaper, there was a report of an Associated Press, some revelations that they've dug out recently about efforts to develop by the U.S. government through USAID, which is supposed to be an aid organization, to carry forward the intensive U.S. efforts to undermine and overthrow the government of Cuba. You read the report, it's interesting for what it says and what it doesn't say. What it says is that the government, through USAID, has tried to set up a kind of a social media inside Cuba that could be used to organize crowds to protest with the people not really knowing who they're working for and what they're doing. And the original AP report, most of which didn't get printed, at least what I saw, says that this has already been used in many other places, the Philippines, Ukraine, and so on, to try to organize anti-government protests, which raises quite a few questions about what's going on around the world. Well, this is one of the techniques that's being used for subversion, domination, and control. This is an Obama program, incidentally, not Bush. And what's said is interesting. What isn't said is interesting. And here, the power of the internet looms in the background. You can quickly find out what isn't said on the internet if you look for it. What isn't said is that this program of course, it's not called subversion, it's called bringing democracy and so on, but this program of trying to subvert the Cuban government is part of a long-standing war that the U.S. has been conducting against Cuba. Long-standing. You look at the history of the U.S. and Cuba, it starts in the 1820s. Cuba was regarded by the founding fathers as the next conquest that we have to make. Cuba was waiting there, just we had to take it for ourselves as we expand and become the greatest empire in the world. Well, they couldn't do it in 1823. There was a deterrent, the British. They were too powerful. The British were the main enemy through most of the 19th century. But the big thinkers like John Quincy Adams, the great grand strategist, he recognized and said that while we can't acquire Cuba now, it will fall into our hands by the laws of political gravitation, just as an apple falls from a tree, meaning in time the U.S. will become more powerful, Britain's power will decline, and we'll be able to take Cuba. And in fact, that's what happened. In 1898, Cuba was liberating itself from Spain, and the U.S. intervened in what's called here liberation of Cuba, but in fact was the prevention of the liberation of Cuba by Cubans. The U.S. took over the island, one of several. Puerto Rico, Hawaii was stolen from its inhabitants the same year, and Cuba became a colony, virtual colony. Well, something quite interesting happened that's highly relevant today. Highly relevant, but never mentioned. But you can find it on the internet if you like. At gunpoint, the U.S. imposed a treaty on Cuba, Platt Amendment it's called, in which Cuba granted the United States control over eastern Cuba. It's what we call Guantanamo. Happens to include Cuba's major port. Its only port oriented towards Europe, which is where its main trade would be. Of course, the Cubans had no voice in this. We just took it over. Actually, there's something, and we've had it for 110 years. Cuba's been trying to get it back, but we refuse. The purpose has no strategic interest for us. It's used for storage of refugees, like if Haitians flee from monstrous dictatorships that we support in Haiti, we're supposed to accept them under international law as refugees, but instead you send them off to Cuba, to Guantanamo, as a storage place. Of course, it's used as a torture chamber. And the Cubans want it back, and we won't give it to them. Does this remind you of something that's happening in world affairs right now? Yeah. Russia took over Crimea, okay? Just as we've taken over eastern Cuba for 110 years at gunpoint. We don't formally annex it, but we dominate it. Russia has a much stronger case than the United States does. Crimea is primarily Russian. Its population overwhelmingly supports Russia. It's got major strategic significance. It's Russia's only warm water port. It's the base for their fleet. It's right on the border of Russia. Russia's surrounded by a hostile military alliance, NATO, and for them it's of great strategic significance. For Cuba, for us, is nothing. Guantanamo, it's just a means of trying to undermine Cuba, prevent Cuban development. And the United States, of course, has been at war with Cuba since 1959, when Cuba finally did liberate itself. Immediately, the U.S. began an attack on Cuba. Under Kennedy, a massive terrorist operation was organized to bring the terrors of the earth to Cuba. It was Arthur Schlesinger's phrase describing it in his biography of Robert Kennedy, who was in charge of it. It almost destroyed the world. It was a major factor that led to the missile crisis. And it's went on afterwards. The terror based in Florida has gone on almost without a stop. On top of that, there's an economic embargo to strangle the country, opposed by the entire world. Take a look at the annual votes in the General Assembly, which don't get reported here. It's 180 to 2 U.S. and Israel, sometimes Marshall Islands or something. Well, all of this is part of the background to the AP story about today's effort to subvert the government of Cuba. Well, coming back to the internet, what's interesting is what is available and what isn't readily available, because people don't see it. Like, you won't find a word about anything I said in the press or in commentary or discussion, although it's all extremely timely, very timely, not arcane scholarship, but it's right in front of our eyes, but not there. And when you come back to the power of the internet, I think comes back to us. We don't use it. We don't use the resource for the purposes for which it could be used to break through silence, oppression, domination, terror, violence, bring the reality of the world to people. So the internet potentially is a wonderful tool, but only if you decide to use it. If you decide to leave it in the hands of private power, of power systems, whether state or private, sure, it'll be used as a way to oppress and undermine and dominate. But that's a choice. Don't have to.
Well, on that note, we will be posting this on YouTube.
What?
We're going to be posting this talk on YouTube, so your comments will be on the internet. Happy to say.
Internet, but they won't be in the New York Times.
Well, our channel is getting more and more popular, so hopefully people will find this. Switching gears a little bit, what is the most interesting insight the science of linguistics has revealed, but that the public at large seems to not know about or appreciate?
Well, there are a number of kind of dogmas about language, which I think are being systematically refuted, and they're held by linguists too, I should say, not just in the general public, which are probably false, and which I think are being undermined by current research. This is a minority view. I'm not speaking for the profession. The introductory comment said that I'm supposed to be contrarian, so I try to keep to that. But for example, one general assumption about language almost a dogma in philosophy, common understanding, linguistics, psychology, is that language is primarily a means of communication, and that it evolved as a means of communication. Probably that's totally false. It seems that language is evolved and is designed as a mode of creating and interpreting thought. It's a system of thought, basically. It can be used to communicate. Everything people do can be used to communicate. You communicate by your hairstyle, style of walk, everything. And yes, language can be used to communicate, but it doesn't seem to be part of its design. Its design seems to be radically different, and in fact even seems to undermine communication. If you look carefully at the structure of language, you find case after case right at the core of language design where there are conflicts between what would be efficient for communication and what is efficient for the specific biological design of language. And in every case that's known, the communicative efficiency is sacrificed. It just isn't a consideration. And I think that's a conclusion that has very widespread significance. In order to establish it, you have to look at technical work. It's not the kind of thing you can explain in 2 minutes of exposition. But it's not profound. It's not quantum physics. A half an hour would certainly suffice. And I think it's a pretty far-reaching consequence. Another general belief about language, again, almost a dogma in all the relevant fields, philosophy, linguistics, and so on, is that the minimal meaningful elements in language, sort of word-like things, pick out entities in the extramental world. So the word, say, river, picks out the Charles River and so on, something that a physicist could identify. That turns out to be true for animal systems. Animal communication systems, the symbols that appear, the actions that are carried out, do apparently have a one-to-one correlation with mind-independent events. So some particular call of a monkey will be related to leaves fluttering, predators coming, sort of, I'm hungry, some hormonal change. It's just not true of language. Linguistic elements do not have that property. Actually, this was understood by Aristotle. It was understood in the 17th and 18th century. There's interesting work on it. The entities that we construct in our discourse, expression, interpretation are largely partially mental objects. There are ways in which they are modes in which we interpret phenomena, but they don't pick out entities in the world that a natural scientist could identify without looking into our minds. That tells us a lot about the nature of language and about our own nature. Our language is the core human property. I mean, this was understood by Darwin, by a long tradition before him. And it's very different from the way it's usually conceived. I think those are among the conclusions that have pretty widespread significance. Let me stress again, the very minority view. Very few linguists would agree with this. But I think over time, I suspect it'll become clear.
Okay. In Hopes and Prospects, you mentioned your colleague Kenneth Hale and his work with Native Americans. In your opinion, how important is the problem of language extinction? That is, how important is it for humanity to preserve the current level of linguistic diversity?
Well, Ken Hale was a friend of Anne's as well. The teacher was a fantastic linguist and person also. He worked extensively with indigenous languages all over the world. Australia, he was one of the founders of Australian linguistics, worked with Native American languages, Central American, African, and so on. He did really amazing work, but this particular aspect of his work was something that greatly concerned and interested him, trying to protect. And as he pointed out correctly, when a language disappears, a lot is lost. A language is a repository of cultural wealth. It's a way, this actually relates to what I was saying before, each language is a way of understanding and interpreting the world. It carries the wealth of tradition and history, oral history, which can be extremely rich. I mean, like say, takes the Bible, for example. For 1,000 years, that was oral history before anything was written down. Homer's oral history, and that's all over the world. We're losing those treasures every time a language disappears. And for the people themselves, they're losing their identity. If English disappeared, we would lose our cultural identity. And that's the same is true if it's a small group somewhere. Well, one of Ken's achievements in this regard, which was quite spectacular, was to take a language which was one of the major languages spoken right here before the colonists came. Remember, the United States is not an ordinary form of imperialism. The United States is a settler colonial society. In fact, that's true of the whole, what's called the Anglosphere, the countries that grew out of the of Britain's imperial domination. United States, Canada, Australia, mostly New Zealand. These are countries where the settlers who came in didn't just run the country the way the British did in India. You know, British in India provided the bureaucrats, the officer corps, and so on. But Indians ran the country under British rule. Settler colonial societies are different, like ours. If you go back to the founders of the country, like, say, George Washington, he understood very well that we have to, as he put it, extirpate the Iroquois. They're in our way. We have to wipe them out. They're an advanced civilization. They, in fact, were the basis for much of the American constitutional system. But we had to extirpate them. They're in our way. Thomas Jefferson said we have to exterminate the native populations because they're attacking us. And why are they attacking us? Well, because we're taking everything away from them. He didn't say that. But in general, the settler colonial societies have to pretty much exterminate the indigenous populations or else marginalize them. Well, that's happened here. So where we're sitting was a place where the indigenous population was close to exterminated, pretty close to it. There are survivors. One of the major languages spoken was Wampanoag. It hadn't been spoken for a century. The last speaker was a century ago. Ken and some students and a woman from the Wampanoag tribe, which still exists, Jessie Littledoe, managed to reconstruct the language using comparative evidence from other languages and missionary texts that were taken and preserved. And from this, they were able to reconstruct what the language must have been. And it now has its first native speaker, Jessie Littledoe's daughter, who's a native speaker of Wampanoag. This has revitalized the tribe. They're now studying it, they're reconstructing their history, they're reviving. It's a pretty amazing achievement. Jessie got her PhD with us, with Ken, in our department. It's the first time this has ever happened, I think, and now there are efforts to do it in other places. But if you can revive, I mean, right now there's enormous destruction going on. Species destruction, for example, is taking place at a level that hasn't happened for 65 million years, literally. The time when an asteroid hit the Earth, apparently, and wiped out the dinosaurs, and the majority of living species were destroyed. Mammals survived. That's why we're around. But right now, the same thing's happening. Species destruction is happening about at that level. And now we're the asteroid, of course. We're destroying the species at a massive rate. Language destruction is kind of a little like that at a cultural and human level. You're destroying the richness of human civilization and understanding of the world. It's disappearing fast. It's disappearing in Europe, not just in indigenous cultures. So if you go to, say, Italy, there are people all over the place who can't talk to their grandmothers. Their grandmothers speak a different language. They're called dialects, but they're actually different languages. The number of languages in Europe has contracted radically over recent years through the policies of state formation. When states are formed, formation of states is an extremely violent process. It imposes a rigid form on societies which bringing together people who have nothing to do with each other and separating people who have everything to do with each other. That's why Europe was the most savage place in the world for centuries, while the process of state formation was taking place. You look around the world today, and just about every major conflict is based on the imperial borders. Borders were imposed by the imperial powers for their own interests, forming states which have no significance for most of the people. So take, say, Pakistan and Afghanistan. We talk about terrorists crossing Pakistan to Afghanistan. Many of them are just Pashtun, moving from one part of Pashtun territory to another part of Pashtun territory, which is separated by a line that the British imposed, the Durand Line, which the Afghans have never accepted and the Pashtun have never accepted. That happens everywhere. President Obama, one of his achievements has been to break all records in deporting undocumented immigrants, almost 2 million. They're crossing a border, the Mexico-U.S. border, which, like state borders generally, was established by brutal violence and aggression. The U.S. conquered half of Mexico. President Grant described it as, who fought in it, described it as the most wicked war in history. Well, okay, that established a border. It was a pretty open border, the same kind of people living on both sides until pretty recently. It's been heavily militarized now, primarily since NAFTA. When NAFTA, the North American Trade Agreement, was instituted, President Clinton, his advisors, understood very well that this is going to devastate the Mexican economy, and it's going to destroy Mexican agriculture, it's going to undermine small business and so on. Mexican campesinos can be quite efficient, but they can't compete with highly subsidized U.S. agribusiness. So there's going to be a flow of immigrants, so we got to militarize the border to prevent them, send them back. Right now, to this day, right here near Boston, right around us, there are people fleeing from the Guatemalan highlands, Mayan Indians, fleeing from the Guatemalan highlands. Their languages are also being destroyed. Why are they fleeing from the Guatemalan highlands? Well, under Ronald Reagan, the U.S. supported a genocidal attack on the highlands and the Mayan Indians by the military dictatorship we were backing in Guatemala. And the devastation was so extreme that they're still fleeing. Well, they're fleeing, we deport them. They're coming across from Mexico, we deport them. That's a state border. That's the way borders work. All over the world, that's the way it works. You take a look at the horror stories all over the world, almost entirely the result of the imposition of state borders, which also has the consequence of wiping out lots of languages. When you impose a state border that constitutes, say, France, or Italy, or Germany, or Guatemala, or whatever it may be, or the United States for that matter, you're wiping out huge numbers of languages which are internal to them. Well, this is a kind of, it's not species destruction, but it's kind of analogous to us. And it's going on all the time. And the effort to save species, cultures, societies, languages is a major effort happening in Europe too. So right now there's a referendum coming up in Catalonia, another one in Scotland, asking about autonomy or independence. That's dissolving the European state system, something which has been going on for a while, and reconstructing the languages. Actually, I visited Barcelona in the late 70s. You couldn't hear a word of Catalan. It was spoken, but secret, because under the dictatorship, which the US backed, it was barred. 10 years later, if you go to Catalonia, all you hear is Catalan. It revived. The Basque languages revived. Other regional languages are reviving. If you walk around Wales, kids walking out of school are talking Welsh. Things like this are happening. Ken's achievement was unique, but it's a kind of a natural development, I think, should be stimulated myself. But we should recognize that there's enormous loss when the cultural wealth of a society disappears. And that's encapsulated crucially in its language.
All right, so I'm going to change gears a little bit. Again, can you comment on the contribution of research in statistical natural language processing to linguistics? And that's a yes/no question, I realize, but okay.
One of the early proponents of it, maybe the earliest, in 1955, when I was working on linguistic theory, it seemed to me that the only possible way in which let's say a child could identify words in continuous text. You know, you're not hearing single words when you live in the world. You're hearing continuous text. It seemed to me the only way that could be done was by detecting transitional probabilities of sounds or syllables. That, you know, if you get to a word boundary, the predictability of the next sound is lower than if you're inside a word, right? For obvious reasons. So if you check these transitional probabilities, it looked as if you ought to be able to detect words. That's probably the first proposal, maybe the first proposal in the literature. It turns out not to be accurate. Just in the last couple of years, there's been some really careful work on statistical analysis of texts. Charles Yang, who got his PhD at MIT, is now at Penn, a computational linguist, cognitive scientist. He showed that if you actually use this technique on connected text, what you get is syllables, not words. So that doesn't work. He also pointed out that if you add a linguistic principle, you do get a better approximation to words. The linguistic principle is that a word, real words tend to have a stress peak within them, stress pitch peak inside them. So if you add that principle, and then you do the statistical analysis, you get a better approximation. There's subsequent work by a number of cognitive scientists which have shown that if you add what are called the prosodic structure, the whole pitch stress structure of a sentence, you know, it goes up and down, really reflecting phrases pretty much. If you look at the pitch structure, if you add all of that, and then you do the statistical analysis, you get an even better approximation. This is one of the very few cases where there's any results from statistical analysis. I mean, there's a kind of a industry in computational cognitive science and computer science trying to show that you can get significant knowledge of a language by statistical analysis of texts. Antecedently, that's extremely unlikely to succeed. You do not get discoveries in the sciences by taking huge amounts of data, throwing them into a computer, and doing statistical analysis of them. Try to think it through in the history of the sciences. It just doesn't happen. That's not the way you understand things. You have to have theoretical insights. You have to know what kind of experiments to carry out, what kind of data are worth looking at, which kind you throw away, and so on. That's the way the sciences have always worked. If you want to, say, study the laws of motion, you could take a huge number of videotapes of what's happening outside the window and subject them to statistical analysis, and you could get a pretty good prediction of the next thing that's going to happen outside the window. Actually, a better prediction than what the physics department can give. But it's not science. It's a way of matching data and maybe predicting some new data. But that's not what understanding is. And it's very unlikely to work for language either. And I think the record shows that it really fails totally. I could run through examples. But every example that's been carefully studied, it simply doesn't work. For pretty much the reasons that Charles Yang and his successors discovered. You have to understand the principles that determine what underlies the system, and then if you look around the edges of those principles, you can find some sometimes useful statistical data. I think that's probably the way it's going to continue, but certainly is the way it has so far.
We're going to change gears again. What, in your opinion, are the most effective strategies for building a more and just peaceful, for building a more just and peaceful world? And in your view, what are the most significant takeaways from Occupy, the Arab Spring, and the Ukrainian Euromaidan uprising?
Well, those are all quite different events, and I don't think you can consolidate them. Over time, there has, history doesn't just go in a straight line. There's progress, there's regression, and they're often in parallel. So take the last, 50, 60 years in the United States. There's been significant progress in developing a more peaceful and just and equitable society. Probably the most dramatic example is women's rights. Totally different from what it was 50 or 60 years ago. I mean, it may be kind of hard to remember, but if you look at U.S. history, at the time of the American Revolution, the women were not people. They were property. The United States took over British common law, and under British common law, a woman is the property of her father, and it's transferred to her husband. So, for example, one of the arguments against giving women votes was that it would be unfair to unmarried men, because a married man would have 2 votes, since obviously the property votes the way the owner votes. That was U.S. law. If you look at the chipping away of this, it literally was not until 1975 that this principle was abandoned. In 1975, the Supreme Court ruled that women have the right to serve as peers in federal juries. Peer means a person just like you. Okay, that goes back to Magna Carta in the 13th century. Women were accepted as peers legally in 1975. That was part of a major change that's taken place in American culture since the 1960s, one of the main outgrowths of 60s activism. And there are plenty of other things like it. So opposition to, say, violent aggression is far above what it was 50 or 60 years ago. Take, say, Kennedy's invasion of South Vietnam. It's a phrase you've never heard, I suppose, because it isn't in consciousness. It had happened in the world, but it wasn't reported, and it isn't part of American history. In 1962, Kennedy sent the American Air Force to start bombing South Vietnam, authorized chemical warfare to destroy crops, so to drive the people out of the countryside, began big programs to concentrate people in what amounted to concentration camps to prevent them from supporting the guerrilla movement, which was overthrowing the U.S. installed government. That's an invasion. It happened, but not in our consciousness. The reason it's not in our consciousness is there was no opposition. It was reported, it was kind of known, like it wasn't a total secret, but nobody cared. You couldn't get people to talk about it. I mean, literally, I remember trying to give talks in the early 60s in people's living rooms. You couldn't get more people than that together. Well, that was the early 60s. In 2003, the United States invaded Iraq. It's the first time in the history of the imperial world that there have been massive protests prior to the invasion. Prior to the invasion, huge protests all over the world. Here too, my classes were called off because the students wanted to call them off to go down to the demonstration. That was 2003. Well, it didn't end the war, but it limited it. It's often believed that the demonstrations didn't do anything. That's a mistake. The United States could not begin to carry out the policies that Kennedy and Johnson could carry out without a second thought. It was bad enough, but it wasn't B-52 bombing of heavily populated urban centers. It wasn't chemical warfare to destroy crops. Many of the atrocities of the Vietnam War simply couldn't even be contemplated. Horrible enough, but not that. Okay, all of that is progress. There's also regression. There's been a big backlash from power centers against the civilizing effect of the 60s. Now, that's the neoliberal attack on the population, which has been going on for a generation. Now, that's why, real wages, for male workers, real wages today are at the level of 1968. For the general public, real wages are about the level of 30 years ago. There's been stagnation or decline for the majority of the population, a tremendous concentration of wealth and tiny sector of the population, mostly a fraction of 1%, which feeds politics. Political power reflects economic power. The Supreme Court yesterday just struck another blow against democracy and its committed effort to try to undermine the functioning of a democratic system by placing power in the hands of those who are super rich. Okay, that's going on. That's the McCutcheon case a couple of days ago. Well, that's regression. And they're going on in parallel. That's the way history works. So what's the way to go forward? Well, as Martin Luther King put it, shift the arc of history by your own efforts and activism. That's the only way it's ever worked. The arc of history bends the way we decide to bend it.
In Hopes and Prospects, you compare Obama and Bush too. That's 4 years ago. What would you say today?
Like what I just said about the arc of history, both better in some ways, worse in others. So, for example, I mentioned Guantanamo. Guantanamo was a major torture center. Okay, today probably torture isn't taking place in Guantanamo. At least what we call torture. Remember, the United States has a special definition of torture, which is different from the world's definition. So, for example, in the world, a solitary confinement is considered torture. You take a look at the Torture Convention, International Torture Convention. A solitary confinement is regarded, and other forms of mental torture are regarded as torture, and they are. You try to lock yourself up in a room for a couple of days and you'll see what happens. So it's a kind of torture. In the United States, it's surely going on in Guantanamo, but it's also routine. It goes on in the prisons all the time. You go to the maximum security prisons, they are torture chambers. People are confined, 23 hours a day in a small room. It drives you insane. So torture, what we call torture, isn't going on in Guantanamo. What is torture is going on, but it's going on in the incarceration system generally, and that system is a real international scandal and scale and character. So that's an improvement, not magnificent, but an improvement. On the other hand, there's the surveillance programs, which are, I don't have to talk to you about them. You know all about them. They're mostly Obama. The subversion of Cuba that I mentioned, that's a new Obama program. The worst global terrorism campaign underway right now is Obama's global assassination campaign. Notice that remember what's happened, the drone campaign. Notice that there's a debate in the United States when he decides to murder Americans, like Al-Awlaki, is that legitimate or not? And what about the other people? The people who are being murdered are suspects. Go back 800 years again to Magna Carta. We're going to commemorate its 800th anniversary next year, probably mourn its disappearance. The core concept developed in Magna Carta was what we call presumption of innocence. What it stated is that a free man cannot be subjected to state punishment without due process, without trial by a jury of peers. Okay? Now, free man was a very limited concept in the 13th century. Of course, excluded women, excluded people who weren't free, and so on. It gradually expanded over the centuries. So it's embedded in the Constitution also with limits, 14th Amendment, other limits. But now it's being contracted. The drone campaign eliminates presumption of innocence. The way it works is Obama and his advisors get together Tuesday morning and decide who they're going to kill that day. Those people, the concept guilty means Obama decided to murder you. That's the meaning of the concept guilty today. That's a regression that goes back 800 years. That's pretty serious. And what's even more serious is it's not discussed. The only thing that's discussed is killing of Americans. Are Americans different species? Who says you can kill other suspects? There's some talk about collateral damage. What about the people who are just standing around and get killed? Well, yeah, that's bad. But what about the people you're aiming at? They are suspects. You haven't shown it, proven anything about them. Just somebody the government wants to kill. Now, that's true of domestic law, too. Actually, I'm one of the plaintiffs in a suit that I'm not entirely happy about for this reason. It's a suit about the NDAA brought by Chris Hedges. A couple other people are plaintiffs. The NDAA legislation under Obama, he says he doesn't like it, but he signed it, permits indefinite detention. It extends the principle of indefinite detention for suspects who are, and under this new relatively new legislation under Obama, it is written in such a way that it could include American citizens. It's not explicit. That's what the suit is about. But the concept is it permits indefinite detention of people charged with providing support for enemies of the United States. What's support? Well, like saying maybe they got a case or something like that. Is that support? It's not a joke, incidentally. The very narrow case is against one part, the fact that it might apply to American citizens. I think it's way too narrow. It shouldn't apply to anybody. There should never be such a thing as indefinite detention. It's criminal. And the idea of supporting enemies is so meaningless that such a concept shouldn't exist in law. But it's a narrow case about Americans, and that's the framework of discourse here. We shouldn't accept it, I don't think. In fact, take another Obama case, one of Obama's major attacks on civil liberties. It's a case that probably most of you haven't heard about. But I'd look it up if I were you. It's a nice thing about the internet. Holder v. Humanitarian Law Project. A case brought by the government to the Supreme Court. Government won. holders, the Attorney General. Humanitarian Law Project was a group that was giving legal advice to a group that's on the U.S. terrorist list. The group happened to be the PKK, Kurdish group. And the U.S. government calls it a terrorist group. So it's on the terrorist list. Humanitarian Law Project was giving legal advice to them. Obama's Justice Department decided to condemn that as material assistance to terrorism. Material assistance to terrorism used to mean giving a gun to somebody in Al-Qaeda, but this extends it to giving legal advice to someone on the government's terrorist list. Okay, and if you look at the court discussion colloquy, it could maybe apply to somebody who has an interview with Nasrallah, the head of Hezbollah, as I've had, or just talks to, maybe advises a group to turn to nonviolence. That could be regarded as material assistance under Obama. That's a tremendous attack on freedom of speech and just ordinary elementary justice, passed almost without comment. And we might ask ourselves, why should we even take the terrorist list seriously? What's the terrorist list? The executive branch of the government simply determines you're a terrorist. I put you on the list. No review, no judicial review, no defense. It's just an executive act of an authoritarian state. And if you look at the history of the terrorist list, it's mind-boggling. Like Nelson Mandela, for example, was on the terrorist list because the Reagan administration condemned him as his group, the American African National Congress, as one of the more notorious terrorist groups in the world because they were opposing apartheid, which Reagan supported. Okay? So that's the terrorist list. And Mandela was on it until about 4 years ago, when it took a special act of Congress to get him off the terrorist list. On the other hand, take, say, Saddam Hussein. He was taken off the terrorist list in 1982 because the Reagan administration wanted to provide arms to Iraq. So in order to be legal, he had to be off the terrorist list. Actually, that left a gap in the terrorist list. So they put Cuba in. Why? Because Cuba had been the target of more terrorism than the rest of the world combined in the years before it, mostly based in Florida. That's the terrorist list. So apart from being kind of ludicrous in the way it actually works, the very concept is an abomination. Why should the state have the right to determine unilaterally who's a terrorist? Do they have that right? No, they don't. Do they have the right to murder people who they put on the terrorist list? No, they don't. Do they have the right to charge people with material assistance to terrorism if they give legal aid to somebody that they've designated as a terrorist? This gets more and more extreme as you go on. These are Obama innovations. History doesn't go in a straight line. I think myself, Bush would have been worse, but not that there's much to cheer about in this regard.
Cultures that didn't have a written language until another culture came in that did, and they adopted their writing system. Is there any systematic effect on languages that adopted someone else's writing system?
There is a systematic effect of literacy. It's not so much adopting the writing system as using it for reading. So there's a Ken Hale, same guy we talked about before, he did a very important study in the 1970s in which he showed that it's an article that appeared on what's called cultural gaps. He studied the languages that he worked on, mostly Australian, and found that many of them had all kind of what looked like gaps, like they didn't have number words, or they didn't have color words, or they didn't have relative clauses, and a lot of other things they didn't have. And what he showed was that all of this was just totally superficial. The people had all the concepts, They had no problem with dealing with any of them. They used them all the time, but just in more indirect ways. So if they didn't have number words, they would still be able to say, 5 or 10, or had no problem dealing with market societies. They may not have had the color red, but they could say blood-like, And the same was true even of structural things like embedded relative clauses and so on. Well, that was an important study, ignored like most important studies. But shortly after it, somebody else in our department, Wayne O'Neill, another friend of Anne's and mine, who studies history of English, did a study of Middle English. And he investigated, and if he was looking for something similar, he discovered that the use of complex constructions, which had embedded elements in them, increased as literacy increased. Now, there's a natural reason for that. When you speak, you're constrained by short-term memory, right? Which is pretty small. Short-term memory is like around 7 or something like that. The same for humans and other organisms. And that means you can't do much. So ordinary speech tends to be what's called paratactic. You just kind of tack things on one after the other because you can't embed. On the other hand, once you move to literacy, you begin to use capacities that you always had but never used. It's like when people learn, you go to school and you say it's first grade or something, they teach you how to multiply. You begin to use a capacity which you always had. It's not taught. It's part of your intrinsic capacities that you have the capacity for number. Every society has it. Every human being has it. It's kind of it's a mystery that bothered Darwin and Wallace, the founders of evolutionary theory. They asked how could it evolve since it's never used? But it's true that everyone has it. But you can't do it in your head. Like you can't multiply big numbers in your head, right? You collapse after a very short period. But you can multiply them once you learn the technique because you've got the knowledge. You just have to exhibit it. And the same thing happens with literacy. Once literacy spreads, you get much more complex linguistic usage, even in speech, because it carries over from writing to speech. So that effect, I think, is real and documented, but the effect of just using, if you just use the letters to say right things, but you never read, I doubt it would have much of an effect.
I'm curious as to your thoughts, because I'm standing now, as to your thoughts on, I guess some people have said that the effect of technology on certain languages has made us dumber. So like texting and LOL or hashtags, and if that's actually true or if it's just the same as any opinion, it's like new words being added to languages.
I think there's a real question about what might be the cognitive effect. The current kind of teenage technology, it does have a very superficial aspect to it. So that's true, for example, of Facebook. People think they have lots of, I know of cases, teenagers, who think they have lots of friends, hundreds of friends, because if they write, I got an exam tomorrow, they'll get 100 letters saying, I hope you do well, and so on. And the communication is very restricted, simple formulas, things like that. So does it have a dumbing down effect? It has to be, I kind of doubt it, frankly, but it is a topic that could be studied. It is being studied, in fact, but as far as I know, there are no real results, and I think it would be surprising, because it's all kind of superficial. It does add a kind of superficiality to life, which may not be a good thing. I think it's probably harmful in the long run, but to try to, I feel like I'm bringing coals to Newcastle. You people know a lot more about this than I do, I'm sure, because I don't use any of this stuff, except with my grandchildren when I have to.
Is there one last question? We have time for a quick question. There we go.
This one is the diversity of languages and cultures is wonderful, but if there's on the other side, if you would say anything, if you would sort of allow that having, a unified language and common culture helps communication and may advance world peace.
Well, I don't know if it advances peace. In fact, it seems to have the opposite, because you're forcing people into situations of conflict. And the one language that dominates is just the most powerful state in the world. But there's an advantage to having, say, a single language for science. Okay, so by now, English is pretty much the language of science. When I got to MIT 60 years ago, I was teaching scientific French and scientific German. All graduate students in every field had to pass an exam in French and German. It was a complete fake, but that was kind of like a residue of the pre-Second World War period. But it was true. You go back 70 years, a civil engineer had to know French and German. Okay, now it's all gone. All around most of the world, the language of science is English. That's helpful. On the other hand, exactly as you say, there's also, if that extended from just some mode of communication to the actual languages of life, it would be a real loss. We would lose cultural wealth. Actually, if you live in the United States and you travel abroad, you see it very quickly. The United States is an extremely insular society. People don't know anything about the outside world. Students in colleges don't know where France is. It's just, they don't know anything. It's remarkably different from Europe and other countries. And part of the reason is that you can go 3,000 miles in the United States and it looks exactly like where you came from. You go to Boston to Los Angeles, the weather's a little different, but everything else is the same. The accent's slightly different. You go 100 miles in Europe and you're in a different society. So you just kind of automatically gain a comprehension of the richness and complexity of life that's missing when societies are homogeneous. Of course, American society isn't literally homogeneous, but comparatively speaking, it is. And I think that's the kind of loss you would get if, in fact, you move towards a universal language. I just don't think there's any possibility of it's happening. As I said, in Europe, there's now actually a reaction against the unifying tendencies of the European Union, more regionalization, regional languages, cultures. It's not just languages, incidentally. So take Catalonia, which I mentioned. Under the Franco dictatorship, Catalonian language and culture were totally suppressed. They could not be exhibited in public. But if you go to Barcelona today, let's say, you can, on Sunday morning, if you're downtown in Barcelona, take a look at the cathedral. There's people swarming towards the cathedral, folk singers, folk dances, Catalan customs being revived. It's a rich culture being revived. I mean, it was kind of there underground. Now it's open. And I think that's just healthy for human life. What I'd like to do is make some remarks about the architecture of language, at least as I understand it, and what that suggests about the origins of this distinctive human possession. Clearly, inquiry into the evolution of some system can proceed only as far as its nature is understood. No less evidently, without serious understanding of the fundamental nature of some system, its manifestations will appear to be chaotic, highly variable, lacking general properties, and accordingly, studies of its evolution cannot be undertaken. Such inquiry must also, of course, be as faithful as possible to whatever is known of the evolutionary history. These truisms hold of the study of the human language faculty, just as for other biological systems. And proposals in the literature can be evaluated in terms of how well they adhere to these elementary strictures. The problem of evolution of language arose at once in the mid-20th century when the first efforts were made to construct accounts of language as a biological object internal to an individual and capturing what we may call the basic property of human language, namely that each language yields a digitally infinite array of hierarchically structured expressions with systematic interpretations at the interfaces with two other internal systems, the sensory motor system for externalization and the conceptual system for inference, interpretation, planning, organization of action, and other elements of what are informally called thought. The general approach to language adopting these guidelines has come to be called the biolinguistic program. Well, in current terminology, a language understood in these terms is called an internal language, I language for short. By virtue of the basic property, each I language is a system of audible signs for thought, quoting the great Indo-Europeanist William Dwight Whitney a century ago, though we now know that externalization need not be restricted to the auditory articulatory modalities. By definition, the theory of an I language is its generative grammar, and the general theory of I languages is universal grammar, UG for short. That's adapting a traditional notion to a new context. UG then is the theory of the genetic component of the faculty of language, the capacity that makes it possible to acquire and use particular I languages. And UG determines the class of generative procedures that satisfy the basic property and the atomic elements that enter into these computations. The atomic elements pose deep mysteries. The minimal meaning-bearing elements of human languages, word-like but not words, these are radically different from anything known in animal communication systems. Their origin is entirely obscure, posing a very serious problem for the evolution of human cognitive capacities, language in particular. There are insights into these topics going back to the pre-Socratics, developed further in classical Greek philosophy, further still by prominent philosophers of the early modern scientific revolution and the Enlightenment, and still further in very recent years, though they remain insufficiently explored. And in fact, the problem that they pose, which is quite severe, is insufficiently recognized and understood. Careful examination shows that widely held doctrines about the nature of these elements are untenable. Crucially, the widely held referentialist doctrine that words pick out extramental objects, that appears not to be true at all. There's a great deal to say about these quite important questions, but I'll put them aside, simply noting again that the problems posed for evolution of human cognition and language are severe, far more so than generally acknowledged. The second component of UG, the theory of generative procedures, has been amenable to study, really for the first time since the mid-20th century. By then, the work of Turing, Gödel, Church, and others, had established the general theory of computation on firm grounds, making it possible to undertake the study of generative grammar with a fairly clear understanding of what is involved. The generative procedures that constitute I languages must satisfy certain conditions, certain empirical conditions. First, some of these at least are learnable, as we know, since they're learned, and the capacity to acquire and use I languages must have evolved. Turning first to learnability, acquisition of an I language is evidently based on first the genetic constraints of UG, and secondly, the language-independent principles. It has been well established that language capacity is radically dissociated from other cognitive capacities. That fact, along with close examination of the properties of languages, leads us to expect that the second factor, language-independent principles, probably consists substantially of organism-independent principles, not other cognitive processes. That pretty well follows from the dissociation and the particular properties of languages. For a computational system like I language, these language-independent principles are likely to include principles of general computational efficiency, which fall under natural law. And the study of learnability must face the fact that what is quickly acquired vastly exceeds evidence available to the child. That is the normal property of growth of a biological system. Well, turning to evolution, we should first be clear about what has evolved. What has evolved? Of course, it is not languages. Languages don't evolve. They change, but they don't evolve. What has evolved is the capacity for language, that is UG. It is unhelpful to suggest that languages have evolved by biological and non-biological evolution, James Herford's term. The latter is not evolution at all. With these provisos in mind, I will continue to use the conventional phrase evolution of language, recognizing that it can be and sometimes is quite misleading. One fact about evolution of language that seems to be quite firm is that there has been none for 50 or 60,000 years or more. There are no known group differences in capacity for language, or in fact cognitive capacities generally, indicating that the system has not evolved. Not surprising in such a short period of time. Another fact to which we can appeal with less confidence is that not long before that, a language may not have existed at all. For now, at least, it's a reasonable surmise that language, more precisely UG, emerged at some point in a very narrow window of evolutionary time, perhaps in the neighborhood of roughly 75,000 years ago, and has not evolved since. In the burgeoning literature on evolution of language, this surmise is sometimes described as anti-Darwinian or as rejecting evolutionary theory. But these criticisms are based on serious misunderstanding of modern biology. Apart from these two facts, one quite firm, the other plausible, the available record tells us very little. And the same seems to be true of complex cognitive capacities generally. That's a very thin basis for studying evolution of language. It does, however, yield one suggestion, namely that what evolved, UG, must be quite simple at its core. And if so, the apparent complexity and variety of languages must derive from changes since the shared changes, not evolution, since the shared capacity evolved, and they're probably localized in peripheral components of the system, which may not have evolved at all. I'll return to this suggestion. We may also anticipate, as I mentioned, that the appearance of complexity and diversity reflects lack of understanding, a very familiar phenomenon, of course. As soon as the first efforts were undertaken to construct generative grammars by mid-20th century, it was very quickly discovered that very little was known about languages. That was contrary to assumptions at the time, as I recall very well from my student days, even about the languages that were well studied. Virtually nothing was known about them, as was quickly discovered. Furthermore, many of the properties revealed by close study posed quite serious puzzles, some of which are still alive today, along with many new ones that continue to be unearthed along the way. At the time, mid-20th century, it seemed to be necessary to attribute great complexity to UG in order simply to capture the empirical phenomena of language, which were being unearthed as soon as generative grammars began to be constructed for a fair variety of languages, as was the case in the 1950s, and also for their apparent variety. It was always understood, however, that this cannot be correct. The reason is that UG must meet the condition of evolvability, and the more complex its assumed character, the greater the burden on some future account of how it might have evolved. And it's a very heavy burden, as the very few available facts about evolution of language indicate, those I mentioned. For these reasons, along with general considerations of rational inquiry, the research into I languages and UG from the very outset sought to reduce the complexity of assumptions about their nature and variety. I won't review the history of steady progress in this direction, familiar to most of you, particularly with the crystallization of the principles and parameters framework in the early 1980s. That, for the first time, offered a way to account for the problem of language acquisition without what seemed to be hopeless barriers, and it opened the way to vast expansion of empirical materials available, studied at a level of depth that was previously unimaginable. By the early 1990s, it seemed to a number of researchers, myself included, that enough had been learned so that it might be reasonable to approach the task of simplifying UG in a somewhat different way, namely to try to formulate a kind of an ideal case and ask how closely language approximates the ideal, then seeking to overcome the many apparent discrepancies, sometimes called approaching UG from below. This effort, adopting this approach, has been called the minimalist program. It's in fact a seamless continuation of the study of generative grammar from its origins, adopting a somewhat new approach of the kind I just mentioned. Well, the optimal situation would be that UG reduces to the simplest computational principles which operate in accord with conditions of computational efficiency. This conjecture, the conjecture that this is true of language, is sometimes called the strong minimalist thesis SMT for short. Some years ago, SMT would have seemed a very exotic idea, but in recent years, evidence has been accumulating suggesting that something like this may not be far from true. So it seems to me at least. That would be a surprising and significant discovery if it can be established. It would also open the way to addressing the study of evolution of language, really for the first time. I'll return to a few words on the prehistory of contemporary study of evolutionary language. After that, I'll return to this matter. Well, as I mentioned, the problem of evolution of UG arose as soon as the biolinguistic program was undertaken, roughly 60 years ago. The problem had, of course, been discussed in much earlier years, at a time when language was regarded as an internal biological object, so that its evolution could at least be formulated as a problem. Evidently, if language is not regarded as a biological object, its evolution cannot be seriously discussed. 19th century Indo-Europeanists often did consider language in internalist terms as a biological property of an individual, but there were barriers, serious ones, to studying its evolution. The minimal conditions that I mentioned at the outset of these remarks were not satisfied. In particular, there was no clear understanding of the nature of the system that had evolved, satisfying the basic property. In 1886, the Paris Linguistic Society, major international linguistic society, famously banned papers on language origin. They adopted the view of the prominent scholar William Dwight Whitney that, quoting him, the greater part of what is said and written about the topic is mere windy talk, words that, in my opinion, still merit attention. Well, there is a kind of a standard story about what happened next. It's summarized accurately by Jean Aitchison in a volume called Approaches to the Evolution of Language, edited by three leading figures, James Herford, Michael Studdert Kennedy, and Chris Knight. Aitchison cites the famous ban on evolution of language and then skips at once to 1990 when she writes, all of this changed with a paper by Steven Pinker and Paul Bloom that demolished some intellectual roadblocks in understanding the relation between evolution and language. That's James Herford's comment. The Pinker-Bloom paper, Aitchison continues, emphasized that language evolved by normal evolutionary mechanisms and commented, quoting them, that there is a wealth of respectable new scientific information relevant to the evolution of language that has never been properly synthesized. The field was then able to take off, became a flourishing discipline, according to this version, with many publications, conferences, and so on. Well, that's pretty much the standard story. But the real history seems to me rather different, and not solely because of the accuracy of Whitney's strictures. What I think seems to me to have happened is pretty much the following. After the late 19th century and the following structuralist period, language was not typically regarded as a biological object. So the question of its evolution could not be raised. It's the reason for the long gap. European structuralism commonly adopted the Saussurean conception of language, in the relevant sense of language, as a social entity, as Saussure himself put it, a storehouse of word images in the brains of a collectivity of individuals founded on a sort of contract. For American structuralism, standard concept was that of Leonard Bloomfield, leading theoretician, for whom language is an array of habits to respond to situations with conventional speech sounds and to respond to these sounds with actions. Or, in a different formulation of his, language is the totality of utterances made in a speech community. Whatever these presumed entities are, and I think that's pretty obscure, but whatever they are, they're not biological objects. Hence, there is no study of evolution of the systems. Matters changed in the mid-century, mid-20th century, as I mentioned, when the first efforts were made to study I languages in terms satisfying the basic property. As I mentioned, the problem of evolution of language arose at once, but could not be seriously addressed. The task in early years was to construct a theory of language, theory of UG, rich enough to permit description of the facts that were quickly being unearthed in a variety of languages. But the richer UG, the greater the burden on evolvability, and accordingly, little could be done. There was a very important step forward in 1967 with the publication of Eric Lenneberg's book, Biological Foundations of Language, the book that founded the modern study of biology of language. This work in 1967 did contain quite serious discussion of evolution of the language capacity, which Lenneberg properly distinguished from the non-topic of evolution of language. And it had many important insights, also a fairly sophisticated argument in favor of discontinuity of evolution of the language capacity on biological grounds, which he elaborated. Nevertheless, the basic problem of richness and complexity of UG persisted. In the following years, 1970s, there were a series of international, in the US, domestic scientific conferences bringing together distinguished biologists along with linguists, philosophers, and cognitive scientists. The issue of evolution was, of course, discussed, but with little outcome for the same reasons. I myself was co-teaching a seminar in biology of language at MIT in the 1970s, co-teaching with evolutionary biologist Salvador Luria, Nobel laureate. Several of the students went on to careers in the field. Evolution of language was one of the main topics, but again, with little to say. Including historians of linguistics, sometimes observe that there is little reference to evolution of language in the early literature of generative grammar. That's quite correct, but the reasons are apparently not understood. The topic was much discussed from the early 1950s, later by Lenneberg and in scientific conferences, but for the reasons mentioned, there could be few substantive conclusions, hence few references. By the early 1990s, there was, contrary to the standard story, little, quoting again, little respectable new scientific information relevant to the evolution of language to be synthesized, nor were there intellectual roadblocks to be demolished. But several changes did take place. One change is what I mentioned. Progress in the study of UG raised the possibility that something like SMT might be correct. That suggested that a major barrier to the study of evolution of language might be overcome. A second development was the appearance of a very important paper by evolutionary biologist Richard Lewontin, who explained in some detail why it would be next to impossible to study the evolution of cognition, language in particular, by any approach currently understood. And the third change was the beginning of a vast outpouring of papers and books on evolution of language, all ignoring Lewontin's careful and I think persuasive arguments, much to their detriment in my opinion, and almost always avoiding the advances in understanding of UG that open the way to at least some investigation of the topic. In fact, a common conclusion is that UG does not exist. UG is dead, as Michael Tomasello puts it. If that's the case, then there is no topic of evolution of UG, of course. That is, no topic of evolution of language in the only coherent sense. Rather, emergence of language reduces to evolution of cognitive processes that cannot be seriously investigated for the reasons that Lewontin discussed. So, end of discussion. It's also necessary to ignore the substantial evidence on dissociation of language capacity from other cognitive processes, as in fact is commonly done. It's also necessary to ignore the uniqueness of UG to humans, a fact which is evident from the first moment of birth. So a newborn human infant instantly selects from the environment language-related data, which is no trivial feat. An ape with approximately the same auditory system hears only noise. The human infant then proceeds on a systematic course of acquisition that is unique to humans and that demonstrably goes beyond, far beyond, what any general learning mechanism can provide. That's true from word learning to syntactic structure and semantic interpretation. The huge growth of a field that barely exists raises some interesting questions about sociology of science. I'll put them aside here and turn to what seems to me to be a productive approach to the questions that arise, emphasizing that this is very far from a consensus view, and that, of course, it is speculative for Lewontin's reasons. So let's proceed, nevertheless. To the extent that SMT holds, we can at least formulate the problem of evolution of the capacity of language in a coherent way. If it does not, we cannot formulate the problem. Let's then ask what conclusions about language and its evolution would arise insofar as something like SMT holds. Well, every computational system has embedded within it somewhere an operation that applies to two objects, call them X and Y, which have already been constructed, and constructs from them a new object, call it Z. That's the essence of computation. Call this operation merge. SMT dictates that merge will be as simple as possible. That means it will not modify X and Y while constructing Z, nor will it impose any arrangement on them. In particular, it will leave them unordered. It's an important fact to which I'll return. It follows from that that merge is simply set formation. The merge of X and Y yields the set containing X and Y. Well, we can think of the computational process as operating like this. There's a workspace which has access to the lexicon of atomic elements and which contains any new object that's constructed. To carry a computation forward, an element X is selected from the workspace, then a second element Y is selected. X and Y can be two distinct elements selected from the workspace, as for example when read and books are merged to form the syntactic object underlying the phrase read books. That's called external merge. The other possible alternative, the only possible alternative, is that one of X and Y is part of the other. It's called internal merge. An example would be when the phrase, he will read which books, is merged with the phrase, which books, within it, to yield which books he will read which books, which underlies the sentence, which books will he read, by other rules. Now, that's an example of the ubiquitous property of displacement found everywhere in all languages, phrases being pronounced in one place and interpreted both there and in another place. It had long been supposed, by me in particular, that displacement is a very strange imperfection of language. On the contrary, it turns out that it's an automatic property of a very elementary computational process, the most elementary one that can be conceived. So to repeat, merge of he will read which books and which books yields which books he will read which books. That has two occurrences of which books. The reason is that merge doesn't change the merged elements. It's optimal. Now that turns out to be a very important fact. This copy property of internal merge accounts for the interpretation of sentences with displacement. So we understand the sentence, which book will he read, to mean something like, for which books X, he will read the books X, with the phrase, which books, assigned semantic roles in two distinct positions. And in fact, quite complex properties of sentence interpretation fall out at once from these optimal assumptions about computation. So let me illustrate with a very simple example. Consider the sentence, the boys expect to meet each other. It means each of the boys expects to meet the other boys. Suppose we embed this sentence in the context, I wonder who. That yields, I wonder who the boys expect to meet each other. The former interpretation disappears. Here the phrase each other refers back to the remote element who, not the proximal element the boys in I wonder who the boys expect to meet each other. The reason is that for the mind, though not the ear, the proximal element really is who. In the mental expression, I wonder who the boys expect who to meet each other, thanks to the copy property of internal merge. To take a more complex example, consider the sentence, which one of the paintings did the gallery expect that every artist likes best? The answer can be his first one, different for every artist. The quantified phrase, every artist, binds the pronoun his in the phrase, which one of his paintings? Though an interpretation like that is not possible, in the structurally very similar sentence, one of his paintings persuaded the gallery that every artist likes flowers. The reason is, again, the copy property of internal merge, of displacement. What the mind receives is, which one of his paintings did the gallery expect that every artist likes which one of his paintings best? That's a normal configuration for binding by a quantifier, as in, every artist likes his first painting best. And as sentence complexity increases, there are many intricate consequences. Clearly, none of this can be possibly learned by induction, statistical analysis of big data, other general mechanisms that are fashionable today, but the results do follow in a rich variety of cases from the fundamental architecture of language, assuming SMT. Well, if both of the copies were pronounced in examples such as these, perception would be much easier. In fact, one of the main problems faced in theories of perception or programs of machine parsing and interpretation, one of the main problems is to find the unpronounced gaps, what are called filler gap problems. And there's a good computational reason why only one of the copies is pronounced. To pronounce more of them, and there could be several, would yield enormous computational complexity in all but the very simplest cases. So we therefore have a conflict between computational efficiency and efficiency of use. And computational efficiency wins hands down, universally in all languages. As far as is known, this is true of all constructions in all languages. There's no time to go into it here, but there are many other cases of conflict between computational efficiency and efficiency of use, parsability, communication, and so on. In all known cases, efficiency of use is sacrificed. Language design keeps to computational efficiency. And these examples are by no means marginal. The case just discussed, for example, is the core problem of parsability and perception. Well, these results suggest strongly that language evolved for thought and interpretation, that it's fundamentally a system of meaning. That would mean that Aristotle's classic dictum that languages sound with meaning should actually be reversed. The language's meaning with sound or some other externalization or none at all, and the concept with is richly significant. Externalization at the sensory motor level then appears to be an ancillary process, reflecting properties of the sensory modality that's used. In fact, there are different arrangements for sign and speech. It would also follow that the modern doctrine, and it is modern, that communication is somehow the function of language is mistaken, and that a traditional conception of language as an instrument of thought is more nearly correct. In a fundamental way, the language apparently really is a system of audible signs for thought. In Whitney's words, he's expressing a traditional view. The modern conception that communication is the function of language, whatever that is supposed to mean, which is not very clear, that probably derives from the mistaken belief that somehow language must have evolved from animal communication, though evolutionary biology supports no such conclusion, as Lenneberg already showed half a century ago. And the available evidence is strongly against it in virtually every important respect, from word meaning to the basic property. In acquisition and use, language apparently, human language, appears to be radically different from systems of animal communication, lending support to Lenneberg's dissociationist thesis. One might suspect that the modern conception also derives from lingering behaviorist tendencies, which have little merit, in my opinion. Whatever the reasons, the evidence available seems to me strongly to favor the traditional view that language is fundamentally a system of thought. And there is substantial further evidence for this conclusion. Notice again that the optimal computational operation, merge, imposes no order on the merged elements. So it follows then that the mental operations involving language should be independent of order, which is order should be simply a reflex of the sensory motor system. We have to impose linear order on words when we speak. The sensory motor system apparently was substantially in place long before language emerged, and it appears to have little to do with language. It does not permit production in parallel or production of structures, but that limitation seems to have nothing to do with language, only with the sensory motor, this particular sensory motor modality. Actually, it is different if the modality is sign. And as I mentioned earlier, apes that have approximately the same auditory system as humans hear only noise when language is produced, though a newborn infant instantly extracts language-relevant data from the noisy environment using the unique human language faculty, which is much more deeply embedded in the brain. Some illustrations of these conclusions are quite familiar. So, for example, languages differ in whether they have verb-object or object-verb constructions, but the languages assign the identical semantic roles independently of the order. And the conclusions appear to generalize far beyond. These observations have some quite interesting empirical consequences bearing on puzzles that arose 60 years ago. So consider the sentence, birds that fly instinctively swim, or the sentence, the desire to fly instinctively appeals to children. Now, these sentences are ambiguous. The adverb instinctively can be associated with the previous verb, fly instinctively, or the following one, instinctively swim, or instinctively appeals. Suppose now that we extract the adverb from the sentences, forming instinctively birds that fly swim, instinctively the desire to fly appeals to children. And now the ambiguity is eliminated. The adverb is construed only with the remote verb, swim or appeals, not with the proximal verb, fly. These facts are one illustration of a universal property of language, the property of structure dependence of rules. The computational rules of language ignore the very simple property of linear distance and keep to the much more complex property of structural distance. That's a puzzle. It's a strange puzzle. It was noticed long ago when the earliest efforts were made to construct precise grammars. There have been many attempts to show that the consequences can be derived from data and experience. In fact, this is the major case by far within computational cognitive science of an effort to deal with some non-trivial property of language. All efforts fail totally, and it's obvious why. In cases like the one I mentioned, there simply is no data. The child has no evidence at all to show that the simple property of linear distance must be ignored in favor of the complex property of structural distance. Nevertheless, experiment by Steve Crane shows that children understand that rules are structure dependent as early as they can be tested, by about age 3, and do not make errors, and of course are not instructed. All of this follows at once if we assume that SMT holds, that the computations of language are as simple as possible, and there is no other explanation offered. The failed efforts, there are many, have kept to auxiliary inversion and to relative clauses, which were indeed the earliest cases discussed. This artificial limitation misled researchers into believing that the phenomenon might have something to do with raising rules or that there might be data available to the child, or that the phenomenon might have something to do with presupposed information in relative clauses among the many proposals made. Even in these terms, the efforts are a complete failure, but when we move beyond the earliest illustrations to rules of construal, such as those I mentioned, which behave in exactly the same way, it becomes entirely clear that all of the efforts in the literature are totally beside the point. So again, there is a very simple explanation for the puzzling phenomena, furthermore the only explanation that survives inspection. The results follow from the optimal assumption about the nature of UG, the strong minimalist thesis, SMT. While some researchers have at least tried to account for the phenomena, others fail to understand that it's a puzzle at all. One example is F.J. Neumeier, historian of linguistics. He proposes, quoting him, that structure dependence of rules follows from design pressures to make all information-bearing complex systems structured hierarchies. There are, in fact, far simpler and more persuasive reasons why a computational procedure yields structured hierarchies, but that fact leaves the puzzle unchanged. Both structured hierarchy and linear order clearly exist. The puzzle is why the simple computational operation of shortest linear distance is universally ignored in favor of the more complex operation of shortest structural distance. Doesn't help to say that structured hierarchy is available. So is linear order available, plainly. Incidentally, this is a rather common error, right to technical articles appearing in the current literature. And incidentally, on the side, it's only one of a series of errors that render this particular article irrelevant to its goal of refuting earlier versions of arguments related to those I'm reviewing here, errors that also undermine conclusions drawn by other authors in the curious volume on evolution of language in which it appears, the one I cited earlier. And the word curious is indeed appropriate. The misinterpretations that appear there and elsewhere are sometimes curious indeed. One is the confusion between evolution and natural selection, which are of course distinct. Natural selection is a factor in evolution, as Darwin stressed, not the factor. Other errors are stranger still. So Jean Aitchison, in the same volume, discusses what she calls the pop hypothesis, that language might have popped into existence relatively fast. And to illustrate the absurdity of this hypothesis, she cites my reference to the idea that half a wing is not useful for flying, failing to mention, however, that I brought this up as a fallacy and went on in the following sentences to cite a recent technical publication proposing that insect wings evolved initially as thermoregulators and were then accepted for flying. Regrettably, these are not exceptions in the literature on evolution of language, but I won't tarry on that matter here. Well, returning to the main topic, it's also of some significance, I think, that the apparent variety and complexity of language and its susceptibility to change lie mostly, and perhaps even entirely, in the process of externalization, not in the systems that generate the underlying expressions and provide them to the conceptual interface for other mental operations. These appear to be virtually uniform among languages, and if that turns out to be true, which increasingly seems to be the case, It would not at all be surprising, because the child receives virtually no evidence about them, as in the simple cases I mentioned, no evidence at all in cases like these, and the facts become much more dramatic as we turn to examples of normal complexity. There's also both neurological evidence and some evolutionary evidence to support the conclusion about the ancillary character of externalization in one or another modality, and hence about the ancillary character of use of language for communication and other forms of interchange. Research conducted in Milan a decade ago, initiated by Andrea Moro, showed that nonsense systems keeping to UG principles elicit normal activation in the language areas of the brain, but much simpler nonsense systems using linear order in violation of UG yield diffuse activation, implying that subjects are treating them as a puzzle and not as a nonsense language. There's confirming evidence by Neil Smith and Ianthi Tsimple in their investigation of a cognitively deficient but linguistically gifted subject. And Smith and Tsimple also made the interesting observation that normals can solve the problem if it's presented to them as a puzzle, but not if it's presented to them as a language, presumably activating the language faculty. Now, these studies suggest some very intriguing paths that can be pursued in neuroscience and experimental psycholinguistics. Well, to summarize briefly, the optimal conclusions about the nature of language would be that its basic principles are extremely simple, perhaps even optimal for computational systems. Now, that was, in fact, the goal that has been sought since the earliest study of generative grammar in the mid-20th century. It seemed completely unattainable in earlier years, but much less out of reach today. And from that optimal assumption, some quite interesting empirical conclusions follow. For one, we see that displacement, far from being a puzzling anomaly, in fact is an expected property of a perfectly designed language. It would be more complex if it didn't exist. Furthermore, optimal design yields the copy property of displacement with quite rich and complex consequences for semantic interpretation. We also have an immediate explanation for the very puzzling fact that language ignores simple properties of linear order and uniformly relies on the more complex property of structural distance in all languages, in all constructions. Again, of course, without data for the child. We also have an explanation for the apparent fact that the diversity, complexity, and malleability of language, subject to change, is mostly, maybe entirely, localized in an external system that is ancillary to the core internal properties of language structure and semantic interpretation. If all of this is correct, we see that language is well designed for computational efficiency and expression of thought, but poses serious problems for use, in particular for communication. Language is, in essence, an instrument of thought, as traditionally assumed. Now, of course, the term designed is a metaphor. What it means is that the simplest evolutionary process consistent with the basic property of human language yields a system of thought and understanding, computationally efficient, since there were no external pressures preventing this optimal outcome. Well, returning to the two facts of evolutionary history, one firm, the other reasonable, a plausible speculation is that some small rewiring of the brain within that narrow evolutionary window provided the core element of the basic property, namely an optimal computational procedure which yields an infinite array of hierarchically structured expressions, each interpreted systematically at the conceptual interface with other cognitive systems. That's different from the way I formulated the basic property before, keeping to the conceptual interface. In fact, it's not easy to conceive of a different possibility, different coherent possibility, since there can't be a series of small steps that leads to infinite yield. That's a logical impossibility. A mutation, of course, takes place in an individual, not in a group. An individual endowed with this small rewiring, it would have advantages, capacity to think and plan and so on, and the capacity might proliferate through a small breeding group over generations. At some point, externalization would be useful, but it poses hard cognitive problems. A system designed for computational efficiency must be mapped to a sensory motor system that's quite independent of it. That problem can be solved in many ways, of course with constraints, yielding superficial variety and complexity, and perhaps involving no evolution at all. Could be just a cognitive problem. Now that fits pretty well with what we observe, and it seems to me the most parsimonious explanation, a speculation, though of course it is a speculation for Dick Lewontin's reasons. Well, needless to say, these remarks only scratch the surface. There is recent work exploring the SMT in new and I think promising directions, and quite naturally a vast array of phenomena that have been unearthed about language remain barely examined, unexplained. But the picture that I sketched here seems to me the most plausible one that we have, and one that offers many opportunities for fruitful research and inquiry. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Noam. And actually, many of the people that you mentioned, like Stephen Crane and Neil Smith and Andrea Moro, are all here today. So the talk is open for questions. Who can I give the microphone? Don't be shy. Here's the microphone. So Tecumseh Fitch would like to ask a question. This one.
Hi, Noam. I don't know if you can see on here, but we can see you.
Yeah.
So I just had.
I can see, but I can't hear very well.
You cannot hear? Can you?
I can hear, but my hearing is not great. But I'll try.
Okay, I'll try and speak very clearly. I had two clarification questions about the copy principle of internal merge. These are just the naive biologist not understanding. So in your example where we have which books will he will read which books, and you merge that with which books. The copy principle that you told us about explains why we don't hear which books taste. So when we output, we only hear that the first time. So that gives us which books he will read, but we still have this inversion in English, which books will he read? That's what we actually say in English. So there's something else that happens there. And what's the explanation for that?
Well, the optimal computation tells us two things. First, it tells us that the copy theory, the copy property holds. That is, what reaches the mind is which books he hears which books, because merge, being optimal, doesn't delete either of them. It also tells us why what reaches the ear drops one of the two, namely that to keep both would yield computational complexity. Now, you're pointing out that there are other rules involved, like the rule of inversion. So why do we say will he instead of he will? Actually, we can make up examples in which there's no inversion, just to make it look simpler. So if we said, I wonder which books he will read which books. That's what would reach the mind. What would reach the ear would be, I wonder which books he will read, and there's no inversion. Okay, the inversion holds only in what's called a matrix sentence, the top sentence, not in embedded sentences. And the reason for that is a phenomenon that appears in many languages of raising of the verbal element to a second position in the matrix sentence, in the external part of the total sentence. It's another rule. And we have to abstract away from that to see the way the copy property is working. If we take embedded cases, like guess which book he reads, or I wonder which book he reads, we don't have that extra complication. Does that respond to the query?
It does, but it still begs the question that I really want to know, which is that extra inversion that you're talking about, is that done as part of externalization, or is there is it a different version of internal merge, or who does the work?
Well, actually, that's an important question, and not a trivial one, and much contested. The usual way of looking at this is that the inflectional element to which a verb is attached, is adjoined, raises to the second position. I think that's a mistake. I think actually this has to do with the nature of what's called head movement. In my own view, it's discussed in a recent paper, which still isn't out, but it's where a lot of you have seen, is that head movement has been misinterpreted. Head movement has always been interpreted as if the raised element adjoins to the element to which it attaches. But I think it's pretty clearly the other way around. The element to which it attaches is adjoined to the raised element. So when you raise verb to inflection, the result is not an inflection with a verb adjoined to it. It's a verb with an inflection adjoined to it. And that means that the raising from T, what's usually called T, the inflectional element, to C, the second position, complementizer position, is actually verb raising. It's not inflection raising. The verb raising is something that happens in all kinds of languages, German, Dutch, others, and it's probably the same thing in English. Not inflection to complementizer, but just normal verb raising. That's not the usual view, incidentally. It isn't even in the literature up until an unpublished paper of mine that's coming out.
Okay, thanks. And my second question about the copy principle is, why would it be so computationally inefficient or so computationally expensive to simply pronounce the whole thing? It just doesn't seem like it would be computationally expensive. It would make long sentences. They'd be kind of add words, but that seems like would be a small price to pay. So why? What's the computational expense?
Yeah. Well, you have to think about the externalization process, which includes morphology, phonology, and phonetics, right? If you have a phrase like, say, which picture of the artist, and you have to articulate it, you have to go through all the computations of morphology and phonology all inside the mind, and ultimately the articulatory motions. And that's a huge computational problem, especially because it can appear over and over. And these phrases, remember, can be of arbitrary complexity. So it could be which picture of the artist that he painted last year while he was in England. To run through just the phonological and morphological operations that yield the narrow phonetics is a huge amount of computation. And that can remember, of course, that this is also successive cyclic movement. So these things appear at many points in the utterance. That's an enormous computational burden. And in addition, it's an enormous articulatory burden, in addition to the internal computation. So I think there's a very strong computational reason why only one is pronounced. The question then arises, which one? Well, there are three possibilities. It could be, the top one, could be the bottom one, or it could be one of the medial ones. in reality, what we hear is either the lowest one, which is called an in situ language, or the highest one, which is like English, although English also has in situ constructions. But those are the two things that appear as possibilities. What is not a possibility is leaving the WH phrase in the middle. Now, it can appear in the middle, like after a word like wonder, but it can't appear in the middle in a declarative embedded sentence, although there's very strong reason to believe that it appears there. And then comes the question, well, why can't it appear in the middle? Actually, I think I've suggested what seems to me an interesting answer to that. I don't have time to talk about it here, some of you know about it, in terms of what's called labeling theory, the theory of how phrases get identified for semantic and phonological interpretation. That appears discussed in a paper that appeared in journal Lingua about a year ago called Problems of Projection. And there's a lot of further work on this topic by René Hoiberg, Susser, other people. But that's basically the story.
Great. Thanks.
At least.
Thank you. Other questions? Yes. Willem Zuidema.
So thank you very much. Willem Zuidema from Amsterdam. So as one of James Herford's former students, I was hoping I could ask you a question about that scenario you presented towards the end. And I think that sounds plausible, as you were saying. But you would need at some point, so if I understood it right, you're saying like merge appears in an individual, manages to spread in the population, and then the solution of how the interface constraints are solved basically that can work out in all kinds of different ways. I hope I understood that right. But that process of sort of working out all of those that interface business, is that happening in just the head of one single individual, or is that a process that unfolds over several generations where something that Jim Herford and I would call cultural evolution might play some role? Or I don't see why that wouldn't be a helpful addition to the scenario.
Well, I'm uncomfortable about the phrase cultural evolution because I think I'd prefer, at least personally, to take the term evolution much more seriously and restrict it to biological objects. There definitely is cultural change, okay, but I think it's confusing to describe it as evolution. It has no similarity to biological evolution. But that's a terminological point. I think the question you bring up raises very serious issues. First of all, notice that there are two questions about connection to interfaces. One question is, let's say merge evolves an individual. Okay, that individual can then construct an indefinite number an arbitrary number of hierarchically structured expressions. But to be at all useful to the individual, it has to link to the conceptual interface. Okay, how does that happen? Now, that's total mystery. That goes back to the mystery that I mentioned at the beginning about the total mystery of how the atomic elements of the computation emerged. The simplest words of human language, river, tree, person, you name it, all have the property, do not have the referentialist property. They do not link to extramental entities, contrary to animal communication, where that linkage seems to be universal. This, as I mentioned, goes back to the pre-Socratics, who raised questions like this about river. Aristotle discussed the question used the example of house. The early modern philosophers, 17th, 18th century, Locke, Hume, and others, that were concerned with many examples, including a crucial one, person, and so on. And most of this has been forgotten, but it's very important. and it relates to the first part of the linkage to the conceptual interface. Somehow, and we don't know how, these atomic elements emerged in human evolutionary history. They have to be used by the computational process, and that means that the result, that the expression that is created by the process must have an interpretation at the thought interface. Well, going back to your question, that has to happen in an individual, the first individual for whom the system was at all useful. Actually, it's perfectly conceivable that endless numbers of times in the prehistory of humans, merge appeared, but was never linked to anything. So it simply would have died out because it would have had no use. You know, just kind of like an accidental development that disappears. That's quite possible. And maybe it even, though I don't know of any evidence for it, exists in some other organisms, but is not linked to anything, so therefore it just dies out. The linkage to the sensory motor interface, I think, is quite different. The speculation that I'm proposing is that merge linked to the conceptual interface using the atoms, which are a mystery, appeared in a single individual. That's almost a logical necessity. So I think we can safely assume that. Possibly it could have proliferated since it's genetic property, it could have proliferated to future generations, some of them. At some point, remember we're talking about small breeding groups, a number of people in that breeding group would have had the internal capacity. And at that point it becomes useful to interact with it. But how do you do it? You have to solve the problem of how to map this internal system, which may satisfy SMT, to a sensory motor system, which has been around for hundreds of thousands of years and has nothing to do with it. That mapping is complex. And in fact, what we discover is, I think, that overwhelmingly, and maybe completely, the complexity, variety, malleability of language lies in that part of the system, in the morphology, phonology, phonetics. And that's what you learn when you learn a second language. When you learn a second language, you don't learn structure dependence. You don't learn the copy property. Nobody's ever learned that. In fact, nobody even noticed it until recently. What you learn is the phonetics, the phonology, the irregular verbs, some facts about word order, things like that, which are all, I think, part of the externalization. So how would that develop? Well, through interaction among people. The nature of the culture would have an effect. There could be cultural processes that lead it to develop one way or another. As I said, I would prefer not to call them evolution, but that's terminological. That's the speculation that I'm proposing. Does that respond to the question?
Okay, thanks very much. The next question is from Bart de Boer.
Yes. So it's in a sense a follow-up to what Jelle just asked, but it has to do with the timing of the biological evolution. And I find your argument that if language evolved late, the cognitive changes must have been simple, very persuasive. But then we do find evidence of a fair amount of adaptation in the externalization system as well. So for instance, our sensitivity, our infants' sensitivity to language that you mentioned must have evolved as well. So
I'm sorry, what is it must evolve?
The sensitivity for speech, for instance, that infants
the capacity for speech.
Yeah, and the capacity to learn it. So my worry is, aren't you shifting the whole problem by saying, well, because we've had there's been very little time for language to evolve, but then all of this complexity, all these biological adaptations to externalization must now have evolved in the last, say, 75,000 years as well.
Well, I'm not convinced that they've evolved at all. They developed, but it doesn't follow that they evolved. Let's use the term evolution in its literal sense, genomic change, basically. It's not clear that that's involved in the, say, ability to pronounce, or let's take the ability to use signs, which is pretty much common to humans and apes. And as we know, sign works dramatically like spoken language. To find it, and children acquire sign language at the same rate, at the same stages, and so on as spoken languages. You know, babbling, interchange of pronouns, first and second pronoun, and roughly 15 months of age, the structures, and so on. Looks like the same process. And it's using a modality which may have very early evolutionary origins. It's pretty much common to us in apes. As far as the articulatory mechanisms are concerned, there has been speculation about, lowering the larynx and so on and so forth, but I think it's pretty weak. I don't think it gives strong evidence that any of this co-evolved with language. It probably is just there because that's the way for whatever reason it developed, and then it's taken over, it's appropriated for externalization when that process, when the mapping from the internal mental system to the sensory motor system is undertaken, and in many different ways. There are constraints, of course, but we find a fair variety of phonetic outputs in languages across the world. And sign is entirely different. In fact, as we know, it can even be, the modality that's used can even be touch, the Helen Keller type case. So it's pretty likely that any sensory modality is available. For humans, we can't use smell because it's just too primitive. Maybe dogs could use smell. But we humans can use sound, sight, and touch at least. And none of which, at least sign and touch, certainly didn't co-evolve with language.
Okay, thanks very much. The next question is from Ian Tattersall.
Oh, hello. Yes, I'm Ian Tattersall. I'm a paleontologist. And first of all, I'd like to say I really liked a lot what you said about the evolutionary process, and particularly about the dangers of conflating evolution and natural selection. And I think there is a pretty simple solution to this matter that we've just been discussing. The anatomical species Homo sapiens came into existence about 200,000 years ago. But the real inflection in the complexity of behavior as we see it in the archaeological record occurred just in that time scale that you were talking about, 100,000, 75,000 years ago, by which time everything must have been in place. The obvious point at which both the computational ability was achieved presumably was that enormous developmental event when Homo sapiens as a anatomically recognizable and highly derived species came into existence around 200,000 years ago. And it was this new capacity simply lay fallow for 100,000 years until it was recruited by some behavioral means, possibly the adoption of language. And at that point, of course, the peripheral structures that allow the externalization of speech, the sensory motor structures would already have been in place, as they would have been since the birth of the species itself. So I don't think we have a problem in matching the two things. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand. Actually, just side comment. The reason why I'm suggesting that, the reason why we were agreeing on what the probable range is because I'm quoting you, you know. Okay, so so that accounts for the agreement. There is a possibility different. As far as I can see, there are two possibilities we can imagine. I would describe it a little bit differently than you did. One is the one I mentioned, that say, 75,000 years ago, something like that, a mutation caused a rewiring of the brain in an individual, yielding kind of a language of thought. And at some point in the following years, the problem of externalization was faced. That's one possibility. Another possibility is what you suggested, if I understand it correctly, that 200,000 years ago, this mutation and rewiring took place along with the linkage to the conceptual structure, so that the individual involved and any future generations had a system of thought, but that it wasn't until 75,000 years ago that they began to externalize it. Okay, that's another, that it lay fallow, if you like. That's possible. All of this is pure speculation. So, but as far as I can see, those are the only two. A third possibility is that somewhere in the middle, maybe 120,000 years ago, this event took place after the species was established. This event took place in the brain. I think there is some evidence for brain expansion around 100,000 years or so. So maybe something took place then and then lay fallow until it began to be externalized. The question really is this creative leap that you discuss in your articles and recent book, say around 75,000 years, is that connected to the externalization of the system, or is it connected to the origin of the system? And I don't see any way to settle that.
Oh, I think that's a very excellent question, and one that we're not really in a position to settle. The thing that strikes me, though, is that Homo sapiens is incredibly derived. We have a lot of knowledge of the primitive body form of the genus Homo, and I think the Neanderthals are a pretty good exemplar of this. And Homo sapiens is the antithesis of that very robust, that very broad, broad pelvis, conical thorax kind of anatomy. There was a major developmental reorganization at the origin of Homo sapiens, and it seems to me to make sense to link a lot of these changes we're talking about to that one event at which Homo sapiens came into existence, which would have been, we think, around 200,000 years ago.
Yeah, I think it makes sense, but it also makes sense to suppose that the changes in the archaeological record that you've discussed, say around behavior and so on, had to do with the ability to think. As you say, there's no way to resolve it. No possible means that anyone knows to try to resolve this. Also, notice it doesn't, from the point of view of origin of language, it doesn't really make a lot of difference. I mean, it comes out about the same, except for timing. We still have what seems to me the fact that the first development is a perfect computational system, which is linked to the conceptual interface. We first have that. Somehow, and again, this is total mystery, the atomic elements, the meaning-bearing elements, appeared. When, how, we haven't the slightest idea, but they had to be there. And this is also true of some other things, like, say, for example, actor-action schemata, notions like predication and so on. And maybe these have earlier roots, but at some point they became available and are recruited by this system. That had to happen first. Later came externalization, which I think may not involve evolution. It may be just solution of a cognitive problem. That's consistent with, at least, the apparent fact that the massive diversity and complexity of language and its malleability, subject to change, seems to lie overwhelmingly in this externalization process, which makes it look like just a cognitive problem that you can solve in many different ways. But the core parts of language, the structures that exist in the mind, and the semantic interpretation of them, the mapping to conceptual interpretation, could turn out that that's really fixed, that it happened once and done, no more evolution. It's beyond what we can establish today, but not beyond what we can imagine to be true. And then comes the question that Ian Tattersall is mentioning, at what point, what are the timing of these two events? One of them could be at the appearance of the species. The first one could be at the appearance of the species, lying fallow for 100,000 years or so until externalization takes place, along with the what we see in the archaeological record, this kind of great leap forward is sometimes called. Or it could be that the ability to think appeared at that point. And that looks like an irresolvable question for pretty much Dick Lewontin's reasons, which I think are not taken seriously enough.
So to come back to the mysterious atomic elements, you said that, you speculated that merge might have appeared several times, but there was nothing to work on. So are you saying that you need atomic elements for merge to work, but then could it be the case that the atomic elements are like a fuel for the system and that they are generated by the functioning of the system once it gets going?
Yeah, either is possible. I don't see how to resolve it. We know that the atomic elements are there. Any computational system is going to have to use some atomic elements. Otherwise it can't function at all. And we can ask a question whether the system existed, the computational system, using atomic elements that don't link to thought and therefore were useless, and then somehow the ones that do link to thought emerged, the ones we actually have, and that kind of gave us language. That's a possibility. But now we're in the realm of the kinds of speculations that fall under Lewontin's strictures.
Yes.
Doesn't seem to be any way to resolve it.
Yes, maybe best to stay away from it. More questions?
Yeah.
I think Rini is raising his hand.
I know. My question concerns maybe another puzzle, the functional features. So atomic elements, the emergence of atomic elements is a big puzzle. The emergence of merge is a puzzle, but must be simple. But in order for the merge system to apply, and in order for the merge system to come up with, let's say, expressions that can be that are readable for the semantics, these expressions must be labeled. For labeling, you need features. So my question is, have you any idea where the features come from, how they fit in? Because merge without operating on features seems a hopeless business. And second, do you have any ideas about constraining these features? They are very limited.
Well, you're asking a question about the emergence of the features that enter into
features, yes.
Functional features
that are necessary for merge to come up with well-formed expressions.
Like, for example, assuming that the approach is correct, the categorical features that determine whether a root is a noun or a verb or something, or the things like inflection and so on.
Yeah, that's right, yes.
Not a clue. I mean, it seems to me all in this mysterious domain.
Yes. But they're very important, right?
Oh, they're very important. Yeah, in fact, they make the system work,
yes.
as your work has shown, in
so
fact.
That's another puzzle.
There's another mystery. Yeah, but I think, notice that at the level of, I mean, this has to do with the level of kind of semantic interpretation, ultimately, and everything in that domain is a mystery. It's a mystery how any child ever learns it, because there's no evidence. For semantic interpretation, there's virtually zero evidence, even in simple cases like the ones I mentioned. And the evolutionary problem is dramatic. There doesn't seem to be anything similar in animal communication systems. It's the discontinuity that Eric Lenneberg talked about, half a century ago seems to have been established more and more fully. Also, the kinds of discontinuity that Susie Curtis talked about, the dissociation, double dissociations with other cognitive capacities, which is just constantly overlooked in the literature in this strange subject, as if you can, somehow by magic, language comes out of cognitive capacities from which it's dissociated. But I think you're right, these are just complete mysteries. And if Lewontin is correct, will remain so. You remember that he ends the second of his articles on this subject by saying, tough luck.
Okay, thanks. The next question is from Stanislas de Hane.
Hello. I would like to ask you a question about the modularity or encapsulation of the system you are describing. I thought I understood initially by reading your early writings that you were talking about a system of language that had very specific properties, very specific quirks that made it quite unique. But hearing you today, I had a feeling that you were thinking more and more in terms of a system that was really a system of thought. And I was wondering whether you think that the same system for building trees through merge also gave us at the same time in evolution the ability to develop tree structures in other domains outside of the language domain, such as mathematics, for instance, and also perhaps...
I didn't catch the last phrase.
I was wondering whether the system that allows us to build trees in language is the same system that allows us to build tree structures in mathematics.
In mathematics,
and also perhaps in the domain of action planning or tool making, which are all faculties that seem to have emerged with a certain degree of convergence in human evolution.
So, well, on the first point, let me stress again that the earliest work from the 1950s right through the 80s did assume a very rich notion of UG, okay? And it did so for simple reasons. As soon as the efforts were made to construct generative grammars, immediately a huge amount of evidence emerged that nobody had noticed, and it was very complex and very diverse, and it seemed necessary to construct complex theories of UG simply to be able to describe it. Okay, that's the first task. It was understood right away that that can't be right, because a complex UG cannot have evolved. So you go back to, say, my own undergraduate thesis in the late 1940s, it's mostly concerned with simplifying phonology, and morphology was mostly concerned with that. How can we simplify it, since the complexity that appears superficially necessary can't be right? If you look at all the work that followed, won't run through it, all of it was an attempt to reduce the complexity. Finally reached the point by the early 90s where it seemed, to me at least, and a number of other people, that we'd reached a level of understanding where we could postulate the thesis that it really is simple and work on the basis of that. That's the reason for the changes. It's commonly believed, many commentators have claimed that this is a total shift in the approach to language. It isn't. It's the single effort from the beginning to try to develop a theory of UG simple enough so that first of all it provides deeper explanations, because that's what simplicity means, and secondly, so that it could ultimately meet the condition of evolvability. Now, as far as the mathematics and theory of action are concerned, let's begin with mathematics. I mean, as you know, it was a big problem for Darwin and Wallace that people had arithmetical capacity. As Wallace pointed out, it couldn't have evolved by natural selection since the capacity was never used. And, you know, they had a famous debate about where it came from. And it is a problem. The only plausible account of this, of the evolution of it's basically arithmetical competence. You know, the rest of mathematics is different. How could this have evolved? It's possible, and it's an old idea, that it is an offshoot of language. And in fact, you can get a model of arithmetic simply from merge, if you restrict the lexicon to a single element. That gives a model for arithmetic. There's a counter-argument to this famous one of the dissociations. So, you know, there's dissociations between arithmetical and linguistic competence. But that doesn't necessarily show anything, as Luigi Rizzi pointed out years ago, because what you're testing always is performance. And it could be that the systems are identical, but that the ability to use them involves separate systems, yielding the dissociation, although at the core, the systems are the same. I mean, Rizzi gave the analogy of speech and reading. They're dissociated, but nobody thinks there's an independent reading module in the brain. It's the same system, but the way it's executed involves different systems. This is the crucial distinction between competence and performance that is often overlooked, but is very crucial. So that could be the answer for arithmetic. As far as theory of action is concerned, my own feeling is that the literature on this is pretty confused, and for reasons that Andrea Moro has pointed out. I mean, it's true that there are, you know, action does involve hierarchical structures, but they're nothing like language, absolutely nothing. Like you don't have dependencies. The reason, for example, this goes back to the 50s, why finite automata, Markovian sources, can't work for language, as had been generally assumed to be the case at the time, is because of dependencies. You know, if then, either or, you know, that sort of men are, and so on, which can be arbitrarily remote and can be embedded in usage. There's a ton of misunderstanding about this in the literature. I mean, it was shown 50 years ago, George Miller and I showed that we can relatively easily understand nested dependencies up to short-term memory, roughly 7. Of course, we don't use them because they're too complicated. And many researchers, the founders of connectionism, many others, have said, well, we don't use them beyond 2, so they don't exist. That's total misunderstanding. We don't use them because they're complex, but we can understand them. It's kind of like saying arithmetical competence doesn't exist because we can't multiply big numbers in our head. Total misunderstanding. The capacities in your head, it's a kind of a Turing machine system. You have the capacity, you have external memory, and it goes on indefinitely. And as we know, simple perception without external memory, it goes up to about 7, which is the limit of short-term memory, exactly what you expect. But now turning to action, you just don't have those dependencies. I mean, it looks superficially as if you do. Like, for example, I can walk into the kitchen, make a sandwich, walk out of the kitchen. And it looks as if walk into a kitchen and walk out of the kitchen are a dependency, but they're not. I can just as well walk into the kitchen, eat a sandwich, and spend the rest of my life there. That's possible too. There's no dependency. And I think that runs right through the theory of action. Yeah, there's hierarchical structure, but nothing remotely like what you see in language. So I think that these analogies just don't mean anything. Arithmetic is a different story. That has a definite structure. And we do have to ask, I mean, your work is crucial in this respect, how these structures evolved, even though they were never used. Wallace's question. And a possibility is offshoot of language.
Can I make a short response to that? I think you may be right that it's not always needed to describe actions in terms of a nested structure, but I think this may be the way in which we interpret it nevertheless. So we may have the capacity to project on somebody else's action a nested structure just because we have this representational capacity. So that's one small reflection. I do think that we think of action as being hierarchically organized, whether it is the correct description or not. That's how humans think about it. And the second statement I like to is just a hypothesis that I am considering very seriously in my work at the brain level, to try to understand what was unique, what changed in the human brain. One possibility that I would consider very seriously is that there are many parallel loops in the brain, for instance, loops linking the basal ganglia with the cortex, and that it could be that some parameter of these loops changed simultaneously for all of these loops, that some of them are involved in language, some of them are involved in mathematics, some of them are involved in action, such that the human brain would have been endowed with the ability to create tree structures in its different domains, and yet they would remain dissociable because there is not a single brain structure which is able to create tree structures, but is in fact a duplication of multiple systems that are all able to create tree structures. So I don't know if this hypothesis makes sense to you or resonates with your thinking.
Well, on the first point, I agree. We do interpret what people are doing in terms of nested structures, but that's our interpretation. And that interpretation probably comes from the fact that we're interpreting them in language, which does have nested structures. So what we see, we tend to impose an interpretation based on our own systems, but that doesn't mean that that's the way they're organized. So that's why I think that the analogies that are drawn actually in the literature, again, Andrea, who's over there, has written critically of this in Friends in Cognitive Science quite accurately, I think. These things are just our misinterpretation of what's actually happening, a misinterpretation that's natural from the point of view of how we describe things. On the second point, there are three things that you're connecting here: language, mathematics, and action. It seems to me that action is entirely different from the first two. It just has completely different properties. Like, for example, it doesn't have the structural properties of mathematics or the nesting properties of language and so on. It just doesn't have them. Mathematics and language is an interesting question. And really, it's not mathematics, it's arithmetic. The rest of mathematics, is a different matter. You remember Kroneker's famous statement that God created arithmetic and man created the rest. I think a way of interpreting that is that evolution of humans created arithmetic, and our cognitive capacities then created the rest. Of course, they're constrained by our genetic capacity, but that's a different matter. With regard to arithmetic, I don't see how what your hypothesis is different from the one that suggests that arithmetic is simply language restricted to a lexicon with a single element. And of course with no interfaces. That seems to me essentially the same thing. Yeah.
The next question is from Peter Hagward.
At meetings like this on the evolution of language, we also see cross-species comparisons. So, for instance, we hear about birdsong or about the capacities of other species to handle sequences and so on. Likewise, we see cross-species comparisons in terms of the infrastructure of the brain. Do you see any usefulness of these cross-species comparisons for understanding the evolution of language? And if so, what is its usefulness?
Well, birdsong is a very interesting case and has a lot of interesting properties. But the similarities that you're pointing to have to do with externalization. So forming a birdsong has a sequence of, chirps, and they go in a particular order, and they're arranged in a certain way, and so on. That's similar to, whether it's analogous to, that's another question, but it at least has some similarity to externalization of language. I don't see any similarity to the internal structure of language, the kind that I've been discussing. There are some similarities at the level of externalization. And that's not too surprising because there just aren't a lot of ways to externalize things. If you look at the apparatus, the sensory apparatus for externalization, it is pretty well restricted to putting things in order, strings on a bead, kind of. Doesn't have a lot of alternatives. You can't speak in parallel. Birds can't either. You can't produce structures. The sensory apparatus doesn't allow it. So there aren't going to be a lot of ways for externalization to take place. Now, how much, if what I suggested is correct, the externalization properties of language are peripheral to it, and in fact might not involve evolutionary processes. If that's correct, then there wouldn't be any interesting connection to, say, birdsong.
Thank you. Are there any more questions? Rini?
You have often stated that it's hard to imagine how a recursive system could have evolved gradually. Now, that's an important statement, it seems to me, but the statement hasn't been picked up in the evolution of language studies, it seems to me. Could you elaborate a bit on why it is hard to imagine a gradual evolutionary story for a recursive system, for merge?
Well, we have to be careful for an infinite digital recursive system. Yeah. Well, there just is no way to reach infinity in small steps. I mean, take, say, arithmetic, which is uncontentious. I don't think language should be contentious, but it is. Arithmetic's uncontentious. Every child, every normal child, has the capacity, comprehends at some age that the numbers can go on forever. Okay? No other animal does. Now, that capacity can't develop step by step. I mean, you can get to 2, then 7, then 83. At some point, you have to say, oh, it goes on forever. And you might as well have that at the first step. Nothing is gained by imagining the intermediate steps. This enters into the discussion of proto-language. Like the early proposals about proto-language were that, like it had short sentences, and then it developed into language. Well, that can't be. If you take a look at Derek Bickerton's recent book, his latest one that just came out, he very angry about this. He says it's a canard to say that proto-language only had short sentences. He said it could have indefinitely long sentences. Okay, where'd they come from? How did you get the operation that gave you indefinitely long sentences, each part of which has an interpretation? Take a look at his explanation. Turns out to be magic. And it's going to be like that. You can't build up to develop a digitally infinite system by small steps, just as a matter of logic.
Thank you. Other questions? Yes. Willem Zuidema.
Oh, thanks. So I have the opportunity to ask my second question. So my second question is about focal learning. So I think many people in the field of evolution of language are sort of converging on this idea that focal auditory learning is one very important prerequisite for language and music, and something that fortunately is shared with a couple of other species. So that might actually help us to build up and constrain evolutionary scenarios. So is there any way that what's your take basically on it? I guess that's my question.
I didn't catch the first. Were you saying verbal learning?
No, vocal learning. So vocal imitation. Vocal imitation learning.
Vocal imitation. Well, it's possible, but I think a question is how come sign is just as usable and develops exactly the same way. I mean, it's true that the articulatory auditory modality has some advantages, like you can talk to each other in the dark, for example. But sign, we now know, it wasn't known 50 years ago, but it's by now pretty well known that the acquisition and use and structure of sign, and probably even its neural representation, is essentially the same as spoken language. So that doesn't seem to have anything to do with, verbal imitation. You can have sign imitation. In fact, apes can sign perfectly well. Why don't they develop a sign language the way human infants do spontaneously, even without external, by now there are cases known, many of you know, of sign languages that have been developed by children simply by interaction with each other, no external inputs.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm just looking around whether there are any more questions remaining. Yes, Ian Roberts would like to.
Thanks. Hi. I have a question actually concerning, again, the externalization systems. Because from what we know from the study of phonology, there are a number of similarities with the core system, in the sense that it's a digital computational system. There's evidence for cyclic rule application of various kinds, particularly in metrical phonology. And also, of course, we know that sign language shows phonological properties as well, which are very similar to the other modality. So I was wondering, to what extent do you think that these properties stem from the core system, or are these just accidental, superficial relationships, or is there maybe some overarching reason why the systems are, in certain respects, similar?
Yeah, there are several possible answers, actually. As you know, my own work and work with Marsali and others on cyclic rules actually tried to unify the syntactic and phonological systems back from the 1950s. And Andrew Nevins's work, illustrates another kind of connection between agreement systems and syntax and morphology and harmony and vowel harmony and so on, and spoken language. And there's plenty of similarities. So what could they mean? Well, if you accept the speculation that I've been presenting, what they could mean is that when the task of externalization was undertaken, it made use of the properties of language that were already there and applied them to this new task. That's one possibility. Another possibility, which is perfectly conceivable, is that there's some deeper reason, in neural structure, cognitive structure, why this kind of operation should take place. Let's say cyclicity, or harmony, or something. And at the moment, I don't see how we can choose between hypotheses like these, but they're real ones. Maybe there are ways to look into them.
Okay, thanks very much. Just one last look into the audience. There's a question at the back. Maybe you can come forward a bit so you can see you.
Thank you. My question goes back to the discussion of computational efficiency, because it's a notion that you use several times in your talk, and it's also been discussed in the previous days, in the previous presentations, and then in this colloquium. And it seems that there's not a uniform consensus on what computational efficiency actually is. So you had the example with which book will he read, and you said that there's a high computational load in maintaining the lower copy of which book. I assume that's not really within narrow syntax, but more at the sensory motor interface. But would it, for instance, actually be more useful, say, for the conceptual intentional interface that the lower copy of which book actually remain? And overarchingly, do we really have an objective benchmark for what is computationally efficient and what isn't?
Well, I think it is the narrow question. Is it more efficient for the conceptual intentional interface to have both pronounced? The answer is yes, because that gives the interpretation. We don't get the right interpretation otherwise. Now, that's why you have these very elaborate systems of trying to determine the interpretation of sentences in approaches that bar transformational rules or displacement rules. You can kind of build up something that'll give you the interpretations, but it's extremely complex, and it's given directly in a rich variety of cases if you simply assume things work in the simplest possible way. So I think that part is pretty straight. On the nature of computational efficiency, you're perfectly right. It's not a priori completely clear notion by any means. However, the cases that are involved in the discussions of the kind I've had and in the literature use notions of computational efficiency so elementary that any future development of our understanding of the notion will certainly accommodate them, like the idea that less is better than more, okay? That fewer computations are better than more computations, that minimal search is better than long search. You know, as long as you keep the notions that simple, you can be pretty confident that any future understanding of the notion of computational efficiency will accommodate these results. I mean, conceivably it'll turn out otherwise, but it doesn't look very plausible. Furthermore, you know, the notion of computational efficiency that will be developed maybe someday for biology will not be necessarily an a priori notion, like quantum physics might use a different notion. There are going to be constraints coming from the systems that are discussed as to what counts as efficiency within those systems. That's to be expected. Another way of putting it is that our understanding of computational efficiency, the concept itself, will develop as we proceed in explaining facts about the phenomena of the biological phenomena. I'll give you a concrete example. A work of about my own work and others about, say, 15 years ago, assumed that the length of derivations was a factor in computational complexity. It looks now as if it probably isn't. Okay, well, that's a move towards an understanding of the way computational efficiency either could be true, the way computational efficiency in fact works in the biological system language, and how much this extends to biology generally is pretty unclear. One reason is that in the biological world, it is very hard to find examples of digital infinity. I mean, you just don't find many such examples. So take, say, animal communication, vervet monkey, let's say. has whatever it is, half a dozen calls. It's finite. Take, say, the waggle dance, bee communication. It's basically a continuous system, not a digital system, insofar as a physical system can be continuous. And you don't seem to find anything in between. There are continuous systems, there are finite systems, but try to find a digitally infinite system. It's very difficult. Maybe there aren't any beyond the level of maybe DNA. In that case, language would be extremely unusual biological system with just no counterparts. And that looks pretty much like it's the case. If so, then the concept of computational efficiency in language may not generalize easily to other biological systems, because language is so unique in this formal respect. In the early days of the modern scientific revolution, Galileo and other leading 17th century scientists, philosophers, issued a critical challenge for the study of language and mind, one that is still far from being more than partially addressed. They were awed, I'm now quoting, by the marvelous invention of a means to construct from 25 or 30 sounds an infinite variety of expressions, which, although not having any resemblance in themselves to that which passes through our minds, nevertheless do not fail to reveal all of the secrets of the mind and to make intelligible to others who cannot penetrate into our minds all that we conceive and all the diverse movements of our souls. For Descartes, this was a primary difference between humans and any animal or machine. The insight provided a primary basis for his well-known mind-body dualism, facts that are still poorly understood. I'll actually return to that. Later on, the great humanist, linguist, Wilhelm von Humboldt conceived language, in his words, to be a productive activity that makes articulated sound capable of expressing thought, audible signs for thought, the words of William Dwight Whitney, a famous figure in 19th century linguistics. For the last great representative of this tradition, Otto Jespersen, about a century ago, the central question of the study of language, again, his words, is how its structures come into existence in the mind of a speaker on the basis of limited finite experience, yielding a notion of structure that is definite enough to guide him in framing sentences of his own, crucially what he called free expressions that are typically new to speaker and hearer. For convenience, I'll refer to this tradition as the Gallilean challenge, taking a little bit of liberty with texts, but not in a way that affects the main point. The Gallilean challenge is, I think, of crucial significance for the study of the nature and evolution of language and the human mind. One might say, I think without exaggeration, that it virtually defines the topic, that any approach that doesn't at least try to deal with the challenge is deeply flawed and happens to cover a lot of ground. The Gallilean challenge concerns what has been sometimes called the creative aspect of language use, the distinctive human capacity to construct in our minds an infinite number of thoughts expressed in language and to use them to reveal our thoughts to others in ways that are appropriate to circumstances. And we could add to bring them to our own consciousness sometimes and our own understanding That's actually a crucial, though very little studied topic, one for you students to undertake, new directions. Human language and thought are, for this reason, based on a generative process, which is the modern study of these topics, motivated by the Gallilean challenge, has been called the generative enterprise. It's an enterprise which began to take shape in the mid-20th century, aided by new theoretical understanding of the nature of computational systems. The idea that human language and human thought have a fundamental creative aspect based on a generative process was suggested, as far as I know, for the first time by the 16th century Spanish physician, philosopher, Juan Huarte, who apparently influenced Descartes. Huarte distinguished three kinds of intelligence. The lowest level is shared by humans and animals and lacks the creative capacity. The second level, specific to humans, is based on a generative system that underlies the normal use of language. In Huarte's words, people who have this system can be seen inventing and saying such things as they never heard from their masters nor any mouth. That's the second level of intelligence. The third and highest level is true creativity with aesthetic value, which he suggests might involve a mixture of madness, thoughts derived from Plato originally. In a recent discussion of language and understanding, the Dewey lectures that Bill mentioned, I wrote that honesty should lead us to concede that we understand little more about creativity than Huarte did in the 16th century. Nor do we even know whether the essential questions fall within the scope of human understanding, or whether they are what David Hume took to be nature's ultimate secrets, consigned to that obscurity in which they ever did and ever will remain. Hume was referring to the Newtonian scientific revolution, which had just taken place, based on invocation of forces that Newton and his contemporaries regarded as an absurdity, Newton's words, for quite compelling reasons, which have only deepened in the years since. Quite interesting topic, I'll put it aside here. Relevant here is the question to what extent the Galilean challenge falls within the reach of potential human intelligence. I might add that it is very commonly argued that there are no limits to human intelligence. There is no ignorabimus, as the great mathematician philosopher David Hilbert declared. As he put it, there are absolutely no unsolvable problems. Instead of the foolish ignorabimus, our answer is, on the contrary, we must know, we shall know, words that are engraved on his tombstone. And they're widely accepted today, particularly by those who consider themselves to be scientific naturalists. That's always seemed to me very strange, not only for the reasons that impelled John Locke, David Hume, Isaac Newton himself to reject the conclusion, quite strong arguments, but also because more generally we are, after all, organic creatures. We're not angels, so that all of our capacities should be expected to have limits, which in fact are implicit in the fact that they have scope. So our biological endowment permits us to grow arms and legs, but for exactly the same reason, it prevents us from growing wings. And the logic carries over to the cognitive domain. It's been discussed significantly by one figure, the great 19th century philosopher logician Charles Sanders Peirce, He argued persuasively, I think, that our reasoning in science and ordinary life is guided by what he called abductive principles, which crucially limit the range of the hypotheses that we are capable of entertaining. Otherwise, he argues, I think again convincingly, that learning and discovery would be impossible. But these very same principles render other hypotheses either inaccessible or so remote in some accessibility hierarchy that they can't be entertained. In fact, there's little reason to believe that we have even the intellectual resources to pose the correct questions, let alone to find the answers. This being the case, as I think it is, our sciences can be regarded as a domain of convergence between our innate intellectual capacities and the truths about the world, a convergence that might well be partial apart from some biological miracle. And I think the close study of language sheds some further light on these matters, one of its interests, I think. Well, returning to the Galilean challenge, it's important to determine which parts are amenable to study and which parts lie beyond reach, quite possibly for reasons that have to do with limits of human understanding. As formulated, the Galilean challenge identifies thought with linguistically formulable thought. Again, the words of the challenge say that these 25 to 30 sounds can reveal all that we conceive and all the diverse movements of our souls. That's an identification of thought with linguistically expressible thought. That idea runs through a long tradition, finds expression today. I think it's too extreme. There seems good evidence for thought that's not linguistically articulated or articulable. Nevertheless, what can in principle be formulated in language is surely a core component of what's loosely described as thought. And restricting ourselves to that, we ask, what kind of mental structure would satisfy the Galilean criteria? And the challenge for science is to discover what this entity is, how it functions, and if possible, how it evolved, how we happen to have it. On the latter topic, in recent years, there's been a huge and burgeoning literature on evolution of language. There's regular international conferences, many publications. However, it's rarely noted that the topic doesn't exist. Languages change, but they don't evolve. And what evolved is something different, namely the capacity for language, which is part of the human biological endowment. Each language is an instantiation of the language capacity, just as each visual system, individual visual system, is an instantiation of the shared human visual capacity. It's the capacity that evolved and not its instantiations. You might think that this is just a terminological point, but actually if you look further, the problem goes considerably deeper. Soon we see that as soon as you look into the literature on the topic. Much of it denies that there is a linguistic capacity. It adopts a principle which was famously announced by prominent psychologist, linguist Michael Tomasello, that the language capacity is dead. There is no such thing. His actual words were, UG is dead, which is exactly the same thing. UG, universal grammar, is nothing other than the theory of the language capacity. So if that's dead, there's no language capacity. So in short, much of the field, I think probably most of it, is based on the assumption that the topic doesn't exist. That may seem uncharitable, worth some thought, merits further discussion. you might want to look into it. I'll put the question aside here. Discussed it elsewhere. The Galilean challenge presupposes what's been called in recent years the biolinguistic program. It assumes that the language capacity is a real biological entity. It's a component of the mind-brain, kind of parallel to the visual capacity in others. That was quite a departure from the prevailing approaches of the structuralist behavioral science period, 1940s and 50s, and also recent reincarnations of the same conceptions. But nevertheless, if we adopt this program, the biolinguistic program, we at once face two central questions. The question of learnability, as Jespersen emphasized, and since Darwin, the question of evolvability. The study of learnability and evolvability was given quite solid grounding by Eric Lenneberg, old friend, in his classic text, Biological Foundations of Language, came out in 1967. And among his many contributions, several are of particular significance in the present context. Lenneberg reviewed the sharp divergence between human language and the symbolic systems of other animals, and he also presented the first serious, comprehensive account of, is this working? Of the, is this working? Lost?
Magic touch. Why don't you?
We were just commenting that this illustrates the limits of human understanding. Actually, I'm at MIT, a great technological institution, and at least once in commencement, the whole public address system breaks down. So, and in fact, the most interesting case in my experience when I was giving memorial lectures for Bertrand Russell at Trinity College in Cambridge, England, and in the middle, somebody ran up and said, "We have to clear the whole room. There's a bomb threat." So everybody went outside and came back a little later and picked up where we had left. So this is kind of mild. Well, going back to Eric Lenneberg, to repeat, he discussed the sharp divergence between human language and any animal communication system, and a second topic, the quite sharp divergence between the human language capacity and other human cognitive capacities. Many cases, some of which he discovered, in which one of them functions and the other fails, both directions. These discoveries and insights have been considerably extended and deepened since Lenneberg's work. He also discussed the biological plausibility of discontinuity in evolution, what's sometimes called saltation. It was a radical idea at that time. It's a conclusion that's much better grounded today, and it's actually a logical necessity to account for the emergence of systems like human language, which is a system of discrete infinity, as the Gallilean challenge recognized. And that can't emerge in steps, can't get from a small number to infinity by small steps. And this capacity, this system of discrete infinity, it may actually be unique, perhaps even in the biological world, and the root of others that are known, such as knowledge of arithmetic, for example, problem that very much bothered Darwin. The language capacity appears to be a true species capacity, unique to humans in essentials and invariant among human groups. The evidence is quite persuasive that the language capacity has undergone little, probably no evolutionary change, at least since our ancestors left Africa. It's now estimated about some 60,000 years ago. And there are very recent genomic studies, last few months in fact, studies of African groups that separated much earlier, and these indicate that there has been little or no evolutionary change in the language capacity for over 100,000 years. Now the Homo sapiens emerged about 200,000 years ago, and that gap is virtually nothing in evolutionary time. There's no evidence that anything like the language capacity existed prior to Homo sapiens. So what the evidence indicates is that the language capacity emerged pretty much with Homo sapiens, maybe simultaneous with it, and it hasn't changed since. These facts bear directly on the fundamental nature of the language capacity. They very strongly suggest that the language capacity, whatever it is, must be quite simple at its core, both because of its apparently rapid emergence in the evolutionary record and its resistance to modification ever since. Now, it's because of the apparent universality and stability of the language capacity that the theory of the language capacity has been called universal grammar, UG for short. It's recent decades. That's actually adapting a traditional notion which had a different interpretation, adapting it to a new biological context. In current literature, unfortunately, the universal grammar, UG, is often confused with something different, namely generalizations that are generally correct about surface properties of languages. It's quite an interesting topic, but a different one. Another common misunderstanding is that the argument for particular theses of UG is that they hold universally. That could not be a very good argument. There could be many reasons for universality, for example, common origin. The basic arguments for theses of UG lie in the study of learnability, what's called poverty of stimulus in the study of language, a problem that arises in all forms of growth and development. The complexity of the system that arises is not traceable to properties of the data that are are the basis for it. So, for example, you can't derive the fact that humans have a mammalian visual system, not an insect visual system, from looking at the nutritional environment of the embryo, for example. Nobody believes that. And the same is true in the cognitive domain. Well, returning to the Gallilean challenge, until mid-20th century, the challenge had been pretty much ignored. There's occasional notice of the kind I mentioned, and in fact, doesn't go much beyond that. It's very occasional. And there was a good reason for it. Tools were not available for even formulating the challenge clearly. That problem was overcome by mid-20th century as a result of great mathematical work by Gödel, Turing, Church, others, which established the theory of computability on very firm grounds and made it very clear how a finite system can generate an infinite array of objects. These discoveries made it possible for the first time to capture precisely some of the ideas that animated the tradition. And again, I stress some of them, and I'll get back to that, and to pursue them effectively for the first time. The language capacity that has evolved is a generative system that yields an infinite array of structured expressions that constitute thoughts linguistically expressed and that can be externalized into one or another sensory modality. Typically that's sound, not necessarily, as you can see. I'll keep the sound for convenience, but it's just one of possible modalities. The language doesn't seem to care which modality you use. In the standard terminology, technical terminology, the generative system yields representations at two interfaces with other internal systems. What's called the conceptual intentional interface provides linguistically formulated thought, kind of language of thought, sometimes it's called, and the sensory motor interfaces, one or another modality, that provides modes for externalizing thought. Well, let's start looking more closely at the Galilean challenge, separating out those components that are amenable to study and those that are beyond the realm of careful inquiry, now at least, possibly forever. The first distinction is between the generative system and the use of the system. Familiar terms for that are competence and performance. There is a legitimate controversy about how competence and performance interact in accounting for particular phenomena, but the distinction itself is not in question. It's an elementary conceptual distinction. It's familiar in such simple areas as, say, arithmetic. So you and your laptop have an internal generative system for arithmetic. That's intrinsic competence. You and your laptop can access this system for various actions, say producing the product of two numbers. And in carrying out multiplication or other arithmetical operations, there may be many deviations from what the internal system determines. The reason is that all sorts of other factors enter into actual performance, both for you and your laptop. That distinction between generation and production is fundamental and quite important to keep in mind. It's worth noting that the Galilean tradition, challenge, and the tradition that followed from it didn't make the distinction, and they could not, lacking the 20th century clarification of the nature of computability. The Galilean challenge, as you can see from the wording I quoted, was formulated in terms of production, not generation, two very different notions. Production is one of two aspects of performance. Performance includes input systems and output systems. The input systems are perception, in the case of language, parsing, a technique for determining the structure of the sentence and the meaning of the sentence from its physical character. There's a the output systems are production. A standard view is that the input system, parsing, perception, is basically a reflex. That's the phrase of psycholinguist Merrill Garrett. Jerry Fodor, important philosopher, described this as the deepest observation he ever heard about the mechanisms underlying perception of speech. It's the inspiration for his influential modularity theories, which some of you may know about, which incidentally are restricted to input systems. If that's accurate, as it seems to be, we can put it aside here. It's a very interesting topic, has quite far-reaching results, but it's unrelated to the Galilean challenge. It's a reflex. And in fact, the topic seems to have been ignored in the tradition to which I referred, probably for this reason. So the Galilean challenge then reduces to generation, intrinsic competence, and to production. Well, let's take production, the other aspect of performance. We can stare at the problem, but there's nothing much of interest to say about it. At least those aspects of production that have been at the heart that animated the Galilean challenge through the centuries, what I call the creative aspect of language use, the use of language that is appropriate to circumstances but not determined by them, fundamental distinction. So in Cartesian terms, we may be incited or inclined to speak in certain ways, but we are not compelled to do so. Fundamental distinction. And that is true more generally of voluntary action. Actually, the problem is expressed graphically in a recent review of the state of the art by two leading neuroscientists who work on voluntary action, Emilio Bizzi, Robert Ajamian. They write, I'm quoting them, "We have some idea as to the intricate design of the puppet and the puppet strings, but we lack insight into the mind of the puppeteer, what's making it happen." They're concerned with very simple cases, like, say, the decision to lift your finger or to shift your eye gaze. And it's dramatically true in the vastly more complex case of production of language. So if you consider an aphorism of Wilhelm von Humboldt, now sometimes quoted, that language involves infinite use of finite means, we now have some idea about the means that are used, the internal language, the puppet and the strings, but it's the generative process, but not the infinite use, not the puppeteer. As in the case of voluntary motion generally, the fundamental questions about the use of the means by the puppeteer remain shrouded in mystery. The matter is often misinterpreted in current scientific work. For example, there's a good deal of work comparing speech and organization of actual speech and organization of other actions. Contrary to what's assumed in this work, that would tell us virtually nothing about language. It would tell us something about the organization of the particular act of speaking, which of course is going to share properties with other acts, but tells us nothing about the fundamental, the generative system, the creative aspect of language use. Actually, there are serious misinterpretations, even in the finest academic scholarship. Happens to be a case in point in an article that just appeared on Descartes by one of the leading scholars of early modern philosophy, John Cottingham. Cottingham actually is unusual in that he recognizes that the creative aspect of language use provided a basis for Descartes' mind-body dualism, and he also recognizes, and this is rare, that it was an empirical argument concerning the limitations of any machine, all of which is correct. But the way he puts it is interestingly incorrect. I'll quote it. The way he puts it is that Descartes believed that a machine could not possibly generate the indefinitely large range of responses needed for genuine thought or language. But he goes on to say that a Turing machine, which is basically your laptop, can run an indefinite number of programs and tackle an indefinite number of tasks, and thus has new technology refuted old arguments. So Cottingham concludes, but it doesn't. Descartes could easily have handled the fact, would not have been surprised by the fact that a machine can generate infinitely many responses. He was interested in something else, quite different. The limits of a machine are that they cannot, in Descartes' words, respond appropriately to circumstances. Not that it was finitely bounded. That was not a concern in the 17th century. He was concerned with the difference between being incited or inclined to speak in certain ways and being compelled to do so. The machine is compelled. The person is only incited or inclined, and somehow chooses, the puppeteer somehow chooses to act appropriately. That's the mystery, the problem. That's the question that animated the Gallilean challenge from the beginning, still does, and the puppeteer still escapes our intellectual grasp. In fact, it's not even clear that we know how to formulate the questions properly. Simple cases of voluntary motion, like, say, raising your finger, deciding to raise your finger, those are mysterious enough. but there's something almost magical about production of a sentence or an internal thought, which you don't bother externalizing. If you think about it for a minute, if you produce a sentence, sorry? Oh, okay. How's that? Yeah, okay. Well, to go back a sentence, the simple voluntary actions like shifting your eye gaze or lifting your finger, the decision to carry them out are totally mysterious. But the question becomes vastly more complex, in fact, kind of almost magical, when you think about producing in your mind a complex sentence, sometimes externalizing it. If you think about it, the sentence that you produce emerges instantaneously in all of its complexity, with no awareness of any acts of composing it in your mind. And in fact, we by now know a good deal about the intricacies of what's going on when it's composed in the mind, but no one can become conscious of this. You can't become conscious of these internal mental acts. And the only plausible conclusion is that the act of formulating thoughts, sometimes externalizing them in sound, these acts are unconscious, inaccessible to consciousness. Nonetheless, the puppeteer appears to be acting freely and independently and somehow appropriately. Here, the mysteries just abound. Well, we're led to conclude from all of this that performance actually does not bear on the Galilean challenge. In the case of production, because it's out of reach in its interesting aspects. In the case of parsing and perception, because it's well within reach and an important topic, but not relevant to the challenge. So we're therefore left with competence on the generative system, the internal language computational system that generates something like a language of thought at the conceptual intentional interface, and instructions for articulation or other actions at the sensory motor interface. Now that's where we are left in trying to deal with the Galilean challenge. Well, take a look at that. Any computational system consists of atomic elements that are unanalyzed for the purposes of the computation, and a procedure, so-called recursive procedure, that forms more complex objects. So let's take a look at the atoms, constituting what's technically called the lexicon. The atoms include the minimal, meaning-bearing elements of language. And here again, we face fundamental, perhaps insuperable problems. The terms and concepts of human thought and human language appear to have no counterpart in animal communication systems. In all animal systems, there's invariably a direct correlation between the symbol, say an animal call, and some identifiable mind external event. Say the cries of a monkey can be elicited by fluttering of leaves. We take that to be a predator warning call. Monkeys start running away. Or say by some hormonal change, we take that to mean I'm hungry or something like that, and so on. That generalizes without known exception, including the complicated bee communication system. But all that's radically false for human language. That's a matter that becomes quite evident when you consider the simplest, most fundamental elements that are used to talk about the world, to refer, to relate thoughts to the non-linguistic world. These elements simply do not conform to what's called the representationalist doctrine, the doctrine that there's a direct relation between the symbols of thought and language and some mind external thing. That's a doctrine that's almost universally adopted in the related disciplines, captured in the titles of classic modern works such as W.V. Quine's Word and Object, Roger Brown's Word and Things. And the doctrine does apparently hold for animal systems, but it fails completely for human systems, for the elements of human thought and language. They just don't pick out mind-independent objects. No time to go into it, but it's quite striking. And in fact, it was understood long ago. It was understood and discussed in classical Greece. It was explored in the 17th and 18th century, British philosophical classics, Locke, Hume, and others. But it's been largely forgotten in the modern period. And because of the force of the representationalist doctrine, I think we could say dogma, because of the force of that dogma, the inquiry into these elements has really not been seriously undertaken. The nature of the elementary terms and concepts has barely been explored. And as far as their evolutionary origin is concerned, that's a complete mystery. Interesting, important topic, but I'll put that one aside too. Lack of time. Carving away what is irrelevant to the Gallilean challenge, or what is beyond reach, what's left to investigate is the nature and evolutionary origin of the recursive procedure that generates the two interface representations. And that, in fact, has been the major topic of inquiry since the Galilean challenge was undertaken, first addressed in the mid-20th century. Well, in the prevailing structuralist behavioral science environment, it was generally assumed at the time, 40s and 50s, that the nature of language was quite well understood. And that what remained was sort of to fill in the details for the various languages of the world, which it was assumed could vary limitlessly in character. As soon as the first attempts were made to describe languages in ways that satisfy the Galilean criteria with what are called generative grammars, it was very quickly discovered that the opposite was more nearly true. Almost nothing was understood, and serious puzzles abounded everywhere. The first attempts to deal with the problem, to construct generative grammars, were extremely complex, simply in order to try to capture newly discovered and quite surprising data. But it was always understood that this cannot be correct because of the problems of learnability and evolvability that are always lurking in the background. Well, over the years, considerable simplification has been carried out, while the empirical range of inquiry has been greatly extended, both in depth and scope. I won't run through the history, but it seems that now we're maybe able, for the first time, to address the Galilean challenge in a more principled way, to ask how far can we go with the simplest possible assumptions. So we therefore explore what has been called the strong minimalist thesis, SMT, which suggests as an ideal that the system that emerged, pretty much along with Homo sapiens, was close to perfect, satisfying general principles of computational efficiency, basically laws of nature, but with no selectional pressures, which would introduce complexities. So it'd be basically kind of like a snowflake, which assumes its complex structure just because of laws of nature. It doesn't evolve to become like that. Well, in pursuing this course, we're actually following the standard model of the sciences, which is based on the recognition that greater simplicity translates into deeper explanation. We're also following the Galilean maxim, which has driven modern science, that nature is basically simple, and it's the task of the scientist to show that. And if the scientist hasn't shown that, something's wrong. There's a relevant comment by the late Princeton physicist John Wheeler, who points out that by pushing a theory to its extremes, we also find where the cracks in its structure must be hiding. That's the viewpoint that guides current astronomy, according to astrophysicist Pedro Ferreira. And in the case of language, this stance is independently motivated by what's known about the evolution of the language capacity. It's apparently quite sudden emergence in evolutionary history, essentially simultaneous with Homo sapiens, and its stability since, as I already mentioned. So turning to the simplest recursive operation, which is buried somewhere in every computational system, what it does is take objects that are already constructed, two in the simplest case, and it forms a new one, adding no additional structure, not changing either. That's the core of computation. Basically, binary set formation is what's called merge in recent literature. So the question we can ask is, how far can we go in explaining basic properties of language with just this operation, the core operation of any computational system? And the answer, it turns out, is pretty far, surprisingly. I won't run through the details, it's rather technical, but I'll just mention some of the consequences of adopting a simplest assumption for the computational system of internal language. I'm not trying to demonstrate this here, that's done elsewhere, but just talk about what the results are. One consequence is a solution to a long-standing puzzle called the puzzle of structure dependence of rules, which is a highly puzzling phenomenon, which was never noticed until the first efforts were made to construct generative grammars back around the 1950s. The puzzle is that linguistic operations universally ignore the very simple computation of linear distance, and they use instead the much more complex computation of structural distance. Those of you who saw Michel Gondry's film last night, the title was, "Is the Man Who Is Tall Happy?" which is one illustration of this extremely puzzling property. Take an even simpler example. Consider the sentence, "Birds that fly instinctively swim." It's ambiguous. Could mean fly instinctively or instinctively swim. Now suppose you extract the adverb, put it in the front, and you get instinctively birds that fly swim. That's unambiguous. It means instinctively swim, not instinctively fly, which means that the adverb is ignoring the linearly closest verb, fly, and it's selecting the structurally closest verb, swim, which is a much more complex computation. That holds for all languages, all relevant constructions. Now, there happens to be interesting supporting evidence in this case from neuroscience and psycholinguistics, which I could mention if you like. There's only one known explanation for these quite striking facts. The explanation is that UG satisfies the strong minimalist thesis. From that assumption, it just follows. It follows that linear order is just never entertained by the child learning a language. It never considers that option in computing the language of thought, the conceptual intentional interface. In fact, linear order and other arrangements appear to be properties that are imposed by the sensory motor system. So we can't talk in parallel. We can't articulate structures. So the internal computations that yield the linguistically expressible thoughts, the language of thought, they have to be externalized in a way that passes through the sensory motor filter. meet sensory motor conditions. These are quite independent of language, have nothing to do with language. They were in place in the evolutionary record long before language emerged. Sign language, as you can see, involves somewhat different arrangements because the medium simply allows other options. Another consequence of the strong minimalist thesis is an explanation for the ubiquitous property of what's called displacement. Phrases appear in one place, but they're interpreted both there and somewhere else. So, for example, in the sentence, "Which books did John read?" we interpret the phrase "which books" where we hear it, and also as the object of read. So the meaning of the sentence is something like, "For which books X? John read the books X." We interpret it in both positions. And these results can become quite intricate when you take sentences of any minimal complexity. Well, this has always been assumed to be a strange imperfection of human language. It's a property you would never build into artificial systems like computer languages or metamathematical systems. So why is it there? Well, there are various notations for expressing it. One can discuss their advantages and disadvantages, but that's kind of beside the point. The real question is, why is it there in the first place? That's rarely addressed. But it does turn out to follow directly from this strong minimalist thesis, another quite surprising result. And as a side benefit, it happens to give the correct forms for semantic interpretation, as in the example that I just gave. Which books did he read? If you take a look at what's generated, it's which books did John read, which books, which is directly interpreted. And that's, for linguists, the so-called copy theory of movement, phenomenon called reconstruction in the technical literature, and it all falls out immediately from the strong minimalist thesis. And another a related consequence of the thesis is a very striking disparity between what's generated at the thought interface and the sensory motor interface. Informally, what reaches the mind and what reaches the ear. What reaches the mind are the forms appropriate for semantic interpretation, for reasoning, for inference, for planning, thought, language of thought again. What reaches the ear causes severe problems for parsing and perception, for one reason because of the deletion of copies, which happens to be in conformity with a minimal computation. Strong minimalist thesis again. So again, in the simple example I gave, what reaches the mind is which books John read, which books, directly interpretable. What reaches the ear is which books John read. Now that has a gap in it, and the gap has to be filled in by the hearer or the automatic parser. And that task becomes quite intricate when you go beyond the simplest examples. In fact, these so-called filler gap problems are among the most complex problems for automatic parsing and also for perception. More generally, turns out that whenever there's a conflict between computational efficiency and communicative efficiency, communicative efficiency is sacrificed. It's just nobody pays any attention. The language doesn't pay any attention to it. To put it a bit metaphorically, language seems to be designed for internal thought, not for use. The internal, linguistically constructed thought need not appear consciously in externalized form. It's another matter that deserves more explanation, more exploration. I'll put it aside here. These conclusions lead directly to another conclusion, namely that a widely held doctrine is incorrect, namely that the prime function of language is communication, and that language evolved as an animal-like communication system. That appears to be quite incorrect. Rather, it seems increasingly clear that language is primarily an instrument of thought, with such uses as communication, a kind of secondary, ancillary phenomenon. That is yet another striking dissociation between human language and animal symbolic systems. And more generally, there's mounting evidence that there's a fundamental asymmetry between the two interfaces. A generation of the thoughts is the core of language, and the mapping of the core language to the sensory motor system is ancillary. Its properties are substantially a reflex of the sensory motor system, which again evolved long before language emerged and probably has little or nothing to do with language. Well, what we would expect then is that externalization to the sensory motor system would be complex. Why? Because it's relating to unrelated systems. Core internal language, which is maybe kind of a snowflake, and the sensory motor systems, which are around for a long time before language. And it does seem correct. It seems that the complexity, the diversity, the easy mutability of language resides largely, and perhaps we'll discover someday completely, in externalization. So when you learn a second language, or for that matter, when a child acquires the first language, the task is to acquire the externalization. That includes the arbitrary assignment of sound to lexical items, word order, morphological patterns, peculiarities, irregular verbs, and so on. There's no way to learn the principle of structure dependence, or the curious phenomena of, say, quantifier variable interaction in reconstruction, or the properties of expressions of more than the minimal complexity, or for that matter, even the meanings of words, which are incomparably more intricate than the hints that you find in even the most extensive dictionary, say the OED, Oxford, the biggest of the dictionaries. All of this is simply unlearnable. It appears that the core system of the that yields the language of thought is probably uniform among languages, or virtually so, and perhaps even satisfying something like the strong minimalist thesis. And that conclusion, if it turns out to be true, should not be too surprising, since the child who's learning a language has virtually no evidence about any of this, often literally none. So it has to derive from what David Hume called the original hand of nature, in our terms, some rewiring of the brain, probably simultaneous with the emergence of Homo sapiens, tracing ultimately to some genetic endowment. Just what this biological endowment is remains unknown, and that too is not surprising. Biologists have observed that even for far simpler traits, finding their genetic basis can be fiendishly difficult, quoting a technical book. But in this case, it's perhaps at least potentially within the range of inquiry. Well, in general, to conclude, the strong minimalist thesis yields quite rich consequences. There's a vast range still unexplored in anything like these terms, which means that there's a vast range of work, compelling, challenging work within the range of inquiry, and deep mysteries that lie beyond. The Galilean challenge can be partially met, and in revealing ways, but we're very far from addressing the concerns of the suggestive, though often obscure, tradition, and there's no guarantee that they're even within the potential reach of human inquiry, in part because the evidence may be unattainable, but in part because of our intrinsic limitations as organic creatures. That roughly seems to me the general lay of the land today. Thank you.
I am intrigued by the statement that our biological endowment does not give us the ability to grow wings, and the observation that it does give us the ability through a lengthy process of bootstrapping to build a machine that has wings.
That has?
A machine that has wings, an airplane.
Oh,
we build
with
tools
wings, yes.
with which we build more complex tools, with which we build yet more complex tools that eventually allow us to build an airplane. And I'm left wondering how much of that process applies in the cognitive domain. To what extent may we be able to build machines that help us conceive new machines, and eventually understand things that as biological organisms alone we cannot understand?
Good question. And in fact, that's the question. I'm sorry, is this, can you hear me? Yeah, I'll be a little closer. What you're describing is in fact what interested early modern science. So Leonardo da Vinci conceived of an airplane. Couldn't build it at that time, but he could conceive of it. The thinking of the early modern revolution, Galileo up through Newton, which is the foundations of modern science, was based on what was called the mechanical philosophy, the idea that the world is a machine, the universe is a machine, the kind of thing that could be constructed by a master craftsman, and in fact was constructed by the ultimately skilled master craftsman. That was what that was the fundamental idea of the modern scientific revolution. So Galileo, for example, argued that if you can't construct a machine, and machine means just what you're describing, gears, levers, things pushing and pulling each other and so on. If you can't construct a machine to explain some natural phenomenon, you failed. And in fact, he felt at the end of his life that his scientific career was a failure because he was not able to construct a machine to account for the tides or the motion of the heavenly bodies and so on. And that goes right up to Newton. Newton's great discovery was the world isn't a machine. It's not a machine. It has what were called occult elements, forces like action at a distance or repulsion at a distance. And that's not part, the machines can't do that. So the amazing discovery is the world simply isn't a machine. Newton, as I mentioned, regarded this as a complete absurdity. He never accepted it, spent the rest of his life trying to disprove it. Other great scientists of the day regarded it as ridiculous, Leibniz, Huygens, and so on. And for a long time afterwards, the scientists did try to show somehow that the mechanical science could account for the world. Ultimately, Newton's proofs just became scientific common sense. People gave up the enterprise. And science changed radically from trying to show that the world is intelligible to us, which was given up, to trying to show that we can construct theories that are intelligible to us. And that's something quite different. It's a radical change in the nature of science that took place. It was understood by Locke and Hume. That's why Hume, in his, if you read his history of England, where has a chapter on Newton, the greatest genius who ever appeared. He points out that his great achievement was to lift the veil from some of the mysteries of nature, but to show that there are other mysteries which we will never penetrate, which turns out to be correct. Science has just changed its objectives. It's lowered them. And when you come to your question, we just don't know. There's every reason to suppose, I think, that cognitive capacities are like all other capacities. They're biological capacities. And it's just part of the logic of a biological capacity that if it has any scope at all, it's going to have limits. The reason it has scope is because of some of its intrinsic properties. So we have intrinsic genetic properties that determine that from the nutrition of the cell, of the embryo, we end up with a mammalian visual system. But by that same token, these same properties tell us that no matter what the nutrition of the embryo, we're not going to get an insect visual system. Scope and limits are logically related. And that actually was Peirce's insight that I quoted about abductive principles. He's often misunderstood. So in modern contemporary philosophy, Peirce's argument, philosophers among you will know, is often interpreted as what's called inference to the best explanation. But that's not what he said at all. What he discussed was the idea, which I think is plausible, that you can't learn or discover anything unless there's some initial limitation of the hypothesis space. It has to somehow be limited to particular hypotheses. And in support of this, he discussed the history of science, and he points out that if you look at scientific revolutions, quite typically, when particular circumstances exist, a particular level of understanding, particular problems being formulated, there are often many people who come to pretty much the same conclusion. Some of them get there first, and we attribute it to them, but others are pretty near. And the reason he argued is that these conditions are somehow putting in operation our internal abductive principles. He didn't know what they were, and we don't know what they are, that limit the hypothesis space. So you explore certain hypotheses and not an infinite number of others that are consistent with the evidence. And the same has to be true of learning. Just couldn't get off the ground unless the child's hypothesis space is highly limited. And in fact, we're coming to understand very limited. So that gets to your question. How far can our abductive principles reach?
And
who knows?
Could a cyborg reach farther? Thank you. We'll move over here next question.
Yes, Professor Chomsky, I'm wondering about the concept of when we feel that we understand or grasp or make sense of something that we've been told or observed. And if I understood you correctly, you said that there is evidence that there is thought without language. And I'm wondering if that process would fit into that, if you could just say a little bit more about thought without language and how that relates to our feeling, if that's the right word. It may not be the right word, of when we understand or grasp something.
I didn't. What's the relation between language and the feelings that we have
when we understand something? It seems to be done without. It can be done without language. It appears, and I'm wondering if that relates to your point that there is some evidence that we can think without the use of language.
We can. Sorry.
We can think without the use of language.
Oh, think without the use of language. Well, I mean, just take, say, ordinary circumstances. So suppose I'm trying to figure out how to get to work in the morning. I live in Boston, and like other cities in the United States, everything's collapsing. Infrastructure is disappearing. It's beginning to look like the third world. So there's going to be a lot of detours, construction here, this is going to be blocked, and kind of instantaneously in your mind, you work out various images of possible ways to get through this maze. You just can't articulate that in words, but I think that's thought. And I think there are a lot of things like that. The idea that language is strictly thought, though it is the traditional view and it's still articulated, it just doesn't seem to me to conform to simple introspection.
Thank you.
Hi. So there's recently been a program developed to try to change machine learning from a set of rules to basically probabilistic guessing. Do you think this type of program could be used to teach computer language? And if not, what aspects of language do you think would fail to be replicated?
Through probabilistic models?
Yes.
I mean, there's a place for probabilistic models in the study of language or study of anything, but it doesn't carry very far. The fundamental problems remain the same. So probabilistic models just tell you nothing about the creative aspect of language use, about the gap, the fundamental gap between incited and inclined and compelled. Now, there is a place for them, and in fact, there's interesting work on it. So some of the most interesting work on language acquisition by Charles Yang, in this case, linguist, psychologist at the University of Pennsylvania, it's pretty clear that a child approaches the problem of language acquisition by having all possible languages in its head. It doesn't know which language it's being exposed to. And as data comes along, that class of possible languages reduces. So certain data comes along and the mind automatically says, okay, it's not that language, it's some other language. And in fact, we find in the children's, in literature on child acquisition and experiments with child acquisition, it's been discovered that at various stages, children are imitating possible languages that they've never heard. So at some stage, a child, an English-speaking child, can be producing sentences of the kind that appear, say, in Italian or in German, because it just doesn't know yet. It's never heard any data saying that that's the way it ought to be, but that hasn't been ruled out yet. So the child is producing things that are never experiences in the local language, but they remain still not ruled out. Now, if you work out the method of ruling out languages, you do introduce probabilistic inference, and it can lead to some interesting results, as in Yang's work. So there is nothing wrong with statistical inference, just doesn't carry it very far.
Thank you.
Professor Chomsky, this is going to seem like a selfish departure from the topic at hand, but I wanted to follow up on a question I was asking you yesterday. I made the connection between crowdfunding platforms like Kickstarter and the Bernie Sanders campaign and the way they're financing it. It's not about that. I wanted to ask you to connect it to your work. I was reading your book, Power Systems, the other day, and you were talking about workers actually taking back factories in their area that have been abandoned by corporations that have gone to other countries. And I wanted to, because when I asked you the question, you said the more important power is like the force of a political revolution, and that's true. But I wonder whether the Bernie Sanders campaign would have had the success that it did if people didn't feel, first of all, that they could click a button and feel that they were contributing money and that they were participating in an organization that they had a stake in because there was a monetary stake. So I'm asking about the absurd notion of a Kickstarter campaign to say, buy back abandoned factories like what you were mentioning in the book is happening in Spain or something.
This is a very real issue.
Yeah.
It happens over and over that some multinational will close down an operation which happens to be profit-making, but not at the level which satisfies the bookkeeping needs of the multinational. And very often, unions or organized workers have said, okay, we'll buy the factory and keep running it ourselves, and it'll make enough profit for us to live on, we'll be fine. And what happens typically is the multinational refuses, I think for class reasons. They would actually make money if they sold the factory to the workers. But that introduces the idea that working people can just take over the factories and run them by themselves. And that's a dangerous idea. Actually, that's an idea that comes straight out of classical liberalism. So John Stuart Mill, for example, leading figure of classical liberalism, advocated that in a good society, properly run libertarian society, working people ought to run their own industries. And there are examples that are working. In the old Rust Belt in the United States, Indiana, Ohio, a lot of abandoned. One of the reactions to the abandonment of factories has been to begin worker-owned enterprises that relate to the growing services economy. So let's say a cooperative laundry to fund universities and other institutions in the Cleveland area and things like that. It's proliferating. There's interesting work on it by Garl Perovitz and others. So it's certainly possible. In fact, it could have been possible with the auto industry. If you look back a couple of years ago, the auto industry was collapsing, and the government basically took it over. There were a couple of choices possible at that point. One choice, which was the one that was made, was for the taxpayer to fund it and hand it back essentially to the old management, different names, but basically the same, and have them continue to produce what they'd been producing before, namely automobiles. A different alternative would have been to hand the auto industry over to the workforce and have them produce something that the country desperately needs, which is high-speed transportation. The United States is way behind most of the rest of the world, even countries like China, in lacking efficient high-speed transportation systems. Now, that would be good for the population, be good for the workforce, be good for the environment, but it violates class interests. And since there was no public support for it, what was done was just to restore the old system at taxpayer expense. But it didn't have to be that way. That depends on how people like you will respond to the situation.
Hi, I want to bring it back to linguistics. I'm interested in the atoms or the items that are related by merge. For a language like English, that's reasonably things like words. But what about in a language like Navajo, where the words are massive conglomerations of all sorts of very idiosyncratically combined pieces of meaning? What are the atoms for merge in a language like that?
Probably the same. There is, as you may know, there is study of this. One of the most interesting books is by Mark Baker, Princeton linguist. It's called The Atoms of Language. And he's concerned, Mark, his former student, has been very much concerned all of his academic career with languages that have huge words, what are called polysynthetic languages. And what he's argued is that there's a basic core option of choice that languages have, what's called a parameter, which is called the polysynthesis parameter, and language can pick one or the other. Either way, they use merge. They put things together by taking pieces and making bigger theses. In the polysynthetic languages, which give the superficial impression of free word order, what actually is happening is something different. The complex word actually has in it the elements, the meaning-bearing elements. So what looks like a word is actually a complex sentence. And those meaning-bearing elements are keyed to things on the outside, which could be a big phrase, let's say. And they're linked by formal means to the element inside that's performing the semantic function. And what they tell you is this big thing out here is what's performing the semantic function. And that gives you the impression of what's called free word order, because these things could appear all over the place. But they're linked to things that have very definite structure, hierarchical structure. So essentially the basic structure is in this big thing called the polysynthetic word, and there are linkages to pieces floating around on the outside which fulfill the functions that are determined by what they're linked to by some formal element. So it turns out to be pretty much like English-type languages with this slight difference. And Marx's argument is universal grammar is basically fixed. In the early days of the modern scientific revolution, Galileo and his contemporaries issued a crucial challenge to those concerned with the nature of human language and thought, a challenge that was scarcely recognized until it was taken up in the mid-20th century, and it became the primary concern for those interested in these topics. So for short, I'll refer to it as the Gallilean challenge. These great founders of modern science expressed their awe and their wonder at the fact, I'll quote, paraphrase, that language permits us to construct from 25 or 30 sounds an infinite variety of expressions which, although not having any resemblance in themselves to that which passes through our minds, nevertheless reveals all the secrets of the mind and makes intelligible to others who cannot penetrate into the mind all that we conceive and all of the diverse movements of our souls. I'm slightly paraphrasing the formulation by Arnaud and Lancelot in their Grammaire Générale, the clearest and most perceptive formulation. We can now see that the Galilean challenge requires some qualifications, but it's very real, and I think it should be recognized as one of the deepest insights in the rich history of 2,500 years of inquiry into language and mind. The challenge has been almost completely ignored, but not entirely. The most important exception is Descartes, who was, of course, one of the influences on the Grammaire Générale. For Descartes, a primary basis for the postulation of mind as a new creative principle was the human capacity for unbounded and appropriate use of language in ways that we are incited and inclined to produce, but not compelled in the Cartesian terminology. In later years, there's occasional recognition that language is a creative activity that involves infinite use of finite means. That's Wilhelm von Humboldt's formulation, and sometimes others. And there has also been awareness that these capacities are a species property shared by humans generally and unique to humans. And in fact, the most striking feature of this curious organism and a foundation for its remarkable achievements. But there has never been much to say beyond a few phrases. And there's a good reason why the insights languished until the mid-20th century. Intellectual tools were not available for even formulating the problem in a clear way, in a clear enough way to address it seriously. That changed thanks to the work of Alan Turing, other great mathematicians, mid-20th century, who established the general theory of computability on a firm basis. In particular, they showed how a finite object like the brain can generate an infinite variety of expressions. And it then becomes possible, actually for the first time, to address at least part of the Galilean challenge directly, although regrettably the earlier history was entirely unknown at that time, only discovered 15, 20 years later. With these intellectual tools available, it becomes possible to formulate what we may call the basic property of human language. The language faculty of the human brain provides the means to construct a digitally infinite array of structured expressions, each of which is semantically interpreted as expressing a thought, and each of which can be externalized in some sensory modality. The infinite array of semantically interpreted objects constitutes what has sometimes been called a language of thought, the system of thoughts that receive linguistic expression, that enter into mental acts, reflection, inference, planning, other mental processes, and when they're externalized, can be used for social interactions. Though this is actually only a first approximation to what may be called thought. There's much more to say about this challenging topic, but I'll put it aside here. There's good reason to suppose that the language faculty is indeed a common human possession shared among humans. There are no known group differences in language capacity. There's some individual variation, but very much at the margins. We now know that although speech is the usual form of sensory motor externalization, it's by no means necessary. It can equally well be sign, even in fact touch. That these discoveries in the past generation require a slight formulation of the Gallilean challenge. It's not necessarily a matter of 25 or 30 sounds. There's a more fundamental qualification. That has to do with the way the challenge is formulated in the 17th century and in fact throughout history. It's formulated in terms of production of expressions. That is indeed the traditional formulation. And in these terms, the challenge overlooks some basic issues. Production, like perception, accesses the internal language, but cannot be identified with it. We have to distinguish the internalized system of knowledge from the systems that access it in action, in use. And the theory of computability enables us to formulate this distinction, and it's an important one. It's familiar in other domains. So consider, for example, human arithmetical competence. In studying it, we routinely distinguish the internal system of knowledge, which in principle gives us the answer to the product of any two integers that we pick. We distinguish that from the actions that access this internal system, so like multiplying numbers in our head, which involves many other factors apart from the internal knowledge, memory constraints, for example. And the same is true of language. Production and perception, the uses of language, access the internal language, but involve other factors as well, including, again, short-term memory. These are matters that began to be studied with some care as soon as the Gallilean challenge was formulated and addressed in the 1950s. There has since been considerable progress in understanding the nature of the internal language, but its free creative use, what concerned Descartes, Galileo, Arnaud, and others, that remains a mystery. And that comes as no surprise. There's a recent review of the state of the art concerning far simpler cases of voluntary action in a recent article by two leading researchers, neuroscientists Emilio Bizzi, Robert Ajemian, and they write that we're beginning to learn something about the puppet and the strings, but the puppeteer remains shrouded in mystery. And that's even more dramatically true for such creative acts as the normal use of language, the unique human capacity that so impressed the founders of modern science, and remains a mystery. The fundamental task of inquiry into language is to determine the nature of the basic property, that means the genetic endowment that underlies the faculty of language, again, a unique and specific human property. To the extent that the basic property is understood, to that extent we can begin to investigate particular internal languages, each of which is an instantiation of the basic property, much as each individual visual system is an instantiation of the shared human faculty of vision. And we can investigate further how internal languages are acquired and used, how the language faculty itself evolved, its basis in human genetics, and the ways in which it functions in the human brain. This general program of research has been called the biolinguistic program. The theory of the genetically based language faculty has in modern years been called universal grammar. The theory of each individual language is called its generative grammar. These observations are often considered controversial, the ideas, but they shouldn't be. They're close to truisms, I think. Languages appear to be extremely complex, varying radically from one another. And indeed, a standard belief among professional linguists 60 years ago was that languages can vary in arbitrary ways, and each must be studied without preconceptions. Similar views, I'm quoting from Martin J. Jost, leading theoretical linguist, similar views were held at the time about organisms generally. So many biologists 60 years ago would have agreed with well-known molecular biologist Gunther Stent, who concluded that the variability of organisms is so free as to constitute a near infinitude of particulars which have to be sorted out case by case. And quite generally, when understanding is thin, we expect to see extreme variety and complexity. And a great deal has been learned since. Within biology, it's now recognized that the variety of life forms is very limited, so much so that the hypothesis of a universal genome for all life forms has been quite seriously advanced. My own feeling is that linguistics has undergone a similar development in the past 60 years along lines that I'll indicate. The basic property takes language to be a computational system, which we therefore expect to meet general conditions on computational efficiency. What's a computational system? A computational system consists of a set of atomic elements and rules to construct more complex ones. So for the generation of the language of thought, the atomic elements are word-like, though not exactly words. For each language, the set of these elements is what's called its lexicon. The lexical elements are commonly regarded as cultural products, varying widely with experience, linked to extramental entities. So the word tree is linked to trees. The latter assumption about the linkage is expressed in the titles of standard works like W.V. Quine's influential study, Word and Object. Closer examination reveals a very different picture, both with regard to the concept of cultural products and with regard to the linkage. It's actually a picture that poses many mysteries. I'll put that aside until later, turning first to the computational procedure. Well, clearly we seek the simplest computational procedure that'll be consistent with the data of language. The reasons are implicit in the basic goals of scientific inquiry. It's long been understood that simplicity of theory translates directly into depth of explanation. A more specific reason for the quest for simplicity was provided by a famous dictum of Galileo's, which has in fact guided the sciences since their modern origins. The dictum that nature is simple, and it's the task of the scientist to demonstrate this, from the motion of the planets to the flight of an eagle, to the inner workings of a cell, to the growth of language in the mind of the child. And linguistics has an additional motive of its own for seeking the simplest theory. Linguistics has to face the problem of evolvability. Not a great deal is known about the evolution of modern humans, but the few facts that are well established and others that have recently been coming to light are quite suggestive, and they conform very well to the conclusion that the language faculty is very simple, perhaps even near optimal for a computational system, which is, of course, the goal that we should be seeking on purely methodological grounds. One fact that is well established, I've already mentioned, the fact that the faculty of language is a true species property, invariant among human groups, furthermore, unique to humans in its essential properties. I think that is very well established. And it follows that there's been little or no evolution of this faculty since human groups began to separate from one another. There are recent genomic studies which place the separation date not very long after the appearance of anatomically modern humans. It's about 200,000 years ago. The beginning of the separation is the San group in Africa, who separated from other humans. There's no evidence about of the existence of anything remotely like a human language or symbolic behavior generally before the emergence of modern humans. And that leads us to expect that the faculty of language emerged along with modern humans, or at least before the separation of the San group, which is maybe 150,000 years ago, so almost the time of the emergence of modern humans. That's a very brief moment in evolutionary time. And it follows then that the basic property should indeed be very simple. That conclusion conforms pretty well to what's been discovered in recent years about the basic property, about the nature of language, which is a very welcome convergence between the study of evolution of humans and the study of the nature of their core cognitive faculty, language. So these discoveries about the recent discoveries about the early separation of the San people are highly suggestive. They do appear to share the general human language capacity, but they happen to have significantly different externalized languages. With irrelevant exceptions, the San languages are all and only the languages that have phonetic clicks, and there are some corresponding adaptations in the vocal tract. The most likely explanation for these facts, which is developed in detail in current work and press, in fact, by Dutch linguist Rini Huybrechts, the obvious explanation is that possession of internal language preceded separation, which in turn preceded externalization, the latter, externalization, in somewhat different ways in separated groups. Externalization seems to be associated with the first indications of symbolic behavior in the archaeological record after the separation. And putting all these observations together, it seems that we're reaching a stage in understanding how evolution, the account of evolution of language, can be fleshed out in ways that were unimaginable until quite recently, actually this year to be precise. Returning to the basic property, the genetic endowment for the computational system of language, and that's what we're looking at, we have reason to believe that it's quite simple. And a major challenge for research then is to show how the superficially diverse and complex facts of language can be accounted for in terms of a simple formulation of the basic property. More fully, that would mean by the basic property and its interaction with specific experience and language-independent principles, including the principles of computational efficiency, language, and in fact, organism-independent. That challenge becomes of particular interest and significance when it's clear that the child's experience provides little or no relevant evidence, which is a situation that's far more prevalent than commonly realized, so careful examination reveals, from acquisition of the meaning of simple words on to syntactic structures and the semantic properties of the generated system of thought. For example, it's been shown quite recently by Charles Yang on the basis of extensive statistical analysis of inputs to children that very few children even have access to the entire paradigm, verbal paradigm, within their lifetime. But of course, they all know it instantly. And it goes on well beyond that. Also of particular interest are the universal properties of the language faculty. These began to come to light as soon as serious efforts were undertaken to construct generative grammars back in the 1950s, including quite simple properties that had never been noticed and that are quite puzzling when you think about them. One such property is what's called structure dependence. The rules that yield the language of thought attend solely to structural properties. They ignore properties of the externalized signal, even such simple properties as linear order. There are very simple illustrations of this. So take, for example, ordinary conjunction. The sentence, for example, the boy and the girl are here. Notice that it's are here, not is here, although the closest local relation is girl plus copula, which would be girl is. And if you look at bigram frequencies, the bigram frequency of word phrases like girl is vastly higher than phrases like girl are. That doesn't appear. That's a common measure that's used in computational cognitive science and big data analysis, mistakenly in my view, but it would clearly give the wrong answer in this case. Without any instruction, every child relies on structure, not linearity, takes the phrase, not the local noun, to determine agreement. And that's true quite generally, for example, for structural ambiguity, like the sentence, he saw the man with the telescope, ambiguous depending on what you take to be the phrases by the structure, though the pronunciation and the linear order do not change, and there are innumerable examples like this. Just to select one somewhat more subtle example, consider the phrase, birds that fly instinctively swim. It's ambiguous. The adverb instinctively can be associated with the previous verb, fly instinctively, or the following verb, instinctively swim. Suppose now we extract the adverb, forming instinctively birds that fly swim. Now the ambiguity is resolved. The adverb is construed only with the linear, more remote, but structurally closer verb swim, not with the linearly closer but structurally more remote verb fly. The only possible interpretation is that birds instinctively swim, which happens to be the unnatural interpretation, but that doesn't matter. The rules apply rigidly, independently of meaning, independently of fact, and also, and this is the puzzling part, the rules ignore the simple computation of linear order, and they keep to the far more complex computation of structural distance. Now, that's a puzzling fact. This property of structure dependence holds for all constructions in all languages. Furthermore, it's known without any relevant evidence. That's quite clear from the cases like the ones I mentioned. And experiments show that children understand all of this. They understand that all rules are structure dependent as early as they can be tested, which is about age 3. And of course, they have no instruction. So we can be quite confident then that the principle of structure dependence follows from principles of universal grammar that are deeply rooted in the human language faculty and are in fact genetically determined. I might add on the side that structure dependence is one of the very few cases, very few non-trivial properties of language that usage-based approaches to language have sought to account for. The attempts have been reviewed in detail elsewhere. I won't run through them. They all fail totally, and in fact most of them are not even asking the right question, namely, why is it that this property holds for all languages and all constructions, even if unimaginably you could show that data is available for children in English wouldn't tell you anything. Why does it hold for all languages and all constructions? There are other attempts which have been made by usage-based approaches. They fare no better, in my opinion, but I'll put that aside here. There is evidence from other sources that supports the conclusion that structure dependence is a true universal, true linguistic universal, deeply rooted in language design, evidence from neuroscience and psycholinguistics. So research conducted in Milan about a decade ago, initiated by Andrea Moro, many of you know, showed that invented languages which keep to the principle of structure dependence elicit normal activation in the language areas of the brain. But much simpler systems using linear order in violation of these principles yield diffuse activation of the brain, which implies that experimental subjects are treating them as a puzzle, not a language. Similar results had already been found by Neil Smith and Ianthi Tsimple in their investigation of a cognitively deficient but linguistically gifted subject. They also made the quite interesting observation that normals can solve the problem if it's presented to them as a puzzle, but not if it's presented to them as a language, which would presumably activate the language faculty. The only plausible conclusion, again, from all of this material is that structure dependence is an innate property of the language faculty, which at once, of course, raises the question why that should be so. Why is it the case that universally, without instruction, the children know that they have to carry out the structurally complex operation, the computationally complex operation of looking at structure, not the computationally simple process of looking at linear order. Why does everyone know that? There's only one known answer to this, and fortunately, it's the answer that we seek for general reasons. Namely, the computational operations of language are the simplest possible ones. That may seem puzzling, but when you think about generation, you can see why it works out. Notice again that that's the outcome that we want to reach on methodological grounds, and it's to be expected in the light of the evidence about the evolution of language, which I already mentioned. Well, to see why this is the case, just consider the simplest recursive operation, which gives a digitally infinite array of structured expressions, an operation that's embedded in one way or another in all other recursive operations. This operation takes two objects which are already constructed, call them x and y, and it forms a new object, z, but without modifying either x or y, and without adding any further structure. That's the simplest possible combinatorial operation. And if you think about it, that means that z, the thing constructed, is just the set consisting of x and y. In current work, that operation is called merge. And notice that since merge imposes no order, the objects that are constructed, however complex, will be hierarchically structured but unordered, and operations on them will necessarily keep the structural distance, ignoring linear distance. So it follows that all linguistic operations that yield the language of thought will be structure dependent, as indeed is the case, resolving the puzzle, explaining why children know it automatically. They simply use the computationally simplest operation, and notice that the puzzle is resolved in the way we want by showing that it follows from the simplest assumptions. Well, there are further consequences. Externalization of language maps internal structures into some sensory modality, some sensory motor modality, usually speech, but not necessarily. The sensory motor system requires linear order. You can't speak in parallel, you can't speak structures. But none of this seems to enter into the generation of the language of thought, which keeps to structural relations. It's a rather surprising and far-reaching conclusion. More generally, externalization of language seems to be a peripheral aspect of language, doesn't enter into its core function of providing a language of thought. That's contrary to a long tradition, including, in fact, the formulation of the Gallilean challenge. And perception, study of perception, yields further evidence in support of this conclusion. So the auditory system of apes happens to be quite similar to that of humans. It's even attuned to the phonetic features that are used in language, distinctive features. But the shared auditory perceptual system leaves apes without anything remotely like the human faculty of language. Apes can, of course, gesture, but even with arduous training, they can't use their gestural systems with even the most elementary properties of language, though, as now known, sign languages, which use gesture, are in fact developed spontaneously by humans, even without any linguistic input. Similarly, recent research with dogs has found that they're attuned to phonological and intonational features of language, and they even may have hemispheric specialization, similar to humans, but of course that provides no step at all towards acquisition of language. And many such results give further support to the conclusion that internal language is independent of externalization, and that internal language evolved quite independently of the processes of externalization, which appear to have developed later on, maybe tens of thousands of years later on. The most powerful evidence, however, is what we learn from investigation of language design. One crucial example is the one I just mentioned, the explanation for the puzzle posed by structure dependence, which again follows from the null hypothesis that the computational system is optimal and hence ignores linear order, the most elementary feature of externalization. Well, not long ago, it would have seemed absurd to propose that the operations of human language can be reduced to merge, along with language-independent principles of computational efficiency. But work of the past few years has shown that quite intricate properties of language follow directly from this assumption, along with a few other quite simple assumptions. One important result has to do with the property of displacement. It's a ubiquitous feature of language and a quite puzzling one. This means that phrases are heard in one position in a sentence, but they're interpreted both there and in some other position, which is silent, but where they could have occurred. That's a puzzling property. It's never built into artificial symbolic systems for metamathematics, for programming, or for other purposes. So, for example, take the sentence, which book will you read? It's interpreted as meaning, roughly, for which book X you will read the book X. The nominal phrase, book, is heard in one position, but interpreted in two positions. That's ubiquitous in language. I won't go into the details, but it's easy to show that merge-based computation automatically yields displacement with copies. In this case, two copies of which book, which yields the semantic interpretation directly. And that same process yields quite intricate semantic interpretations. To see how it works, consider, for example, the sentence, the boys expect to see each other. Okay? And the same sentence preceded by which girls? Which girls do the boys expect to see each other? In the latter sentence, each other, the anaphor, does not refer back to the closest antecedent, the boys, as such phrases universally do, but rather to the more remote antecedent, which girls. So the sentence means which girls for which girls the boy expected those girls to see each other, not those boys. That's what reaches the mind, for which girls the boys expected those girls to see each other. That's what reaches the mind under merge-based computation with automatic copies, though it's not what reaches the ear. What reaches the ear violates the locality condition of referential dependency. And deletion of the copy in externalization causes quite serious processing problems. And these are what are called filler gap problems. And they can become quite severe and are among the most difficult problems of automatic parsing and of perception. If the copy were not deleted, the problem would be much less severe. So why then is it deleted? Well, again, because principles of efficient computation require that we should reduce what is computed to the minimum. You can't eliminate all copies, or there would be no indication that displacement even took place. So what's done is to eliminate all but one copy, structurally most prominent one, that leaves a gap, or complex cases, many gaps, that have to be filled by the hearer, which is a matter that can become quite intricate. And examples like these illustrate a general phenomenon which is of some significance. Language design appears to maximize computational efficiency, but it disregards communicative efficiency. In fact, in every known case in which computational and communicative efficiency conflict, and there are many such cases, in every such case, communicative efficiency is ignored. Structural ambiguities, another such case, and there are many others. These facts conflict with the common belief that communication is the basic function of language. They also further undermine continuity assumptions about language having evolved from animal communication. And they provide further evidence that externalization, which is of course necessary for communication, is a peripheral aspect of language. Well, as I mentioned, there are methodological reasons and also some evolutionary reasons to expect that the basic design of language, internal language, will be quite simple, perhaps even close to optimal. With regard to externalization of language, the same methodological arguments apply, they always do, but the evolutionary arguments do not apply. In fact, externalization of language may not involve evolution at all. The sensory motor systems were in place long before the appearance of language, hundreds of thousands of years before. And mapping the internal language to some sensory motor system for externalization poses a hard cognitive problem, a problem of relating two systems that are unrelated. The internal system may be highly efficient computationally, maybe even close to optimal. The sensory modality is completely unrelated to it. That would lead us to expect that the variety, the complexity, the easy mutability of observed language use might lie primarily in externalization, and maybe even totally in externalization. And increasingly, it seems to be becoming clear that that's the case. It would mean that the internal language is virtually fixed, maybe close to optimal, and the variety and complexity come from the hard cognitive problem of mapping this recently developed, recently evolved internal system into sensory motor modalities that had been around already for hundreds of thousands of years. And in fact, something like this is actually to be expected, contrary to standard beliefs. The reason is that the principles of internal language are largely known to children without evidence, as in the structure dependence case that I mentioned, or the case of referential dependency, many others. And that's indeed is true of a great deal more about language, including almost all semantic and most syntactic properties. These, I should say, are matters of contention, but in my view at least, they're pretty solidly established. There's by now some reason to believe that the emerging science of neurolinguistics might even one of these days go so far as to identify the brain circuits that underlie the computational system. There's been a great deal of promising work in the last few years. Particularly, a lot of it is reviewed in a forthcoming book by neuroscientist Angela Frederici, happens to be appearing fortuitously on the 50th anniversary of Eric Lenneberg's now classic study that inaugurated the field of biology of language, 1967. Friederike's own work leads her to some bold and quite challenging proposals. So she provides evidence that a crucial element in linguistic computation is a white matter, a dorsal fiber tract that connects a specific region in Broca's area, actually part of what's called BA44, to those of you who know the neuroanatomy, connects this specific region to the posterior temporal cortex, and she suggests, I'll quote her, that this pathway might be the missing link which has to evolve in order to make the full language capacity possible. This conclusion is supported by some comparative evidence. Turns out that the dorsal pathway is very weak in macaques and chimpanzees, and also is weak and poorly myelinated in newborn human infants, but it's strong in adult humans with language mastery. And she also reviews a collection of experiments that indicate that the increasing strength of this pathway through age, quoting her, correlates directly with the increasing ability to process complex syntactic structures. And a variety of experimental results that she reviews suggest that, quoting again, this fiber tract may thus be one of the reasons for the difference in the language ability in human adults as compared with pre-linguistic infants and monkeys. These structures, again, Friederike suggests, appear to have evolved to subserve the human capacity to process syntax, which is at the core of the human language faculty. I think, in general, these are bold and contentious proposals, but I think that they indicate that quite intriguing discoveries might be forthcoming in these domains in coming years, particularly as the technology is improving. Well, let's return finally to the second component of a computational system, the atomic elements. For language, that means the lexical elements. Well, as I mentioned, the conventional view is that these are cultural products and that the most basic ones, the ones used for referring to the world, are associated with extra mental entities. So the word tree is associated with extra mental trees. That so-called representationalist doctrine has been almost universally adopted in the modern period, in linguistics and philosophy of language and mind and cognitive science. The doctrine does appear to hold for animal communication. So a monkey's calls, for example, are associated with specific extramental physical events. But the doctrine is radically false for human language. Now, that actually was recognized as far back as classical Greece. So to illustrate, let's take the first case that was discussed in pre-Socratic philosophy, the problem that was posed by Heraclitus. How can we cross the same river twice? What makes it the same river, even though it's physically quite different? And to put it differently, the way it was looked at by Locke and Hume and others in the 17th century, 17th, 18th centuries, why are two appearances understood to be two stages of the same river? That's actually quite a puzzle. When we look into the puzzle, turns out it's much more complex even than was recognized by the philosophers who looked at it most closely, like Locke and Hume. So suppose, for example, that the flow of the river has been reversed, goes in the opposite direction, still the same river. Suppose that what's flowing becomes 95% arsenic from discharges from an upstream plant, still the same river. The same is true of other quite radical changes in the physical object. You can play with it in your own thought experiments. On the other hand, with very slight changes, the object will no longer be a river at all. So suppose its sides are lined with fixed barriers and it's used for oil tankers. And now it's a canal, not a river. Suppose the surface undergoes a very slight, physically almost undetectable phase change and is hardened, becomes glassy. And a line is painted down the middle and it's used to commute to town. Now it's a highway, not a river at all. Well, when you explore the matter further, you discover that what counts as a river depends on mental acts and constructions. A physicist looking at what we call a river couldn't give the answer unless they were able to look into what our minds are doing. It's different from animal cries. And the same is true quite generally of even the most elementary concepts. So tree, water, house, person, London, in fact, any of the basic words of human language. So unlike animals, the items of human language and thought uniformly violate the representationalist doctrine, which is almost universally taken for granted in modern work on the topic. Incidentally, for such reasons as these, the now popular deep learning approaches based on big data and statistical analysis, which are based on object recognition, they cannot in principle discover the meanings of words, as is hoped by the massive research projects underway by Google and others. They can't work in principle. We know it in advance. Furthermore, the intricate knowledge of the meanings of even the simplest words, like what I just mentioned, let alone more complex ones, all of that is acquired without experience. Obviously true in the case of what I just said about river, but in fact quite general. So you go to peak periods of language acquisition, children are acquiring words at a rate of about 1 an hour. That is typically on one presentation, but they know the rich meaning. So it must be that the rich meaning of even the most elementary words is substantially innate, and the evolutionary origin of such distinctively human concepts is a complete mystery, one that may not even be resolvable by means available to us. Well, returning now to the Gallilean challenge, it has to be reformulated, first to distinguish language from speech, more fundamentally to distinguish production from internal language, the latter an internal computational system that yields a language of thought, a system that might be computationally remarkably simple, which conforms to what the evolutionary record suggests. There are secondary processes which maps the internal structures of language to one or another sensory motor system for externalization. These secondary processes appear to be the locus of the complexity and variety of linguistic behavior and its mutability over time. The origin of the atoms of computation remains a complete mystery, as does a major question that concerned those who formulated the Galilean challenge, namely the Cartesian question, the Poial question, Galileo's question of how language can be used in the normal creative way, in a manner that's appropriate to situations but not caused by them, incited and inclined but not compelled in Cartesian terms. And that mystery, as I mentioned, holds even for the most simple forms of voluntary action, like lifting your finger, as I mentioned earlier. Well, a great deal has been learned about language since the biolinguistic program was initiated in the 1950s, I think it's fair to say that more has been learned about the nature of language and about a very wide variety of typologically different languages than in the entire 2,500-year prior history of inquiry into language. New questions have arisen, some of them quite puzzling, and there are some surprising answers, which lead us to revise what has long been believed about language and mental processes generally. But as is familiar in the sciences, the more you learn, the more you discover what you do not know, and the more puzzling it often seems. Thanks.
Merci beaucoup. J'aurais dû tout à l'heure introduire scientifiquement Noam Chomsky, mais tout montre qu'il n'avait absolument pas besoin de mon introduction intellectuelle. Tout le monde connaît l'éminent linguiste, le grand intellectuel engagé, la manière dont il a marqué et dont il marque le paysage intellectuel international et l'importance de sa visite pour nous ici en France. Je voudrais le remercier tout particulièrement puisqu'il est en France essentiellement pour des raisons privées, pour venir chercher également sa médaille, la médaille qui va lui être remise par la Société de philologie. Et il a choisi néanmoins, il a été proposé une conférence scientifique ici pour nos étudiants, pour nos collègues. Et vraiment, nous voudrions vraiment le remercier de venir nous faire bénéficier de son savoir. Je voudrais remercier tout particulièrement l'UPL, donc Pierre-André Jouvet et également Louis-Nicolas Doumé de l'UPL dans un temps aussi court d'avoir pu mobiliser des moyens pour nous aider à organiser cela, et également la BNF qui nous a accueillis dans de très belles conditions. Voilà. Et la dernière chose que je voudrais dire, c'est qu'il est intéressant et touchant et encourageant pour les jeunes linguistes français que Noam Chomsky vienne aujourd'hui ici en France et à l'Université Paris 8 et à l'UPL, dans la mesure où l'aventure générative en France a commencé à Vincennes, avec notamment Maurice Gross, Nicolas Ruvet, Richie Kane, et puis ensuite d'autres générations de chercheurs et de collègues qui ont progressivement permis de créer une tradition générative en France, alors que ce n'était pas le paradigme dominant à ce moment-là. Donc, Lélia Picabia, Anne Hertz, Alain Rouvray, Hans Obenauer, Pierre Picard, Jean-Yves Pollock, bon, tous nos collègues, et maintenant nos jeunes collègues qui ont été formés partout en France et qui continuent à travailler sur ces domaines. Donc, merci Noam Chomsky et merci à tous ceux qui nous ont aidés à le recevoir aujourd'hui et à ce que de nouvelles générations d'étudiants et de collègues puissent bénéficier en direct de son enseignement et de son éclat intellectuel, de tout ce qu'il peut nous apporter intellectuellement. Voilà. Alors, nous allons prendre des questions. Nous avons un peu de temps pour les questions. Donc, ici, nous sommes dans un contexte scientifique, donc nous ne prendrons pas de questions politiques qui pourront être éventuellement... vous pourrez en prendre connaissance puisqu'il sera le rédacteur en chef d'un numéro spécial de l'Humanité mercredi prochain. Et par ailleurs, la semaine prochaine, lors de la remise de médailles, il y aura éventuellement, je crois, une intervention dans un registre plus politique la semaine prochaine. Donc nous prenons maintenant des questions scientifiques et je vous écoute. Le temps de parole est à vous maintenant. Voilà. Oui. Alors je pense qu'il y a un micro, sans fil normalement.
Does this work? Yeah. So my question is rather technical and concerns the example you gave. Which book did you read, for instance? So you indicated that the displacement of the copy, which book is a phenomenon purely related to the internal language and prior, even historically, to externalization. Isn't that correct? And
which book? Yeah. The which book did you read, Case? Displacement?
Yes.
Yeah.
But what I have a trouble to understand is why would internal language care about moving which book to the region of C? So I understand that for linearization purposes, you might need phases and you might need displacement. But why would internal language uses some feature, some syntactic feature on which book that triggers a structural displacement to the region of C? That would seem to be unnecessary.
Why does internal language automatically use structural displacement with copies? Is that the question?
That is the question, but I'd be especially interested if you could address the question of movement to the region of C, because it does have some...
Why did the simplest possible evolutionary process lead to this?
Especially if it's prior to externalization.
Right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so just think it through. The simplest computational operation that evolution would have fixed upon right away before it tried anything else is merge. It says take two objects. Any recursive procedure, anyone, is going to say take objects already formed and form a new one. That's recursive procedures. That's what gives digital infinity, okay? Now the simplest operation says take two objects already formed, make a new one without changing the two that you started with. If there's no changes, it's computationally more simple. Okay, that happens to be set formation. So the simplest computational operation is, in effect, set formation. Take X and Y and form the set containing X and Y. Okay? Now suppose you formed X and you want to make a bigger thing. There's two choices logically possible. One is to take Y that's distinct from X. The other is to take Y that's internal to X. There's no other possibilities. And those two are automatically available. If you take Y external to X, say X is read and Y is which books, you form read which books. That's called external merge. Now, suppose you take Y which is internal to X. So let's say you've already formed in the computational operation read which books, okay? I forgot what the sentence was, but the boys read which books. You formed that. And you take which books, which is internal to that, and you merge it. You get which book the boys read which book. Okay? That's displacement with copies. So why? Because that's the simplest possible thing. To bar it, you'd have to put a stipulation. Comes automatically. It follows automatically from the definition of the simplest operation. Again, the simplest operation will take X, already given, look for something new to merge for X. The new thing can either be external to X or internal to it. That's just logic, okay? Pure logic. If it's internal to it, you get displacement with copies. So it follows from pure logic that you're going to get displacement with copies unless you explicitly bar something, stipulate that you can't get it, okay? And of course that would be a further complication. I mean, if you look at modern linguistics back from the 50s, displacement was always regarded by me too as some kind of strange imperfection of language. Like, why should language have this weird thing? And there's a whole, you know, the literature, there's a whole literature about what's called reconstruction, which tries to explain why the displaced thing is interpreted in the place where you don't hear it. All of that turns out to be just a mistake. it all follows from the simplest computational operation, the one that evolution would have hit upon instantly as the first choice, basically the null hypothesis. So if evolution worked as simply as possible, which is what of course we'd expect, then you would get displacement with copies. Then comes the second point. Why don't you pronounce the copies? So what reaches the mind, no externalization, is which book the boys read which book. That's what reaches the mind. You get the right interpretation. Similarly, in the anaphor case that I gave, whatever the example was, which girls do the boys expect to meet each other? What the mind is going to hear is which boys expect which boys to meet each other. Then you get local anaphora in the mind, but not in the ear. The ear hears these things with elimination of one of the copies. In fact, all of the copies in a complex sentence, they're all not articulated. And the reason for that is because externalization also tries to meet the condition of computational efficiency, doesn't care about communicative efficiency. The language is badly designed for communication in many ways, but it's perfectly designed, it seems, for computational efficiency. And computational efficiency says eliminate as many copies as possible. Then there's much less computational work. And in fact, that means eliminate them all but one. Actually, it's a little more complex than that. In some languages, there's a kind of a trace left, a phonologically articulated trace left of the point where the copies were. It shows up in interesting ways in different languages. But pretty much you eliminate all of them except one. And all of this is just computational efficiency. And it happens to yield the complex array of consequences that we see. And it also yields problems of parsing, perception. Makes it hard. That's in fact the main problem of automatic parsing systems. When you hear which book's in the front of a sentence, how do you know where to interpret it? Of course, nothing's pronounced. Filler gap problem, so-called. So if language was designed for use, for communicative efficiency, you wouldn't have any of this. You wouldn't have structure dependence. You wouldn't have structural ambiguity. You wouldn't have garden path sentences and so on. You wouldn't have islands. But when language is designed for computational efficiency, these are the things you get. And it just doesn't matter that it's hard to use. That's contrary to what's been almost reflexively assumed, but the evidence is pretty strong, I think.
3 questions. First, 1, 2, 3. 4 questions, okay.
So I have a clarification question of something that you said at the beginning. So you mentioned the fact that clicks are available only in the population, in the sum population, as an evidence that internal language might have evolved before externalization. So externalization was later. I missed the link with the existence of clicks.
The link with?
Clicks.
I did not understand the link between the development of clicks in the same population.
The clicks?
Yes.
Ah, okay. Yeah. So this is Rini Huybrecht's work. Here are the facts. The fact that pretty well-known facts. Modern humans, anatomically modern humans, Homo sapiens sapiens, appears around 200,000 years ago. Okay. Genomic studies have now established quite firmly that the San people speak the Khoisan languages in southern Africa, separated from other human groups roughly 150,000 years ago, something on that order. Okay, so almost immediately with the appearance of modern humans. They have the same internal language capacity, but they have different crucially different kinds of languages. These are the languages that have clicks. No other ones do. They're irrelevant exceptions. So all of these languages have clicks which are unique phonetically. No other languages have them. There's some evidence for adaptation of the alveolar ridge that makes it easier to produce clicks. All right, let's put all this together. It tells us that internal, and incidentally, a final fact, in the archaeological record, which of course is scanty, maybe more will be discovered, but in the existing archaeological record, the evidence for existence of symbolic behavior, complex family structures, the notations indicating astronomical events not long after that creative art. All of that is around 75,000 years or more recently. So the creative art is maybe 50,000 years. So it's roughly that period. Well, put all this together, what does it look like? It looks as though internal language came along with Homo sapiens, or else very shortly after. These are tiny periods in evolutionary time. So it looks like the capacity for internal language came along virtually with Homo sapiens. Now, the sensory motor systems had been around for hundreds of thousands of years, okay? Now, there was a problem of, just from, logic, forgetting the Hoisan, some rewiring of the brain must have taken place, maybe what Friederike is proposing, but some rewiring of the brain. That would be in an individual, not in a group, right? That individual would have had something like a language of thought. Okay, that individual could reflect, could plan, could interpret all the things we do with our internal thought. Others couldn't. Some selectional advantage to that. The change is passed on partially to future generations. These are very small breeding groups. There probably weren't more than around maybe 10,000 humans around at the time in separate groups. Some group, it might have dominated the group. At that point, there becomes a reason for externalization. Everybody has the same, or a lot of people, the same internal thing, but no, they're not interacting. So you have to invent a system of externalization. Incidentally, we now know that isolated groups of humans, deaf humans, like in Nicaragua, Nicaraguan Sign Language, or Yemen, isolated, even children, young children, without any linguistic input, automatically invent languages, which are, as far as we know, same as everybody else's language, except they use sign instead of speech. Okay? Going back to the San people, the evidence there suggests that externalization came well after the separation. The logical analysis indicates that, logical from the point of view of evolutionary theory, indicates that that must have been what happened, so it all falls together. It combines with the fact that externalization seems to be the locus, the primary, maybe total locus of variety, complexity, and mutability. The internal system seems to be very uniform. The more we learn, the more uniform it is. And some of the discoveries are pretty surprising. So you go back, say, about 40 years, it was pretty generally assumed in generative grammar that there's some very striking puzzles, although it was pretty clear that languages observe structure dependence. It seemed as if there were languages with free word order and no structure. In fact, that was thought to be the case of German and Japanese back, say, around 1970. And then when Ken Hale started bringing up evidence from Australian Aboriginal languages, it looked pretty extreme. Walbury's the famous case, which looks almost totally free, no structure. Work like Mark Baker's on polysynthetic languages seem to be showing the same thing. Pretty dramatic discoveries have been made. It's been found that these languages, Japanese and German, was shown a long time ago, but Walbury, more recently, last 15 years, by Ken and one of his students, Julie Legate, that these languages, although there's nothing observed, they do observationally seem to be just throwing words around freely. Turns out that when you look at more subtle characteristics, like, say, anaphor and so on, they have the same hierarchical structures. So it seems, though they're not visible. All of this falls together, seems to indicate that the internal system just evolved, maybe along with humans. Later on, it became externalized, and externalization is a hard problem. It's taking two unrelated systems and trying to link them up. One of them is the internal system, which seems to be computationally maybe close to optimal. The other is sensory motor systems, which have absolutely nothing to do with language, like sign. You know, this has nothing to do with language, nor does the vocal tract. They're around forever. The auditory systems are common to primates, you know, and you have to link these things. That's a hard problem. It can be done in a lot of different ways. That gives you the variety of languages. Going back to the San, the evidence there again, Rini Hoibergs has a paper coming out on this, but this is essentially the story. The separation from other humans is maybe on the order of 150,000 years ago. The externalization is unique to them, not others. And the evidence for symbolic behavior is maybe 50, 75,000 years after that. The only way that makes any sense out of all of this is that they're the same as everyone else in the internal system, but along the way, after they separated, they externalized, and they did it their own way, different from the way everyone else externalized. That's the way it seems to fall together. I mean, there's plenty of gaps here. You know, the archaeological record is scanty. You may discover new things and so on.
Autre question. Donc, il y avait une question là-bas, oui, c'est ça. Il y avait...
You described the language of thought. You talked about the language of thought, and you said that you thought of semantically interpreted representations in the mind or something like that. At the same time, you denied that human concepts are referential or refer to anything in the outside world. So my question is, what do you mean exactly by semantically interpreted when you talk about the language of thought?
Semantically interpreted?
Yes, for the language of thought. What does it mean? Is this a matter of connections to the sensory motor system too?
Okay, so the computation, internal language, like any computational system, is starting with certain atoms of computation. Now, like atoms, they can be analyzed internally in other ways, but for the point of view, from the perspective of the computation, they're atoms. So this would be things like river, or tree, or expect, or so on, things like that. The computational operation makes complex structural objects out of these. The complex structural objects have a meaning. So you construct which books did the boys read. It's going to have a meaning. The meaning will be read off from the fact that what you have is which books the boys read which books, which means essentially which are the books such that the boys read those books. That's a thought, okay, or at least the basis for a thought. You make it a full thought, you have to bring in other world knowledge and so on. But that's the framework of a thought. And the language is constructing infinitely many of those. That's the language of thought.
I understand that that's the language of thought, but then we need, for the thoughts to have meanings, the atoms must have meanings too. And given that you
Like
say
river.
that the atoms don't refer, there is no representation relation
So
between the
take-
atoms and other
right.
things out there.
So take again.
So the semantic, what does it mean for the atoms to
So
be
that's
semantically
the
interpreted?
meaning, right. All of this derives from the meanings of the atoms and the structural relations that are built up from the computational process. So what is the meaning of the atoms? Well, I'm just talking now about the simple ones, the ones that are used in the act of referring. Referring is an action, right? So I can refer to that thing over there as the Seine, let's say. What exactly is the relation between the word river or Seine, a specific name, and that thing over there? That's Heraclitus's question, okay? So if you cross the Seine this morning and again this afternoon, why is it the same river? Well, when you look at that question, it turns out to have many puzzling properties, such as the ones I mentioned. Radical changes in the object will leave it as the same river. Almost undetectable changes in the object, like a phase change that hardens the surface, and different forms of usage, different forms of usage will make it not a river at all. Actually, this is a point noticed by Aristotle. Aristotle discussed the concept house. Actually, he did it in metaphysical terms. We'll drop that. By the 17th century, this was reinterpreted in cognitive terms, the way it should be. So I'll do that. So take the word house, Aristotle's case. In his metaphysics, house is, the concept house consists of two dimensions, form and matter. Okay, so the matter of the house is bricks, stones, timber, and so on. The form of the house is the intention of the designer, the way it's regularly used, and so on. So if the designer had in mind something else, maybe the designer had in mind a garage, okay, then it's a garage. It may look exactly like a house, but that doesn't matter. What matters is partly that, of course, that's the matter part. But what matters is the intention of the designer and the characteristic use. And that seems to be true for everything, which means that part of the meaning of the simplest words, those are used to refer, is our ways of thinking about the concept. That's distinct from, say, apes and monkeys, or any animal we know, where the symbolic elements do relate to some physically identifiable phenomenon. So if you take, say, a monkey, which has a warning call, leaves are moving, so you issue the warning call. There's a relation between that call and the motion of leaves. If you think of, say, a physicist trying to discover what meaning is by looking just at the symbol and what's referred to, the physicist could figure that out. You could see that whenever the leaves move in a certain way, you get such and such a call. That's universal for non-human languages, non-human symbolic systems. For humans, it won't work. You can't look at the symbol river and the object over there, and from that determine when the symbol is going to be used to refer to the object. You have to know what's going on in the mind of the speaker. That's the core meaning. When you get to more complex notions like, expect or want or desire, any more complex notion is going to be even more remote. But for the simple ones, the ones that are used to refer, it's already totally different from animals. And again, the evolutionary origin of these concepts is a complete mystery.
Une autre question, donc il y avait une question là et une là aussi, oui, monsieur.
Hey, hello, sir. Nice to meet you, and thank you for what you did.
Who's talking? Oh, okay.
When I first arrived in linguistic courses, my teacher in the lesson told me that there is Aborigine, I think it's Australian language, where they, instead of saying you're in front of me, or they are at the left of me. They say you're in the northeast of me and he's at the south. And those people, if you put them in a room, like a dark room, they're going to know where the north is and instantly. And so I would like to know if you have like an explanation or something for that.
Yeah, I caught part of that. This is an Australian language, which...
I think it's an Aboriginal Australian language.
He's talking about an Aboriginal language.
Yeah, Aboriginal, which has what property?
Well, they situate themselves with north, left, south.
North, left.
And when
yeah.
they're in a room, in
well,
dark,
that's been proposed. Yeah, that's been proposed, but I think it's been debunked. There's work, especially by Lila Gleitman, very fine cognitive psychologist, psycholinguist, who redid these studies and showed that she's at the University of Pennsylvania. She showed that graduate students at the University of Pennsylvania, under the right conditions, do the same thing.
You mean in a dark room?
In a like dark room.
Without
she basically replicated the experiments, taking away specific irrelevancies, and she found essentially the same results. This, I can't give the reference offhand, but you can, if you look up her work, Lila Gleitman, it was interesting work.
Thank you.
Nous pouvons peut-être prendre une dernière question, mais rapide, parce que nous devons absolument avoir quitté la salle dans 5 minutes.
That's the last question. We can quick. We need to leave in 5 minutes.
In a 2004 scientific interview, I'm here. You said corpus linguistics is meaningless, and you gave a very interesting comparison. You said, suppose physics and chemistry, instead of relying on experiments, they would collect huge videotapes of everything that's happening in the world in the hope of coming up with generalizations. And you concluded by saying sciences don't do that. In the light of recent progress in causal inference in biostatistics, which...
In what?
Causal inference.
Causal inference?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which modern corpus linguistics taps into. Would you confirm this view?
Could the recent research in causal inference yield some of these results? Is that the question?
It is the question, and in fact, the link between a sample and the inference we make from a sample.
Inference from samples?
Yeah, that's what corpus linguistics is about, and that's what some physics is about.
Yeah. It's virtually impossible. First of all, there's no results, but you can see in advance why there are not going to be any results. So take any of the cases that I mentioned, starting, let's say, with word meaning. Okay, let's start with river, since I mentioned that. The properties of river that I mentioned, which are known to every child and are universal among languages, cannot be derived from analysis of data because the child has no data. None. For the things I mentioned, there's just no data. Take structure dependence. Again, instinctively, eagles that fly swim, where we know reflexively that instinctively goes with swim, the remote verb, structurally closest but linearly remote. There's no evidence for that, no empirical evidence, and children know it as soon as we can test them, age 3. How can you get that from analysis of data? And it goes on like that. One example that I mentioned is kind of striking. Charles Yang's recent observation that children typically, if any child knows the inflectional paradigms, they get that very quickly, but they don't hear them. They hear only parts of them. Statistically, it's extremely unlikely that somebody will have heard the full paradigm. Things just aren't that frequent, you know. Anywhere you look, it turns out that what's known is not accessible by analysis, by pure analysis of data. Of course, data does something. Like data tells you that in English it's river, but not in French. You know, the Saussurean arbitrariness, as it's called, that's pretty totally arbitrary, almost totally arbitrary. So some things are clearly learned. And more is learned than that. So take river again. It's not that when people say it's a cultural product, that's not totally false. Like in English, there's a difference between river, stream, creek, a couple of other things. Other languages may not have exactly those differences. They'll have some other set of differences. So in what used to be called, should be called semantic fields, domains in which a group of words roughly fit, this studied mainly by German linguists years ago. Within semantic fields, you get some different organization of the field. So the words like, say, know, believe, think, and so on won't be exactly the same. They're not exactly the same in French and English, and certainly not in more remotely, languages that are more remote. So there'll be some differences in the way the fields are cut up, and some other small differences, which are learned. You have to learn in English that a certain thing is a river and another thing is a stream, not a river. Some other language may not make that distinction, or may make some other distinction. Similarly, you have to, in simple cases like, say, color words, there are some universals, but there are languages which just don't have, say, the same, even the same richness of color words that we do, and other languages have even richer ones, okay? But it turns out that the people who don't have the words nevertheless have the conceptual structure. Now, this was shown by Ken Hale pretty strikingly in some papers back in the 1970s in studying a wide range of Australian Aboriginal languages. So there are many languages in which you don't have number words beyond, say, 2, 3, 4. But it turns out that the people have all the concepts. They may not have the word 5, but they can show things like this, okay? They may not have the word red, but they can say blood-like, so they have other ways of doing it. And in fact, it turns out, these are what he calls cultural gaps, that the cultural gaps are exhibited in choice of words, but they apparently don't show up in the conceptual systems. Well, I'd like to start 500 years ago with the origins of the modern scientific revolution, when insights were produced that were not understood and lay dormant for ever since almost, but I think are the most significant things that have ever been said about the nature of language and mind and the kind of challenges that we face in trying to address them. So this is Galileo and his contemporaries. I'll put in there, I'll quote their own words. They expressed their amazement and awe and wonder at the fact that language permits us to construct from 25 or 30 sounds an infinite variety of expressions, which, although not having any resemblance in themselves to that which passes through our minds, nevertheless reveal all of the secrets of the mind and make intelligible to others who cannot penetrate into the mind all that we conceive and all of the diverse movements of our souls. Galileo himself described the alphabet, which has these properties, as surpassing all stupendous inventions. The force and significance of this were never recognized. In fact, the passages themselves were, I can't find any reference to them in the entire literature up until about 50 years ago, and I noticed them and quoted them, but I don't absolve myself. I didn't give them the significance they should have had. This really, I think, tells us what the study of language and mind is about. And of course, it's something unique to humans. There's no hint of anything comparable to this anywhere else in the organic world. Come back to that. Well, in the mid-20th century, it finally became possible to do something with those notions. That's the result of the great mathematicians, Gödel, Turing, others, who established the theory of computability on firm grounds, and in particular made it clear how a finite object, say the brain, can have the capacity not to do what is described here. That remains a mystery, but at least the capacity to yield an infinite array of expressions which articulate to ourselves, sometimes outside our own thoughts. So some kind of language and thought. Actually, there are a couple of important flaws in this classical exposition of the central questions of language and mind. One is that it's limited to speech. They talk about 25 or 30 sounds. And in the past generation, roughly, we've come to understand that the articulatory system is basically irrelevant to language, that the language system is modality independent. So it's now known, in fact, not only that sign has the same properties as spoken language, the same mode of acquisition, even the same neural representations, since it's visual, but in fact that sign language is just spontaneously invented by deaf people. So there's now cases of Nicaragua, Yemen, elsewhere, where small groups of deaf people have just created their own language with no linguistic input. In fact, there are even spectacularly cases where groups of children with no deaf children with no linguistic input have just invented their own language. Actually, this was discovered 65 years ago by Eric Lenneberg, the guy who really created the modern field of biology of language. We were friends, graduate students at the same time at Harvard. And he was then just investigating different kinds of language pathology, acquisition, other things. Among the other things he did was go to visit the School for the Deaf in Boston. At that time, there was what was called the oralist tradition. Children who were deaf were not allowed to learn sign. It was considered necessary that they learn lip reading. So teachers were instructed not even to gesture. Eric noticed that in the class, when the teacher turned to the blackboard, the kids started gesticulating to each other. They had obviously invented their own language, but this was considered so exotic at the time that he never even published it. It just looked like a curiosity, but now it's understood. And this is of some significance because it tells you that the aspects of language that are related to the sensory motor modality, usually speech, are really not part of language. They're part of some system that long antedates language in the evolutionary record, hundreds, thousands of, sometimes millions of years. And language, when it came along, just when it was externalized, which it sometimes, though rarely is, it picks up one or another sensory modality. But the properties of what we call language that relate to the sensory modality are essentially extrinsic to language. I'll come back to that. It has lots of consequences. The other flaw in the way it was described in the quotation I gave, which is standard not only for then but for everything that followed up until recently, is it's formulated in terms of production, the production of speech. But language is not just production, it's also perception and acquisition and so on. And that tells us that there's some internal system accessed for production, usually just internally. We think in language, but sometimes externally in one or another sensory modality, access for perception acquired. And that's quite a different thing. Language is in this respect kind of like our knowledge of arithmetic. When you want to understand how our knowledge of arithmetic, which is apparently a universal human characteristic, is accessed, you look at things like how you multiply numbers. But a lot of factors enter into that, like short-term memory and other things. So what the actual process of, say, multiplication is what you're using the system for, but the internal system is there independently of how it's accessed, and there's pretty good reason to believe it's a unique and human possession, rather like language, possibly related to or even derivative from it in some ways. Well, when we overcome these flaws, forget about the particular mode of externalization, pay attention to the fact that we're talking about an internal system which can be accessed for production or perception. Then when we've overcome that, we can recognize that language has a kind of a basic property. The basic property is that our knowledge of language yields an infinite array of structured expressions, each of which expresses a thought, and which sometimes can be externalized in one or another sensory modality. That's the basic nature of language. So basically, it's a system that creates what's sometimes called a language of thought, an infinite system that, as those early observations point out 500 years ago, that expresses, that captures, in fact, constitutes a large part of our thinking, that part of thinking which is related to language, maybe these other parts. That's the basic property. It's a species property. It's uniform among humans as far as we know. There's no group differences in language capacity. There may be some marginal individual differences, but you take a child, an infant from a tribe in Papua New Guinea, which hasn't had other human contact for 40,000 years, and bring them up in Boston, they'll be like everybody else, go to MIT, study quantum physics, and so on. And conversely, there seems to be no differences. So it's uniform among humans, which tells us a lot. I'll come back to it. And it's unique to humans. There's nothing remotely similar anywhere in the animal world. As you may know, there's been elaborate efforts to try to train chimpanzees, nearest relatives, to something language-like, and they completely fail. Looked for a while as if they were getting somewhere, but by now it's understood that there was nothing with all the attempts. Recently, one interesting study by Charles Yang, who's done important work on these issues, is he went through the productions of Nim, the ape that was brought up with great effort to try to duplicate human upbringing. And Nim did make lots of sequences of signs, but it turns out that there's no productivity. He has a very precise measure of productivity, and it turns out there's nothing there. Nim's just randomly making signals, hoping, presumably, that these guys out there will give him a banana or something like that. But there's nothing, and no other organism has anything remotely like the basic property. So that raises a lot of serious questions for biology. Also, it turns out that not only is it distinctively human, but it's dissociated from other cognitive capacities. This is, again, something that Eric Lenneberg's pioneering work began to establish, but now there's a lot more known. But there's double dissociations, each way between the language capacity and just about any other cognitive capacity you can think of. There's a lot of consequences to this, but whatever it is, it's something unique in the organic world, different from other human cognitive capacities. Probably the source of what makes human beings so distinct in many ways from anything in the organic world. If you try to address the basic property, there are essentially two questions, any computational procedure, and this one in particular. There are going to be certain atoms of computation. They may be analyzable in other terms, but from the point of view of the computation that yields the language of thought, they're atomic. You don't go into them. And then there's a computational procedure which constructs more complex objects, infinitely many of them, from these atoms. Questions to look at. So let's start with the atoms. One important thing about them is that they are, again, unique in the organic world. There is nothing comparable among animals. This is commonly misunderstood. This is a problem that comes up, incidentally, commonly. All of this bears, and it's totally different from animal systems. Animal systems have a property of they satisfy what's sometimes called the referential doctrine, the doctrine that says that symbols pick out something in the external world. If it's what Frege would have called Bedeutung. It's what contemporary formal semantics is based on, model theoretic semantics and so on. And it's all over the, it's all through psychology, and it's part of the machine learning systems as well. So the machine learning, a lot of machine learning work, as all of you know, which is working on what they call concept formation, trying to identify human concepts. And we know in advance that they're all going to fail. And the reason is that there are no referring expressions in language. So I'll just quote a recent article, current one, comes out of Google in this case mostly, defines referring expression, I'm quoting it, referring expressions are defined in terms of the attributes that people use to describe visual objects. Attributes means things like color and size, shape, and so on. But there's a problem. There are no such referring expressions in language or in thought. That's just not the way human expression. There are expressions that we use to refer. It's quite different from having reference. Reference is a relation between a symbol and an object. Frege, Bedeutung, reference, and on to modern logic and philosophy and psychology and linguistics. Referring is an action. You use refer, that involves, actions involve all sorts of things. And this much was known to the Greeks, classical Greece. It's been forgotten, but it goes way back. So the first serious question in philosophy and science was actually raised by Heraclitus. Hard question, not answered yet. How can you cross the same river twice? So I crossed the Charles River on my way to work. I'll cross the Charles River on the way home. And what makes it the same river? It's physically totally different. All the molecules are different, it has a different shape, and so on. What same river? Some modern philosophers, Van Quine, others have suggested we can solve the problem by just taking a river to be a four-dimensional object, but that just avoids the problem. The question is, which four-dimensional object? Why this one and not some other one? And when you think about it, the problems are pretty severe. You can make radical changes in the Charles River, and it'll still be the Charles River. So if you put up boards on this, if you if you reverse the direction, so it goes the other way, still the Charles. If you replace whatever is in it by 95% arsenic from an upstream plant or something, still the Charles River. If it goes in a different direction, ends up in a different place, still the Charles River. In fact, massive changes, and it'll still be the Charles River. On the other hand, trivial changes, some of them essentially almost undetectable, will prevent it from being a river at all. So if you put up boards on the side and start using it for oil tankers, it's a canal, it's not a river. If you harden the surface, a phase change, virtually undetectable by, and you paint a line down the middle and people start using to commute to Boston, it's a highway, it's not a river. And if you play around, you can easily convince yourself that radical changes will keep it being the Charles River, and trivial, almost undetectable changes will make it not a river at all. And the reason was understood by the classical Greece. We individuate objects not by their physical properties, but by their use, their design, the way people deal with them, and so on. So, for example, Aristotle asks, what's a house? And he says, partly it's material. It consists of boards, bricks, or whatever. Partly it's the design of the person who created it. It was built to house people. If it looks exactly the same way and it was built in order to house books, it's a library. It's not a house. But what's in the mind of the architect is nothing a physicist can detect or a machine learning system can detect. You can do as much work as will ever be, greatest success you can imagine in machine learning of machine object recognition and so on. It'll never get you to human concepts and the atoms of language, because they're just different. And this goes right through, play around. This is true of word you can think of. Human language does not meet the referential criterion. There are no referential terms in human language, which is different from saying that we use terms to refer. Of course we do. We carry out the action of referring, but there are no terms that refer. That means all of formal semantics is syntax. It's not semantics. Semantics is based on reference, and there is no reference in natural language. The machine learning is, whatever value it has, all kinds of things, but it's not going to get to language and thought because they just don't work that way. This also raises a serious question about evolution. How this could have evolved is a total mystery. Not even a hint as how anything like this could evolve. There's nothing like it in the animal world. It's unique to language. It's universal to language and the thought that's connected to language. So it's just one of those mysteries which we'll probably never solve because no imaginable way in which we can get relevant evidence. Maybe someday something will come along, but not now. Anyway, that's the atoms. We can learn a lot about them, but where they came from and anything like that remains for the moment an impenetrable mystery. So let's turn to the computational procedure. There we can make some progress. First of all, we'll obviously seek the simplest computational procedure. That's just normal rational inquiry. Simplicity and explanatory depth are essentially the same thing, said differently. So we want to find the simplest computational procedure that will, in fact, accurately characterize the interpretation of the expressions of language. And there's an extra reason in the case of language beyond general methodological reasons, and that has to do with the little that's known about the evolution of language. Now, there isn't much known, there's something, and what's known is rather telling. Roughly, it looks like this. Bob and I have a book about it that reviews much of what there is, and a good deal has been discovered since that book came out. Some interesting work on it. What has to be the case is this. Modern humans, anatomically modern humans, show up around roughly 200,000 years ago. That's when you start, very small groups. There were not many of them for a long, long time. But there were anatomically modern humans, or detectable roughly 200,000 years ago. Prior to this, there is no indication at all anywhere in the archaeological record of any symbolic activities of pre-human, non-human hominins. So there doesn't seem to be anything. So it's a fair guess that language didn't exist before modern humans came along. It's now known that humans began to separate into different groups not very long after that. Genomic analysis has shown that some of the early separations, particular group in Africa, the so-called San group, separated from other humans maybe 150,000 years ago, something roughly like that. They have the same language capacity that everyone else does. Incidentally, from the which means it's a common human faculty that never changed. that gives you a very small window from an evolutionary time scale within which the basic property must have emerged. There's further, incidentally, the fact that modern humans can and do invent their own languages with no linguistic input at all, which I mentioned earlier, indicates that they could have done it 200,000 years ago when humans developed. What this tells you is that very likely the basic property of language emerged along with modern humans, or maybe very shortly afterwards in evolutionary time. Remember, very small groups here, thousands of people at the most. There's further work. There's a very interesting paper that just came out by a linguist, René Hooybrugs, Dutch linguist, who discovered that the group that separated 150,000 years ago have a unique form of externalization. These are all and only the languages that use what are called clicks, which are maybe some of them dozens of clicks, very, for us, extremely difficult consonants to articulate, but they have lots of them. And apart from irrelevant exceptions, they all have these phonetic systems and no other language does. That's something. They also have apparently some slight articulatory adaptations, a change in the alveolar ridge, the top of the mouth, which seems to be adapted maybe to pronunciation of clicks. All of this suggests that the externalization of language began after the separation. They have the same capacity for language, same internal language as us, but a different externalization. In a sense, it's kind of a matter of logic that externalization came after the internal system, but this suggests there may have been a time gap. Putting that together, it tells us that there is a good reason to believe that the internal system should be extremely simple, because it emerged very suddenly, no external pressures, no selectional or other pressures. So it just presumably emerged in the simplest possible way. That's what we'd anticipate. So a good guess in investigating the basic property is that it's something like a snowflake. It just, its form comes just from natural law. Natural law in this case would presumably include and maybe be just considerations of computational complexity. It's a computational system. So we expect to find a very simple system, computationally as simple as possible, which yields the internal language, the language of thought, and then can be externalized one or another way, different ways and different groups, even sensory modalities. Can be done incidentally by touch also, harder, but it's done, the Helen Keller type case. Well, that's a start. And it tells us the kind of null hypothesis, the place to start, is to consider the simplest possible computational operation and see how far you can go in accounting for properties of language on that basis. And it turns out you can go pretty far. We don't know how far, but quite a lot. So the simplest computational operation, which is found somewhere in every computational procedure, is just an operation which takes two objects already constructed, beginning with the atoms, then anything that's already been constructed, because it's a recursive procedure. So two things that have been already constructed and forms a new thing from them. That's somewhere in every recursive procedure. And in the simplest case, it won't change them. So if X and Y are put together to form Z, X and Y aren't changed. And no further structure is assigned to X and Y. Like crucially linear order is not, that would be an extra complexity. But if it's the simplest object, it'll take X and Y and form, in effect, the set containing X and Y with nothing else. Okay? That's what's been called merge in the recent literature. If you take a look at the operation merge, just as a matter of logic, it has two aspects. You're taking X and Y from the set XY. Either X and Y can be distinct from one another, or one of them can be part of the other. Say Y can be part of X. Those are the two possibilities. Actually, it takes more work to prove this, but that's the essential fact. Well, that suggests that we should have two kinds of ways of constructing utterance. One, say, take something like, say, read, not the word read, but the abstract entity underlying it, and books, and put them together, and you get the set containing read and books. Take the sentence, John read what. You can take what, which is part of John read what, and merge it with John read what, and you get what John read what. Well, it turns out those are the two basic operations in language. The first one, sometimes called external merge, constructs a hierarchy of expressions, unbounded. The second one yields what's called displacement. You don't pronounce what John read what, but that's what you interpret. You're interpreting the word what, where you hear the word what in one position, but you're interpreting it in two positions. It means something like the what that you hear is also happens to be the object of read. You're reading that thing. So the sentence means something like, for which X John read X. You know, it's which book did John read? For which X a book, John read the book X. And that's displacement. In the mind, you hear both, there's both of them. In the externalization, you typically hear one. But that just follows from considerations of computational efficiency. In the externalization, you're going to make it as simple as possible. So therefore, you have to produce at least one, or there's no indication that the operation ever took place. So you just delete all the others. Notice that causes very serious problems for communication. Those of you who've worked on parsing systems know that one of the main problems is what are called filler gap problems. You hear the word what at the beginning of a sentence, and you somehow have to find out where it is. And that could, I mean, I took a sentence, you take a more complicated one, it can be quite a problem. So filler gap problems are a major, maybe the major problem for automatic parsing, and hence for perception. They could easily be resolved just by pronouncing both of them, but we don't, because presumably of reasons of computational efficiency for the externalization system. But we interpret both of them, and you get pretty complicated cases. So I'll give you a couple of examples. So take the sentence, it's the mother of his children that every man admires. Every is over his, right? His is a variable within the quantifier every. Switch it around a little. It's the mother of his children that admires every man. Every man has nothing to do with his. The reason is what you're hearing in the mind is it's the mother of his children that every man admires the mother of his children. There, every and his are in the right structural position for quantification. In the other case, what you're hearing is it's the mother of his children that the mother of his children admires every man, and that's not the right structure for quantificational relations. And there, I won't go into it here, but there are much more complex examples which show the same thing. What they show is that it had been thought for always, in fact, that the displacement property of natural language, which is ubiquitous, was some kind of a strange imperfection. You'd never construct a formal system that has that property, for example. In metamathematics, you don't make up such systems, or computer languages or whatever. But it's ubiquitous in natural language, and it follows from the null hypothesis, including the interpretations that come. which is quite a remarkable fact. And one of the things that suggests that the null hypothesis, which is sometimes called the strong minimalist thesis, probably is correct. Well, let's proceed. Another major property of a very puzzling property, which was just noticed for the first time when the first efforts were made to construct generative grammars about 60 years ago, grammars that actually try to satisfy the Gallilean challenge that I quoted, the first ones to deal with the basic property. And one very curious fact about natural language is that the rules ignore linear order. They simply ignore linear order. They look only at structure, the property sometimes called structure dependent. So for example, take, say, the fact that, take, say, a trivial sentence, say a conjunction. John and Mary are in the room, not John and Mary is in the room. If you look at the Google natural language NLP program, it can't distinguish these two. And in fact, John and Mary is in the room should, on statistical big data grounds, be much more highly probable, because Mary is a bigram frequency is way beyond Mary are. And in fact, more complicated cases like this, turns out it's irresolvable if you keep to the insistence of the Silicon Valley analysis that you only look at words and never at phrases. One of the reasons we know it's going to fail totally, even no matter how useful it may be, but as an engineering achievement. So it's going to fail for elementary reasons, because languages just don't pay attention to linear order, they pay attention to structure. Or take, there's a very common phenomenon in language called verb second. Now, the verb comes in second position. You see a little of it in English and all over the place in German languages. So which book will you read? The will is in the second position. But it's not the second word. It follows the first phrase. It's in the position after the first phrase. So you're looking at structure, not the linear order, not arrangement. And take a last example, there are thousands of them. If you take a sentence like, eagles that fly instinctively swim. That's ambiguous. It could be fly instinctively or instinctively swim. Instinctively in front. Instinctively, eagles that fly swim. Okay, resolves the ambiguity, but also in a strange way. Instead of taking the adverb going to the linearly closest word, it goes to the linear more remote word, be structurally closer. And this is ubiquitous all over natural languages. Every construction that's known works like this in every language. And the reason it's puzzling is that computations with linear order are far simpler than computations over structures. That's transparent. But language universally picks the computation over structures and ignores the one over linear order. Actually, there's even neurolinguistic support for this. Andrea Moro, who's here, his work that he initiated with his group, and we're able to show that with invented language, kind of language like invented languages, if the invented language kept to the linguistic principle of ignoring linear order, subjects, there was action in the normal language areas of the brain. If the language used, the invented language had linear order, what you got is diffuse neural activity, meaning people are just treating it as a puzzle, not as part of language. There's actually psycholinguistic evidence that shows that if you present things like this to people and tell them it's a puzzle, the ones that use linear order, then they can solve the problem. If you tell them it's a language, they're inhibited from solving the problem, the set pretend. And what striking fact that the simple computation of linear order is never used. Only the computation of structural order, which incidentally follows from the null hypothesis. Because remember that it doesn't introduce order. So why do we have order in language? Well, if you try to externalize it, the sensory motor system requires order. You can't talk structures. Sensory motor system says you got to put the words one after another. In fact, if you're using sign and sign language, they're somewhat different structure arrangements. Sign, you have visual space, so you can pick out points and use them for reference and so on. But whatever sensory motor modality you're using is going to be a kind of a filter. Things are going to have to go through it. And when you study what comes out, you're really not studying language. You're studying the effect of some sensory motor system on the internal language. Sensory motor systems were around way before language emerged. In the case of sign, millions of years. In the case of articulation, hundreds of thousands of years. So there's actually nothing to do with language. They're just sitting there. And when you study the relation between internal language and the sensory motor system, you're actually not studying language. You're studying an interaction of two systems which have nothing to do with each other. Paradoxically, that's about 100% of the interaction of language. So you take a look at the whole study of language for the last 2,500 years, and today it's almost always studying externalization. It's not studying the internal system, which means that all of the rich, exciting, informative work about language isn't about language. It's about the interaction of two independent systems, one of which sort of filters what's inside. When we proceed, I won't go on with this, it turns out that the internal system, the one that yields the language of thought, could very well be uniform among humans. And that accords with what little we know about the evolutionary history. So a kind of a good guess at this point, something to kind of a challenge to work on, is to see if you can show that the null hypothesis, the strong minimalist thesis, actually accounts for the internal system, which may be uniform or virtually uniform among humans and is the actual species property. Then there's the system of externalizing it, which is done in various ways. And when you look at languages, what we call languages, they turn out to be they look very complex. They differ from one another in all sorts of ways. They change very rapidly. Every generation they can change. But it seems that all of that complexity and variability and mutability may be just part of the externalization, which would not be surprising if it's complex, because you're trying to relate two systems that have nothing to do with each other. So of course it's going to be complex. And it could turn out that the actual system of language, extricated from these other extraneous elements, like the nature of the sensory motor modalities, could be could be kind of like a snowflake, just something that arises, because that's what natural law tells us. So we would be looking from an evolutionary point of view for some change that's maybe small rewiring of the brain that took place maybe roughly 200,000 years ago, roughly along with modern humans, which yielded the basic property. And then later, one or another form of externalization is tried. They could all be different, they could vary, and so on. I think that's a fair guess as to what might turn out. There's a huge challenge to show this, because remember that just about all of the work, by now we have a ton of descriptive material from every possible imaginable language. Almost all of this learned in the last few years, incidentally. There's been an explosion of understanding and investigation of typologically varied languages at a kind of depth that was never possible before. But almost all of it is study of externalization. So what you have to show somehow, real challenge, is that that if you take the effect of sensory motor systems, you get rid of the apparent complexity and variety. Of course, you have to account for how the externalization yields that external variety, but that's a study of the relation of two different systems, language and something else. Well, there is some steps towards finding out something about what the neural basis of this might be, but it's a tricky problem. And notice that all of this work it leaves us with two fundamental mysteries, which we don't know how to solve. One of them is the nature of the atoms. The other is the original challenge from hundreds of years ago. How do you use this richness of internal structures to express your thought, to construct internally thoughts in an appropriate way? And we don't just talk randomly or think randomly. When we're thinking in language, it's appropriate to some circumstances and situations. That was the original problem, the creative aspect of language use and thought, and that remains totally mysterious. I should say that it was this property that led Descartes to make a distinction between body and mind. He thought he could show that every aspect of the world, including every aspect of humans, sensation, perception, emotion, and so on, it could be accounted for in mechanical terms. But this property, which he identified, the same one as in the comments I quoted, of being able to construct your thoughts internally in a way that's appropriate to situations, and if you want, convey them to others who could have access to your mind this way. That was the reason why he postulated a second substance, and it remains as much of a mystery as it was hundreds of years ago. But that's, I think, roughly where we stand today. I'll first leave time.